crowd is rolling in. The sunshine is beating down on the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, where the Winter Series Sunday is about to take place. A packed day of racing action from the Giedlich Racing organisation. GT4s, GTs and F4 cars all taking to the circuit today, along with the TCR Spain pre-season event. This is the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. I'm joined today by Chris McCarthy and Lucas Gajewski, myself, Adam Weller up in the commentary box. Alpha Live bringing you the pictures and the sound today, as they have been all year fabulously. 4 kilometres, just an iota over 4 kilometres in length, 4.005. 14 turns around this circuit. You can go side by side through a lot of them if you're trying hard enough. Not much elevation change for this circuit, just 5 metres, although there are a couple of crests of hills that can catch you out around turn 11, turn 12. The circuit celebrating its 25th year, established, opened in 1999, and has been a fixture on the international 2- and 4-wheeled racing scene ever since then. And a circuit that we've consistently come to here in the Winter Series. We see today that the weather is more than likely going to stay good for us. We've got some good temperatures out there. It's not going to be quite as warm as it was yesterday. However, it will be dry. It will be perfect weather to go racing. And this is the exciting thing about coming down to Spain and Portugal and partaking in the Winter Series events. We have usually got at least a better rub of the weather than a lot of our teams from Germany or the UK would be experiencing currently back in their homelands. As you can see, the cars are already coming out onto the circuit for the first time today. The GT4 Winter Series is the first race we're expecting to see out there on circuit. We've got Formulas and GTs both with half-hour races this morning as well. Before the lunch break, we then start to focus on some longer distance races. For now though, let's fully focus on the GT4 Winter Series. Their second race of the weekend is about to start.
Morning everyone, welcome down to the grid for day 2 of round 4 of the GT4 Winter Series. Great to have your company on what is another bright and sunny day here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. You might have been able to see in the background the cars making their way out onto the circuit, getting ready to go for this second race. And you can see over to my left, the teams now coming out onto the circuit, getting ready to welcome the cars onto the track. That's what we're going to be doing very, very shortly. Just walk forward with me, Johnny, because we're standing where pole position is going to be coming very, very shortly, and that is going to be Jamie Day for Forsetti Motorsport. They went on a huge run of pole positions until Elite Motorsport stopped them from doing that yesterday, but they were able to get a fantastic run off the line in their Aston Martin yesterday and take the lead going into the first corner. Of course, this GT series gives the different manufacturers a great head-to-head battle all around when we go these different circuits. And it plays a big part here going down the start-finish straight. We've talked about it several times, but whilst we're waiting for the cars to come down, this is a big place where it comes into play. Matt George returns to racing in Aston Martins for the first time in 2 years yesterday. Matt, how was it out there, first of all? Great. It's been great to have you back. How was it to be back out there?
Yeah, it was good. Really pleasant afternoon. The race was good fun to start with, and then unfortunately, we've been struggling a bit with the 7 car. We've got a bit of an engine issue, which the team are working really hard to resolve. Hopefully, it'll be a bit better today. We struggled a bit yesterday, but yeah, it's great to be back in a car, gaining some more Aston experience again to be able to help the guys for the rest of their championship campaign.
It was certainly a successful day for the team overall, wasn't it? Mikey Porter getting his first win. So overall, all round, very successful start to the weekend for the team.
Yeah, absolutely mega for Mikey. He's worked so hard over the winter. The team have put together a good package for him, and I couldn't be more pleased for him. I've only worked with him for 4 months, but the progression over that has been amazing. So yeah, super proud of him.
Thankfully, you didn't say you were going to get a tattoo. his manager did commit to that. But and in terms of the head-to-head between the manufacturers around this circuit, how is it driving an Aston Martin around this Valencia circuit?
Yeah, it's really good. Obviously, my particular car, I'd love a bit more power, but from what I've seen with the other cars, it's been super even split. This circuit is great, plays to the strengths of actually certainly the three manufacturers that have been at the front. I'd struggle to pick a winner, to be honest. Obviously, I'd always love it to be Jamie and Mikey. So, yeah, fingers crossed we could pull it off again this morning.
That's the great thing about the GT4 Winter Series, isn't it? Always very hard to pick a winner. Great to have you with us, Matt. Well, of course, Matt George recently isn't in the 7 car. That's because Mikey's going to be in that car. Now our pole sitters here. Let's go and speak to him. Jamie Day. He was holding the car open. Let's see if we can. Thank you. There we go. Jamie Day is going to be on pole position. Jamie, on pole position once again. You've had several pole positions back here once again. How are you feeling ahead of the race?
Yeah, I feel good. Just need to keep calm. Obviously, it's only a sprint race, only 30 minutes, so I feel like there will be a lot of attacking from behind. Just staying calm at the start and see how the race pans out.
I guess it's just trying to get a gap early on and build from that.
Yeah, exactly. Just get away at the start and then just stay calm and hopefully just build on that.
Best of luck for the race. That's going to be Jamie Day starting on pole position. Alongside him, Elite Motorsport, Zach Meakin, who's being spoken to there. There we can see Mikey Porter, who is going to be on row number 2 with Marshall Marshevich, who will be alongside. Let's head a little bit further down the grid this time. We didn't get a chance to do that yesterday. I want to get a little bit further down this time. Emil Yerdrum will be on row number 2 with Tim Neuser in the Cayman Trophy, who got the Cayman Trophy win yesterday. Let's go and speak to Tim. These two guys have been fighting really hard. Cayman Trophy win yesterday. Reckon we can build on that today?
Yeah, hopefully the next one, of course.
And you guys fighting really hard up the order. I mean, it's been hard to separate you guys in Cayman Trophy. How fun's it been out there fighting for those Cayman Trophy wins?
It's a lot of fun. I mean, we all have the same cars, so yeah. You need to be better in the corner to find the right place where the other guy is doing a mistake maybe. So.
And now sprint race as well. I guess when you're in a sprint race, it's just about trying to get those places early, I guess, and attack all the way through.
Oh, yeah, just try to be in front at the start and then to hold the position. Yeah.
Good stuff. Best of luck for Tim Neuser. We'll see how he gets on from there as Mark makes his way up the grid. We can see Emmy Motorsport on the grid as well. Thomas Rackle will be in their 33 car. We've got Philip in their 66 car here as well. So great to have these guys on the grid. I'm going to see if I can speak to Philip. Will I be able to have... No problem. It was worth an ask. Some drivers just like to get in the zone. That's absolutely fine. We are going to exit via the pit lane, so we're going to have to get up a little bit further. There's Thomas Rackle. Here's the 166 of Harry Barton. We spoke to his teammate yesterday. I think Harry's up for a little bit of a chat today. These guys racing in the Toyota. Harry, how are we feeling ahead of the first Winter Series race?
Very good. I'm hoping the temperature's going to come up because it's actually quite cold in here. But yeah, feeling very good. We've got some good competition in front of us, so let's just go racing and have some fun.
You mentioned the temperature as well. Do you think that's going to come into effect at all? Have you had much practice in similar conditions?
Oh yeah, we had plenty of practice in similar conditions. It's going to affect everyone though, because it's just going to be trying to get the tyre temperatures up in the window. So turn one's going to be a bit saucy, so I think I'd watch out for that one.
Yeah, only the Formula cars have been out there, isn't it? So it's not much time to get the track up to speed.
Yeah, not at all. There's some gravel around turn 5, so everyone's just got to be a bit wary. Take our time. We're with the pros here, so they should know what they were doing. So yeah, it's going to be good to watch, I can tell you that.
That's a really good insight. Thank you very much to Harry Barton. We're going to have to walk quick now and clear the grid. Everyone seems to be walking forward, and I think that's the way we're going to go. So we'll leave you with the sight of the guys in the background. Very shortly, we're going to be asked to get off the grid, and with that, we'll take a very quick break, and then we'll be back with your first race of the day in GT4 Winter Series.
So then the car's just a few minutes away from rolling. As you can see, a nice full grid once again in the GT4 Winter Series. Yesterday it was Mikey Porter that took that win, his first time winning a GT4 race solo. He's in a different car today, the number 7 Fawcetti Motorsport car. He'll be racing both the number 19 and the number 7 in the endurance race later in the afternoon. However, I do understand, based on what Matt George said there a few moments ago, that car is maybe a little bit underpowered compared to the other Aston Martin out there on the circuit. So then Jamie Day is our pole sitter for this one. He will be looking to lead from the start, but Zach Meakin, who will be with us for the first time this weekend, he starts from second place. Tom Levin was on pole yesterday, didn't get to lead into the first corner. Zach Meakin might be looking to avenge that, let's say. Marcel Marshevitz in third place in the Schnitzelam Racing number 11 car. He will be alongside Mikey Porter in the Fawcetti Motorsport number 7. Emil Yerdrum is next, 5th place on the grid, the first of the Pro-Am entries. He'll be looking on to build on a strong performance from Charles Dawson yesterday. In 6th place, as we saw, quite high up the grid for Tim Neuser. He is just a couple of tenths up on his young compatriot Enrico Ferderer, who starts in P7. Neuser, of course, the team manager down at SR Motorsport. Philip Viskirchen in 8th place behind Ferderer. Tommy Rackel on his first appearance in a GT4 car within GT4 Winter Series. He's previously been in a Cayman. He is alongside Harry Barton in the very impressive Team Barton Racing Supra. Alberto Di Martin, the first of the AM drivers, starting from P11 alongside Max Huber. I'm sure the NM Racing Mercedes battle will continue as ever. Speedworks Automotive's number 660 car with Franz Linden at the wheel once again. The last 2 rows of the grid, Under Erdem starting from 14th place. And your last car on the grid is the SRS Team Sug Rennsport machine. The Belgian Tim Peters taking the wheel of that car. So then we look at turn 4. These cars will be circulating this corner side by side quite a bit. I think we saw some brilliant racing between the GT4s yesterday. Nigel Greensall with the defensive performance of the weekend in race number 1. And some great scraps with the ME Motorsport BMWs. You see there as they go through shot that the ME Motorsport BMWs this time are ahead of the Supra, so it's going to be offensive driving required from Harry Barton, who has a background in historic racing. So more than likely be able to handle a car with aplomb, but will have to be maybe a little bit less gentlemanly than the average historic racer to make his way up the order in the GT4s. The cars in 2x2 formation then. Jamie Day, serial race winner already this season. The Emirati flag driver has secured sprint race wins on no less than 3 occasions so far this season. Can he make it number 4 in today's race? He's got Zach Meakin for company on the front row. He's obviously got Marcel Marshevitz just behind him. That's the primary title rival to the championship leading Fawcetti car. And then you've got Mikey Porter out there for the first time in the number 7. The lights have already gone out. We are racing in the GT4 Winter Series. The 30-minute sprint race. Number 2 begins now. Tim Neuser there. In fact, it was Enrico Ferderer trying to find his way through further back, but everybody cleanly. Oh no, not cleanly. Mikey Porter gets tagged there. Side by side between the McLaren and the Aston Martin, and Mikey Porter is sent into a spin. Marcel Martrovics has firmly attached himself to the rear of Jamie Day in second place. But Mikey Porter spins early doors. There's the 110 car of Enrico Ferreira in 4th or 5th position. That's 5th position for Ferreira, so he's the first of the Cayman Trophy cars there. In 6th place is the first of the 2 BMW M4 GT4s, but your top 4 already breaking away from the rest of the pack. It's Day from Meeking, from Martrovic, sorry, from Meekin in 3rd place, and Emil Yerdrum in 4th position. Now, has Mikey Porter got going? Yes, it doesn't look like that car is still there at turn 1, so Mikey does appear to be circulating, but he's going to be a long way off the back of the pack. There's the first of the AM cars. That's number 15 of Alberto Di Martin, who has really come along over the course of the last couple of weekends here in the GT4 Winter Series. He was fairly universally outpaced by Max Huber in the early races, but now Alberto Di Martin is looking in some areas a step quicker than Huber. There is the 66 car we ride on board with Philip Viskirchen. Viskirchen with a good few appearances under his belt in GT4 Germany, as well as the GTC race category. Like someone had some bodywork being discarded there. I think that was the Speedworks Automotive Porsche there, losing a little bit of trim. The Cayman, just ahead of the Supra, is the Tim Peters driven Team Surgren Sport car. That's made up a few places in the early going. Jamie Day being followed by Marcel Martrovics and Zach Meekin. These 3 cars have often been the primary protagonist this year. We've had a few others involved, of course, the likes of Leo Pichler in the Resoon Porsche in the first couple of rounds of the season, the Racar Motorsport Aston Martin as well. But the 3 pro entries at the sharp end today have often been the main fighters. Of the 3, the Elite Motorsport car has sometimes had the worst luck with penalties and slight errors in pit stop time and things like that. Bit of an open door there for Harry Barton. Barton with the inside line for turn 12, better run out of the corner. And surely that's a position for him. Yes, it is. The Pro-Am class car, 4th in Pro-Am right now. Also up to P10 once again in the race overall. The Cayman that he just overtook is an AM class entry, so Tim Peters will be looking to close in on the first of the NM Racing team. Mercedes car just going through shot here. Supra from Porsche at the head of the queue for 10th place overall. The Cayman in 11th, the green and white machine from Team Surgren Sport that we ride on board with here. This is a full-fat GT4 Cayman, whereas the car behind, in the hands of Franz Linden, is a Cayman Trophy spec car, slightly smaller engine, doesn't rev quite as high, slightly more stock in the suspension stakes as well. And it is one of those Cayman Trophy cars that Enrico Ferreira is using here in this battle with Philip Viskirchen. Now, Viskirchen has gotten past Ferreira in the last couple of corners, so Ferreira down to 6th position here. But if there's one thing we've seen repeatedly out of Enrico, it's that he doesn't back down in the slightest from any challenge. And there is Mikey Porter in the Fossetti Aston Martin. We are seeing him work his way through the order then. So not only is he caught up to the pack, he's already made a couple of places, trying to get around Franz Linden at the moment. Let's see that Fossetti car. Is it still behind Linden? Yes, it is. So Mikey Porter on the recovery drive here now. Let's try and make up as many positions as he can. Of course, he'll be scoring points in the number 19 car, so really racing for pride and mileage in the number 7. he'll be looking to try and make up some places here. Around the outside he goes at turn 1. Very, very bold and brave. Quite wide out of the corner, but he makes it past Franz Linden and will now dive to the inside of Tim Peters for good measure. At the back of shot there, Max Huber also making up a place off of Franz Linden. Porter trying everything he can to get past the 94 car, but Tim Peters not making it that easy. He's raced for a fairly long time in Belgium, has Tim. Will have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. And Mikey Porter, who graduated from the world of junior racing in the UK this year, draws alongside the Cayman. Surely the momentum is with the Aston driver. Yes, Mikey Porter gets through. That's 11th place then for the recovering Porter. He'll be running a little bit red misted at the moment after that collision at the first corner. And just seeing there as well the 81 car in amongst it. That is Under Erdem, who's gotten past Franz Linden as well. Linden has lost a few places on that lap. The car number 7 and 78, that is this car, Mikey Porter and Zach Meakin in third, are now under investigation for contact at the first corner. So Meakin, the other half of that investigation, he's fighting for second place at the moment. Also, you can see picture-in-picture Harry Barton going for 9th overall. The Pro-Am 4th place car trying to get past the Ann leader, and with the inside line into turn 2, that should be doable for Barton. Unless there's a proper effort to keep that outside line from Alberto Di Martin. No, Harry Barton through then into what is now 9th place overall, and here comes Mikey Porter as well. So Porter really carving his way through. His next target is the Supra. This is a moving target. It's one that's not going to get out of the way easily. And as of course Porter climbs further up the order, he's going to have more and more of a challenge to get past people. If and when he gets past Harry Barton, he's then going to make another 5 seconds to catch up to Tim Neuser. Jamie Day building that lead at the front of the pack. Just under 2 seconds between himself, Marshevics and Meakin. Comes across the line now to complete lap number 5 of the race. And Marshevics losing another couple of tenths of a second on that lap. 4th place and 5th place is the Pro-Am lead, and Philip Viskirchen lapping a couple of tenths slower than Emil Yerdrum, who just set his fastest lap of the race. So Yerdrum consolidating his lead in Pro-Am. There goes Mikey Porter. He's gotten past Harry Barton then. Barton very, very wide at the first corner. Mikey Porter up to P9 in the race. And diving up the inside is Franz Linden. Linden gets past Max Huber. Nicely done by Franz Linden. Now wants to make his way back through the pack after falling to the rear. Just ahead of him is the battle for second in the AM class as well, between Tim Peters and Under Erdem in the 81 Razoon BMW. We've got battles within class, battles between classes. As always in the GT4 Win Series, there's always a good 2 or 3 battles simultaneously occurring out there on the circuit. And Under Erdem, on his return to the series after taking a sabbatical since Estoril, getting to drive on his own this time. It was Erdem and Richard Wolff sharing at Estoril. Oh, Max Huber, big spin there. Huber has been struggling this weekend with the car, not quite sure the setup's underneath him. And that is a spin that will cost him a podium in the AM class almost certainly. Max Huber will be hard pressed to make up any progress from there. Look at Tim Peters in the little Cayman, diminutive in comparison to Under Erdem's BMW. Erdem, who has been a long-time client of Rezoon, going for the inside line at turn 2, not quite able to find a way by there. This is a circuit where overtakes are hard fought, but very rewarding when they come. And I think the Cayman is strong in all of the places the BMW struggles at. Very different cars. Most of the places where the Porsche thrives are the places where Under Erdem needs to make the overtakes, so this could be a challenge for Erdem, but he's very brave on the brakes at turn 8. A lot more confidence in that left foot, surely. Let's see if he's got time, or if he's got the opportunity upcoming for a move. Peters doesn't look as fast as Erdem. I think once Erdem gets through, he might go and challenge Alberto Di Martin, but he has to try and find that way past. Peters bouncing across the curbs there. Under Erdem had better momentum through turn 12. Outside line for him. Again, later on the brakes, but now he's got to try and have some room around the outside. Has to take the corner at a funny angle. It's a drag race now. Erdem squeezing the rear of Tim Peters side by side. The Cayman with a better run out of the corner, and now Franz Linden looking to get involved in this as well. Under Erdem had that lead in the AM class second place battle for, maybe 50 metres, but then didn't get the run off the final corner, had to take the final corner at quite a sharp angle. He's getting a bit frustrated, I think. A little bit of a kiss there to the rear of Tim Peters. Erdem knows he's got the pace in the car, but he's got the not insignificant obstacle of the Sürgren Sport Porsche just ahead of him. The SRS Team Sürgren Sport outfit in their first appearance in the GT4 Winter Series will be willing on their man Tim Peters, but they'll also be willing that the car gets to the finish in one piece. Again, we see that the BMW driver has a lot more confidence under braking. He's drawn alongside as they come out of turn 8 through the S at 9 and 10. Tim Peters just gets the car ahead. There goes Erdem, big dive at turn 11. And that's the kind of definitive move he needs to make. However, again drifting wide out of the corner. Tim Peters side by side has the inside line and just avoiding contact. And now Peters, with a poor run through turn 12, has to worry about Franz Linden behind him as well. And look at Linden, he's also very brave on the brakes, too brave on the brakes in fact. Gets onto that paint and takes his own line around the circuit. But Under Erdem is now through and has the opportunity to try and break clear of this battle, to try and break clear of Tim Peters and go hunting for Alberto Di Martin. I was theorising that Erdem had more pace underneath him if he could just get past the Cayman. Let's see if that proves to be the case. He's certainly building a few car lengths already over the Sürgren Sport car. I'll touch base again with Under Erdem, see how he's doing. But it does look like he's got himself clear of Tim Peters after some very exciting fighting for second place in the AMS. At the front of the order, Jamie Day is 2.1 seconds clear. We are having some track limit warnings out on the circuit, as one would perhaps imagine, but no one has received a penalty just yet. There's your leading fight then. The top three spread out a little bit more now. On the last lap, Jamie Day dropped half a second to Marcel Marcevics, and he might be struggling with car balance because into turn 1 there, the car simply did not turn, and Marcel Marcevics will sense opportunity. Huge late braking manoeuvre there. Can't even see the three-pointed star on the front of the Schnitzelau Mercedes. He was so close to the rear of Jamie Day just there. Jamie Day might be starting to struggle with something in that car. That was a most irregular place for the car to snap on him at turn 1. He'll be relieved that there's quite so much runoff there at the first corner. Jamie Day had a 2.1 second gap about a lap ago. That has now dissolved to absolutely nothing. And of course, if Marcevics makes a couple of more offensive manoeuvres, Zach Meakin could get involved in this as well. Meakin with an investigation still hanging over his head regarding the contact with Mikey Porter. The top 3 then turn through turn 12. And Marcevics will be keen to study the rear of Jamie Day and see where he's losing the time. Has he just been making a couple of mistakes? Or is there something going a little bit amiss underneath? We'll have to see. The 2 cars exit the final corner. Marcel Marcevics is in the tow. We have a 5-second track limits penalty for car number 10. That's Max Huber at the back of the order, so Huber doesn't stand to lose anything for that. Also getting closer in the battle for the Pro-Am lead as well. We'll keep an eye on that on the timing screens while we continue to bring you this lead battle. The Mercedes-AMG of Emil Yerdrum losing a couple of tenths a lap to Philipp Wiskirchen, but they're not as close as these two right now as they run through turns 4 and 5. Marcel Marcevics with a good run through turn 5. Jamie Day knows it as well, takes that inside line. Close quarters action once again between Fossetti and Schnitzelau. This is the story of the championship unfolding before our eyes, and Marcel Marcevics needs all the points he can get for his own team and for his teammate Joel Mesh. Marcevics wasn't in the car for round 1, so he and Mesh are separated on points. But Joel Mesh will be willing on Marcevics in the Schnitzelau camp right now. Out of turn 11 goes Jamie Day. So much pressure being applied from behind by Marcel Marcevics. Coming into the final turn once again. Powering out of turn 14 of the lap. It was 1.8 seconds separated the top 3 last time. I think it may have gone down again. Meakin now just 1.6 seconds away from the lead, so he's closing in as well for Elite Motorsport in the McLaren, but it's Aston versus Mercedes, front engine versus front engine, 4-litre turbo versus 4-litre turbo at the front of the order. The Aston of Fossetti Motorsport spent all of yesterday's race in Mikey Porter's hands with Joel Mesh on his rear bumper, and that's the exact situation we find ourselves in again now. While this is going in, the gap has closed again in the Pro-Am lead as well. Emil Yerdrum under a lot of pressure from Philipp Wiskirchen. Wiskirchen in 5th place is all of half a second away from the Pro-Am lead at the moment, so we've got 2 enthralling battles out on circuit for class honours right now. And looking at the pace of Under Erdem, who we saw in the BMW earlier on, I wouldn't mind betting that it becomes 3 battles, because he's closing in on Alberto Di Martin. Fights everywhere you look in the GT4 Winter Series. Where is that 4th and 5th place battle? We'll see them come into shot. There they are, Philipp Wiskirchen and Emil Yerdrum. So Wiskirchen right there behind Emil Yerdrum at the moment. CV Performance versus ME Motorsport. Bouncing across the curbs there goes Wiskirchen. 66 car. accelerates out of the final corner. While they run down the main straights, I can tell you that it is still Jamie Day in the lead. He's actually gained a few tenths on this lap, so maybe he's given himself the buffer that he needs, at least for the next few corners, while Emil Yerdrum has been steadily seeing the advantage between himself and Viskirchen behind evaporate. Little look to the inside there from Philip Viskirchen. Of course, Yerdrum with a bit more experience, or about equal experience in GT4s, I'd say, with Philip Viskirchen. Raced with Muka Motorsport last year in Europe and in Germany. Both young drivers looking to make their mark on the GT4 scene. And Viskirchen would love to take ME Motorsport to the Pro-Am top step of the podium after they fell one short less than 24 hours ago in the first sprint race. You ride on board with Viskirchen briefly there. He's got his eyes locked on the newly re-liveried 85 car. Well, in truth, it is a completely new 85 car. The previous black and gold machine still sits in the awning. Through 11 and 12 they go. Car number 10 now has 7 track limits warnings to it, so another 5-second penalty for Huber. Jamie Day and Marcel Marshevix 0.7 apart at the front of the pack, so Jamie Day, as you can see on camera, continuing to now steadily gain a tenth or so per lap. So Marshevix, after closing in with those couple of errors that Jamie Day made, is now maybe just starting to lose touch ever so slightly with Jamie once again. It ebbs and flows almost corner to corner, though, in that lead battle. Something tells me Viskirchen is soon going to be considering his moves. It's also a good battle further back for third in AM. Well, not for third in AM, because Franz Linden is the buffer between Tim Peters and Max Huber. Huber, of course, with many penalties to his name, so even if he gets past Tim Peters, I'm not convinced that it's going to grant him any further positions. Viskirchen flashing the headlights, showing his intent. I can tell you that Franz Linden did indeed get past Tim Peters further around the circuit, but this is the battle for the Pro-Am lead. This is the one we focus on for the time being. Philip Viskirchen was a couple of seconds back from the Pro-Am leader a few laps ago, but has now started the process of seething his way back through, or has long since started the process of closing in on Yerdrum. But now that he's up on the rear of the car, it's quite the different task to find a way by. Still track limits warnings flooding in. One of them for car 81 for Under Erdem. But look at that, to the inside at turn 1 goes Philip Viskirchen. He's there and he's through, has gone Philip Viskirchen. But Emil Yerdrum with a better run through the corner. Can he dive to the inside at turn 2? Well, he just about has a Mercedes width there. Drifting wide goes Viskirchen. Yerdrum with the momentum. Viskirchen may have the inside though for turn 4. The big BMW states its place, states its authority, but then a bit of a snap wide there. Snap of oversteer through turn 4. But Viskirchen carries it very nicely. He leads in the Pro-Am battle then. I thought for a minute that Viskirchen may have cost himself too much time there with that moment of oversteer, but he got through. And now the 85 car of Emil Yerdrum sits behind Philip Viskirchen. So Viskirchen moving up into 4th place overall, but more importantly, that Pro-Am lead. Let's see if Emil Yerdrum has a response. Top 3 through shot again, and once again Marshevix has closed in on Jamie Day. It's fractional. They've been within a second since that wide moment at turn 1 for Jamie. Happily, it does look like Jamie is still at full chat. I think it was just a slight error rather than a sign of anything deeper. They run through turn 1. And Maršović trying to use as much of that curve as he possibly can to get a good run through these corners. Enrico Ferreira has just moved back up into 6th place. There's a good scrap going on between Ferreira, Rackle and Mikey Porter further back in the pack as well. Of course, Porter and Ferreira came together at Jerez last month. We continue to watch, I should say, the number 11 car as Marcel Maršović hunts down Jamie Day. 4 minutes and 10 seconds of this race left to go. I think that's going to work out as 3 laps. So time is running out for Maršović here. Again, Joel Mesch, I'm sure, absolutely willing on his fellow German. They were to fight for that championship together. However, Maršović, because of some travel complications, couldn't get himself to Estoril. So he fights for Joel Mesch's valour, really, in this race up against Rossetti Motorsport. The Slam team would love to win GT4 Winter Series. They've won the GT Winter Series previously with Mikael Sander and Marcel. So Marcel knows what it takes to win a championship. Maršović continues to harangue Jamie Day. Meanwhile, Mikey Porter is on the back of Enrico Ferreira. Those two together on track for the first time since it all went a bit wrong at Jerez. 110 White Cayman. And Mikey Porter in 7th place overall. Of course, Porter recovering from that contact with Zach Meakin. There is Porter. He'll be thinking, yes, I remember this car. And he doesn't look like he's compromising particularly there, does it? He's going to get past Enrico Ferreira one way or the other. Certainly looking pretty feisty there is Mikey. And remember, after the safety car restart in the endurance race on Sunday at Jerez, Mikey got tagged by the lapped Enrico Ferreira. And this time Porter gets past the number 110 car. Ferreira flashing the headlights. Will he have a go as they run towards turn 11? Doesn't look like he's going to, and in theory that Cayman should be now falling back. It's not a GT4 spec car. Only about 90% of the way to being a GT4 car is probably the easiest way to put it. So Mikey Porter should be able to now get away. Of course, Tommy Rackle, the Pro-Am 3rd place car, also there involved with Enrico Ferreira. However, that is not for class position. Tommy Rackle, though, will probably try and get past a driver he's familiar with in Enrico Ferreira from the karting paddocks out in Germany. The lead battle, as you can see on picture-in-picture, and now in full picture, making their way through turns 4 and 5. Still got some penalties coming in. The 66 car has a 5-second penalty. That's the Emmy Motorsport car of Viskirchen, and that could be hugely important because, of course, Emil Jerdrum is just behind him. That said, Jerdrum has also gained a 5-second penalty. So the Pro-Am class battle, both with 5-second penalties attributed to them. I think that order, especially if one of them continues to abuse the track limits, we might see that order change. If someone gets an additional 5 seconds, and that could change the face of that battle. We look back to Marcel Maršović. Carries some good momentum there through 11 and 12. Jamie Day driving through the mirrors. We've got yellow flags at turn 6. Not sure for whom that is, but yellow flags out there. And the Team Barton car, the Pro-Am Supra, just getting back out there on circuit. That was out at turn 6. So we are still racing. Clock has hit 0. We've got one more lap to go. Unfortunately, Harry Barton will be ending that at the back of Pro-Am after that spin. Let's focus in then on Marcel Marcevics. He knows it's the last lap of the race. All caution now being thrown to the wind. Jamie Day and Marcel Marcevics in tandem as they run through turn 4, turn 5. Absolutely nothing between them as Jamie Day goes defensive into turn 6. He'll get a bad run out of the corner as a result of that. Marcel Marcevics with a far better run. He's got the unfavoured outside line through 7 and 8. It's up to Jamie Day to leave him space, and he's more than likely not going to. Marcel Marcevics around the outside. Jamie Day leans on the number 11 Schnitzelau Mercedes, bouncing across the gravel goes Marcel Marcevics. His tyres will now be dirty as he turns turns right through turn 11. Jamie Day with a authoritative move there. He had the inside line and he decided there that Marcel Marcevics needed just enough space and nothing more. Jamie Day should have done enough here. Oh, but he drifts wide. He drifts wide. Marcevics with a good run out to the final corner. It's going to be a drag race. Jamie Day should just about have it. He crosses the line as the winner by a 10th and a half. Jamie Day secures the win for Fassetti Motorsport. Marcevics second. Meakin takes third. What a finish that was from Jamie Day and Marcel Marcevics. A great battle at the end of the race. Viskirchen takes 4th. Yerdrum takes 5th place. Of course, that was the fight for the AM honours as well. Mikey Porter takes 6th position. Tommy Rackle in 7th ahead of Federer. Enrico Federer securing the Cayman Trophy honours ahead of Tim Neuser. And then we wait for Harry Barton, who's some way further back. There's also a good scrap still going on between Franz Linden and Max Huber further back. Huber with a rather large accumulation of penalties, though. He's going to drop down the order once the penalties are applied. So Huber trying to find some valour in passing Franz Linden. There's your AM class leader crossing the line. Alberto Di Martin flashing the headlights. He wins in the AM class. Under Erdem takes 2nd in class. And Max Huber should be 3rd in class because he has penalties, but so does Tim Peters in the Sürgren Sport Porsche. We'll wait to see with those penalties applied quite what happens to the order. But what a race in the GT4 Winter Series. A run to the flag between Jamie Day and Marcel Marcevics. Jamie Day went deep into that last corner. I thought for a moment that he may have lost that win, but he managed to get the car straightened out and cross the line first for Fassetti Motorsport in the GT4 Winter Series. Marcel Marcevics taking 2nd. Zach Meakin in 3rd place for Elite Motorsport. Philip Viskirchen will be our Pro-Am winner. He and Emil Yerdrum both with 5-second penalties. Yerdrum taking 5th place. Mikey Porter taking P6 overall, although he may actually gain a position or two because of the penalties. Tommy Rackle taking 7th place. Enrico Federer in P8. Tim Neuser in 9th position. Those are the 2 Cayman Trophy contenders at the sharp end. Harry Barton in 10th place. Alberto Di Martin wins AM from 11th, ahead of Under Erdem, Franz Linden, Max Huber, and Team Sürgren Sport's Tim Peters rounding out the order in 15th. We are indeed seeing that order shift around, though, because of the penalties. Viskirchen has retained 4th place, but Emil Yerdrum actually eventually classified in 8th position after his penalties are applied. So that still keeps him 2nd in Pro-Am, but he gets knocked further down the overall classification as a result of track limits penalties. Track limits have been a hot button topic here this weekend. And certainly pushing to the limits generally That battle for the lead between Jamie Day and Marcel Marcevic, some great last lap racing. As Marcevic pulled out every inch of performance left in those Pirelli tyres to try and secure that win, but Jamie Day did just enough to hold on. Be interested to hear what he has to say as to why that gap shrunk quite as much as it did, whether it was just a couple of mistakes. We saw one mistake into the first corner, but whether maybe he was struggling with car balance or something of that nature, none of it matters, of course, because he is your race winner. And he was talking there about almost spinning on the last lap, so maybe the car balance is a little bit askew right now. But the Fassetti boys are safe, and they are winners once again. And Jamie there talking about the tyres and having a chat with his Fassetti team. We will no doubt hear from Jamie in just a few seconds. I see Chris McCarthy in the vicinity, and we will now, I think, go to Chris. As Emilio gets his moment on camera, we will now go to Chris McCarthy with Jamie Day.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, down with race winner Jamie Day. Well, that was a very close one at the end. Talk us through that last lap, Jamie.
Yeah, it was hard, obviously. A lot of pressure from the Schnitzelam guys. They did a good job and they pushed me all the way to the end. And yeah, it was hard, and it was nice to have a bit of a battle at the end then.
Yeah, side by side through the second sector as well. You really had to fight hard at the end there.
Yeah, we had to fight hard. He was pushing and he was going outside, inside, and really pushing me. So it was nice to have a battle, and hopefully we have it again in the endurance.
Was there a moment there, I guess you thought you might have lost the lead?
Not really. I stayed composed and yeah, just knew where to put the car at the perfect time, and yeah, we still came out on top, so that's the main thing.
And coming into the last corner again, it got a little bit close coming out the last corner again.
Yeah, again, just made a little mistake on the exit of the last corner, and yeah, it was a close run to the line, but we still had it at the end.
GT4s has been close all the way through, hasn't it? And that was another hugely entertaining race. It seems to be stealing the show this series.
Yeah, it's been close the whole season. It's only getting closer, and we still have 2 rounds after this to go, so for sure there'll be more battles to come.
From a driver's perspective, though, how does it feel when you've had to fight that hard for a win and you get across the line and see the checkered flag first? It must feel very, very good to take the win.
Yeah, it's even better to take the win after a hard battle. You know that you've deserved it and you've worked hard for it.
You were talking to the team there about the car. Well, everything feeling okay?
Yeah, it felt okay. I think there's a few little tweaks we can have for the endurance race, which that can boost us even more. So we'll definitely work on it and see what we can come out with for the endurance.
Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's Jamie Day taking the win yet again. The Fassetti guys extending on their championship lead. They're going to go and get ready for the podium. Adam, we'll hand back to you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Great racing from Jamie Day. We heard him there talking a bit about some rear-end grip issues before chatting to Chris, but none of it mattered in the end. He crossed the checkered flag line first. Let's take a look back at the highlights of that race. Jamie Day was on the inside of the front row. He was our pole sitter as the race got underway. Zach Meakin not quite getting the McLaren off the line in the same way. It allowed Marcel Marcevic through into second place. Meakin and Porter collecting each other at the first turn, meeting in the middle, and it was Porter that got the worst of it. He would have to fight his way from the back. Harry Barton involved in some battles with some of the other AM and Pro-Am cars out there on the circuit. Mikey Porter working his way through the order after that spin on lap 1. The 660 car of Franz Linden, no match for Porter, of course, in the full-fat GT4 machine, the Aston from Fassetti Motorsport. He would eventually work his way all the way up to 5th place, ultimately, with the penalty applied to Emil Yerdrum. Track limits a hot topic for several drivers, including this man, Max Huber, who had a big spin coming out of turn 11. Great battling between Sug Rennsport's Tim Peters and Under Erdem. Erdem really squeezing Peters as they ran down the main straight. He would eventually find his way past the green and white Cayman, but it was a hard-fought scrap for the AM lead. Erdem trying everything he could to get past Tim Peters, and eventually at turn 11 he was close enough to make a dive up the inside. Peters would try and retaliate into the following corner, but Erdem had done enough to secure himself what would be second in the AM class. Franz Linden with a slightly high line through the final corner, the berm not paying off on that occasion. Jamie Day with a slight error into the first corner, manifestation of those grip issues he was talking about, and that would bring Marcel Maršovics much closer to him. The Pro-Am battle was getting close as well, as you could see there, the ME Motorsport BMW of Philip Viskirchen on the tail of Emil Yerdrum, and Yerdrum eventually had to settle for second in class. Great scrapping between them side by side, as we often see through turns 2, 3 and 4, but Viskirchen did enough to claim the Pro-Am class win and 4th overall. Porter and Enrico Ferderer meet again, a week removed from their controversial contact in the GT4 Win Series at Jerez. This time Porter gets through without any drama. Late dramas for Harry Barton, but he would still reach the flag at the end of the race. And then Mikey Porter, and Jamie Day, I should say, had to fight every inch of the way with Marcel Maršovics on the final lap. Maršovics had some good momentum, seemed to have more tyre underneath him, would go around the outside line, but Jamie Day just lent on Maršovics to ensure victory for Fawcetti Motorsport, to ensure yet another sprint race win for Jamie Day. And Jamie will be incredibly happy with that result. He has got a sprint race win in every round of the GT4 Winter Series. Every time he's been solo in the car, he has won it. Jamie Day showing his class in the GT4 Winter Series. Drivers will be heading towards the podium momentarily. And it will be, of course, Lukas Gajewski there waiting for his opportunity to talk to some of our drivers, to welcome them onto that podium. You can see there some of the Alpha Live crew as well, working in the infield. Big team of cameramen and producers and runners helping bring the broadcast to us this weekend. And we've got a big day of action to broadcast for you. Of course, the 2 GT classes and the Formula Win Series, joined by the TCR pre-season. TCR Spain with a nice 16-car grid in TCR Spain this weekend. So that'll be exciting. We've got some great racing over the next few hours. The Formula Win Series will be out there in a few minutes. We'll more than likely hear them firing up, while Lukas Gajewski brings us the GT4 podiums. We'll probably dive headlong into FWS once we're through with our podium ceremonies. 4 classes in the GT4 Winter Series, so no mean feat to collect all of those drivers. It will be Jamie Day, I suspect, with the biggest smile on his face, with yet another win, although maybe under Erdem, for example, after some of the racing that he got in over the course of the last 30 minutes. And while that's happening, I understand we can go down to Chris McCarthy. I think he's managed to find some of the Fawcetti crew.
Yes, welcome down we're just getting ready for the podium. I found Joe Holloway, team manager of Fawcetti Motorsport. Well, I guess that was a nervous watch at the end there, but you must be so proud with how things are going, with how well Jamie Day and Mikey Porter are performing this season. Another win in the bag for you guys.
Yeah, it's a really strong performance so far this weekend. The whole season's been great so far for them. We had every faith in Jamie towards the end there to finish and do a good job, but we need to improve the car for race 3 for sure.
Hugely tested at the end there, wasn't he? But put in a fantastic defensive performance. I guess that's in what was a really strong performance to pull away in the last round. That was a great defensive performance this round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's always hard when you've got a car right behind you in the camera and, you know, chasing you and flashing the lights. But I think we've got every confidence in our drivers at the moment to deliver the results on track, and that's the important thing. And again, if we can make the car quicker, and the team are doing a great job to make that happen, then it's good news.
You said you've got to make the car quicker. You've got, I guess, now as a crew, go back and look at what needs to be done and improve on that for the endurance?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, the race 3, we start with a lot more fuel in the car. That might change the balance a little bit, but ultimately we need to figure out, with the feedback from Jamie, why it was hard. But again, in race 1 with Mikey, you know, those Mercs are very quick this weekend. So, yeah.
That's part of the challenge of the GT4 Winter Series, isn't it? We'll go back up to the podium. I believe we're ready now to celebrate that win and the podium for all the drivers up there.
Thank you very much, Chris, down there in the pits with some more impressions from our winning team, which is on the podium in a couple of seconds just as well. Glorious race to start this race day here in Valencia. So let's bring our top finishers onto the podium after race 1 for the GT Winter Series. And we start our ceremony with our podium for Pro Class. So please welcome in 3rd place for Elite Motorsport, Zach Meakin. In 2nd place for Schnitzelarm Racing, Marcel Marschewitz. And your winner for Fossetti Motorsport is Jamie Day. Congrats to Jamie, of course, his teammates, Mikey Porter, winning race number 1 yesterday, and now it's Jamie with a race victory in race number 2 just as well. Markus Giedlich, Sergio Fonseca, and Mario Quintanero from our tire partner Pirelli presenting the trophies to our top 3 finishers. Zach Meakin in 3rd, Marcel Marschewitz in 2nd, and Jamie Day with the Fossetti Motorsport Aston Martin car number 19, victorious for a 2nd time this weekend. Our photographers, of course, in action early on Sunday just as well to collect the pictures. And then can I please ask you for another big round of applause for Zach Meakin, Marcel Marschewitz and Jamie Day. Your top 3 finishers after a brilliant first race of the day. Pro-Am is next. That's our 2nd ceremony. So please welcome in 3rd place of the podium for the Pro-Am class for ME Motorsport, Tommy Rackel. In 2nd place for CV Performance, Emil Gjerdrum. And your Sunday morning winner in race number 2 for ME Motorsport, Philipp Wiskirchen. Mario Quintanero, Markus Giedlich and Sergio Fonseca in action once again with our Pro-Am trophies delivered to Tommy Rackel, of course his teammate Linus Hane in the 33 BMW on the podium yesterday. First podium of the weekend for Emil in 2nd, and Philipp with a 2nd podium for the number 66 machine after Markus Eichler finished in 3rd yesterday. Now I think we're good in time to grab a couple of words with our podium finishes. Let me quickly talk to our winner, to Philipp.
Yeah.
Congrats. What an exciting way to start the day, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a really hard race. We really pushing the limits from the car, so I'm really happy to be on the podium now. And yeah.
Now, of course, your car has already been on the podium yesterday. Later on today, race number 3, you'll be sharing the car. Any expectations yet?
It's really hard to say where we will finish, but we will see. We're looking forward.
Philipp Wiskirchen, thank you very much, and congratulations to him just as well, your winner in race number 2 for the Pro-Am classification. Next up is our podium for the M class, and it's yesterday's winner in 3rd place for NM Racing, Max Huber. In 2nd place for Razoon More Than Racing, Under Erdem. And your winner for NM Racing is Alberto De Martin. Alberto finishing in third yesterday, victorious today in race number 2, as Sergio, Marcus and of course Mario are presenting the trophies to our top 3 drivers in AM class. Fabulous racing there just as well. I'm going to wait for a couple of seconds for the photos being done, and of course another big round of applause please for Max Huber, Under Erdem and Alberto De Martin, your winner on Sunday morning. So let's have a quick word with Alberto. Congratulations, how did you like the race out there?
Thank you very much. It's a good race.
Let's step in front of the camera, Alberto. Yeah, there we are in vision.
Ha sido una carrera divertida, lo he pasado bien, la salida muy bien y luego detrás de mí se han estado peleando varios coches y me he quedado solo y he tenido una carrera tranquila, con buen ritmo, bien.
So there we go. Got some Spanish words as well into our coverage as we are in Valencia. That's absolutely fair. Alberto, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye.
That's your winner, Alberto De Martin, winning in AM class in race number 2 on Sunday morning. Cayman Trophy podium is next. That's going to be our 4th ceremony. A very, very action-packed race there just as well. Please welcome in 3rd place of the Cayman Trophy podium for Speedworks Automotive, Franz Linden. In 2nd place for SR Motorsport, Tim Neuser. And your winner for SR Motorsport just as well is Enrico Förderer. Well done to the SR Motorsport guys and to Franz Linden from Speedworks Automotive just as well. Sergio, Marcus and Mario are handing out the trophies to our top 3 finishers in Cayman Trophy. And of course, as Adam Weller has been explaining in commentary, these cars not quite up to GT4 spec, so a bit further down the order in terms of the overall classification, but very, very action-packed racing in Cayman Trophy just as well. So we definitely would like to hear from our drivers once the photos are being taken, which I believe is the case now. Guys, just hang on for a bit. I'm going to speak to you. Since we're good in time and Formula Winter Series cars are still down there in the pits. Franz, we spoke in Portimao. You're still new to racing, lots of experience in terms of track days and everything, but I think fighting as you did today is still something entirely new, isn't it?
It absolutely is. It makes a lot of fun, but of course for me it's a new dimension. But then you have to stop thinking, you have just to do it. And afterwards you are wondering about yourself, what you have done, honestly. But it really makes fun, and racing is really something different to track day, and I'm in love with it.
And how did you learn it? Because it's nothing a track day really prepares you for.
Just a little bit, but not really. You can learn it here with training sessions. You have to work with coaching. Thank you to Arne, but also to entire team from Speedworks who give me all the knowledge and a good car. And then you have to collect your experience by driving. That's, I think, the key. And coaching, both, to get good advice.
Well done, Franz. Thank you very much. Tim Neuser in 2nd place in Cayman Trophy. A very busy start to the Sunday morning, wasn't it?
I would say it was a really good start until the first corner. And then the Aston Martin spun and I had to go wide. Enrico was able to pass me at the start, and then he just did good lap times. I couldn't close the gap, and that was it until the end.
And of course it's always frustrating, isn't it? But you are very used to it from the Nürburgring Nordschleife, where you always face these challenges of multi-class racing. It just happens.
Yeah, what to say? It just happens. I know it from the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Fighting against all the other cars. I tried to use the Aston Martin who came from behind again. That he can close the gap to Enrico. Maybe if he passes Enrico, that I can also have a go. But it didn't happen. But it was okay.
Your outlook for the 3rd race later on today?
Of course, at the 3rd race, I think, we will see a good start. And at the end, I think Arne for Franz, Enrico and me, we will have a good race to the end, I think.
Right, thank you very much, Tim Neuser. And of course, let's speak to your winner, Enrico Förderer, just as well. It's another podium in the books for you in GT4 Winter Series. Happy with your race?
Yeah, I'm absolutely happy. It's another podium in GT Winter Series. And yeah, the race was pretty hard because we had the same gap. He didn't close the gap, but he was pushing from the back. It was like, I think, 5 seconds in between. And yeah, it was very hard until the end, but yeah, in the end it was enough to win.
It's a very young grid in general, and of course you are one of the youngest in the field. You're still in your early days of your career. Race number 3 coming up later on with driver change, pit stop window and so on. I guess it's a very good practice, isn't it? Because it's a very common thing in modern day sports car and GT racing.
Yeah, it's a pretty good practice for the future. So you learn how to drive an endurance race, and also you learn how to race with a partner on the car. So yeah, it's good training.
But still, do you like to race just on your own as well?
Yeah, I like racing on my own, yeah.
And you did well once again with the win in the Cayman Trophy on the podium. Thank you very much. One round of applause to round it off your podium in Cayman Trophy. Franz Linden, Tim Neuser, and your winner, Enrico Förderer. Thank you very much, guys, and very happy to see you on the circuit later on for the third and last GT4 Winter Series race of the day. Coming up next is Formula Winter Series, which of course missed the first 2 rounds of the Winter Series package in Portugal, in Estoril and in Portimao back in January. However, 1 week ago we kicked things off in style with a 38-car grid in Jerez, and this weekend in Valencia we've got some changes on the grid, but the majority is still there, and it's again a 38-car grid for the second round of the championship. We've seen one race already yesterday, which was race number 1 of the weekend. Very action-packed with 2 safety cars and 1 red flag stoppage in the end. And coming up next for you is the second race of the Formula Winter Series weekend, live from Valencia.
Welcome back down to the grid. Thank you very much to Lucas there for the podium ceremony of the GT4 Winter Series. What a race there to kick things off. We're getting ready to go for Formula Winter Series. As you can see, crowd is building up on the roof there and along down the pit straight. As you can see, Johnny, the beautiful sights that we have here at Valencia. I'll give you an insight, actually. Production, where we're running things from. The top of the tower up there as well. That's where we are running stuff from. You would have seen that on the behind-the-scenes stuff on the Formula Winter Series. Follow me. Let's take a look down the pit lane. We have our safety car here. I'm going to just show you down the pit lane because we have a little bit of time before our cars are coming out. So you can see the teams are getting ready to come out with the trolleys. The cars are getting ready to go, and everyone is getting ready to go in pit lane. Ooh, let's step down. Here we can see all the teams are ready to go with the trolleys, with the tyres on. Then we can see we have the cars all ready to go down the pit straight. So all the cars ready to go. We will almost be getting ready to go very, very shortly. I'm sure Griffin Peebles is going to be on pole position for this one. Juan Cota, the Spanish driver, will be alongside him on the front row. Got on the podium yesterday. He was second place, and Andres Cardenas, who was first yesterday, is going to be starting in third place. Akshay Bora, who was seventh in the championship, will be next. Maciej Guadish will be next. Feel free to step down, Johnny. It's a beautiful sight, I can tell you that. This is a sight not many people get to see, so follow me. it's safe to stand where we are now. When the cars fire up and make their way out onto the pit lane, it is a pretty unique sight. We will stand here and watch them fire out whilst I talk you through some of the rest of the bridge. Gianmarco Pradel will be next along. He was 7th in the first race. Matheus Ferreira is going to be on row number 4, and Mattia Kilnagi will be next along. Let's come around and have a close look at Nathaniel Berraby's car, shall we, and watch him drive away from his pit space. Here we can see the team just waiting to give him the signal to come off. Johnny, I'm just going to move you back just a tiny bit there so we can make sure we are ready to go. Everyone is waiting for the signal down at the end of the pit lane for it to be open, and then all the cars almost simultaneously will make their way out onto pit lane, down pit road, and do their installation laps. They will probably do 1 or 2. Sometimes they do a couple of them just to find themselves up to speed around the circuit if they want to get one more lap in. The track conditions today just a little bit careful. We'll move just down a little bit further to the right if we can, but all the tyre trolleys here ready to go. All the fans waiting to see the cars coming out onto the circuit. There, Nathaniel Berraby, who we spoke to in our live pit walk. Here we can see the cars now firing up, meaning we are getting a little bit closer to getting proceedings underway. And then after that, we will follow them out onto the circuit and we will speak to some drivers. So here we can see the cars going round. I think very, very shortly we're going to be getting going. Great sights around. I know we're going to be very close to doing this. I would be tempted to go and speak to some people, but I think at any second now these cars are about to make their way out and it's going to get very, very busy. Okay, here they are. You can see a beautiful sight it is down here. In fact, Johnny, let's come over the other side here. If you follow me over, we'll jump over We'll jump over on this gate if you want. That's a good space to stand right there. That's absolutely fine. And they're pushing the car back now, so it looks like we might be slightly delaying proceedings. I'm not too sure exactly why that is. So we are slightly delaying proceedings. Lucas is actually behind me, is joining me rather, so feel free to swing round, Johnny. If you want to just turn round and jump up, you can come up and see myself and Lucas. Lucas, well, great podium to kick us off. We are down in pit lane. Beautiful conditions as well, isn't it? It's starting to brighten up down here.
Yeah, everything's fabulous podium, fabulous race, fabulous coffee, fabulous weather. Everything is fine. You just have to love GT Winter Series just for the conditions, the surroundings. I'm baffled to see so many people here. Of course, it's free to attend for the spectators, and they really turn up. That's great to see, isn't it?
Yeah, really great crowds down here. So we're on a bit of a delay. I don't know if there's things being cleared up around the circuit. The man who would have a bit more of a view of that is the man who has his eyes on the cameras around the circuit. That's Adam Weller. Adam, I'll come back up to you for a second. We're going to stay down here in pit lane for now, but once we get cars moving, we'll let you come back down to us. But for now, we'll come back up to you. You're the man, of course, with all the info. We'll let you do some building up to what's going to be a great race too.
All the info is a wonderful overstatement, I'm afraid, Chris. I'm a bit in the dark as well as to why the starting procedure has been delayed. But as you alluded to, Griffin Peebles is set to be our pole sitter for this one. He had a an issue that I haven't quite got to the bottom of yet in qualifying this morning. Qualifying 2 started our day here at Valencia at 9 o'clock sharp. That sets the grid for race 3, and he did not set a flying lap. He went missing on the circuit. I think he had a problem on his out lap. So that means theoretically he'll be starting from pole position in race 2 today, and from 38th in race 3, which is challenging, let's say, for Griffin Peebles. Peebles, who came into this weekend well up there in the championship, second in the championship only to Andres Cardenas, who came in with the title advantage. And of course Cardenas with the win yesterday, further extending his championship lead in the Formula Winter Series, taking a win at the circuit where the corner is named after the late founder of Campos Racing, Adrian Campos Sr. My apologies. He was very happy to get yet another FWS win at such historic grounds as these. And the Valencian motorsport community is certainly a big one on both 2 and 4 wheels, and a lot of them, as Lucas has said, have flocked along this weekend to see the action up close and personal, free of charge. So Griffin Peebles set to start this one from pole, as we said. We've got some interesting names up there. I understand that the grid for this race will have been set by the fastest laps from race 1. Normally, race 1 is set by the fastest times from Q1, and the race 2 grid is set by the second fastest times from Q1. However, Q1 was effectively annulled, disappeared into the ethers of history without a trace because of an inordinate number of track limits issues. But we are just awaiting, I think, potentially final confirmation of who is where. Anyway, I understand Chris has gone personality hunting, and he's found somebody. So let's go down to the grid.
I'm down here with ex-Formula 2 racer Benjamin Bailey, who now works with Griffin Peebles, who's going to be starting on pole position. Benjamin, firstly, great to have you here. Great to run into you. I know you're saying that there's been some changes to the grid. We won't talk about that. We'll talk about Griffin, who's done a fantastic job, pole position for this one. I mean, he's done I know you've worked with him and you're going to continue to do so. He's doing a fantastic job, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's matured tremendously in the winter. He's worked really hard on his driving, on the work outside of the car, and I mean, you can see it in the result. And the teams has been able to give him a really good car as well. So overall, they're working really well together, and that shows in the results.
And in a big grid like this, in fairly short qualifying sessions, it's tough to get a good lap in like that, isn't it?
Yeah, 38 cars, that's right. Yeah, on a small track like Valencia, well, small, a little smaller than usual. It's very difficult, but this morning he was really clever, left a gap, did the time. So he's really maturing in all different aspects, qualify, strategy, manage the race. Yesterday he could have obviously kept P2, but he decided to secure the third position. So it shows a tremendous amount of maturity, and I think it's promising for the Spanish season later on.
And we've got a lot of drivers stepping straight up from karting into this series, and Griffin, I'm sure, won't be long into something like this. What's the biggest challenge, you think, for drivers that come straight out into a series like this, like what Griffin would have been developing into an F4 car?
Well, the F4 cars it's a complete different driving. I mean, obviously in karting you learn all the basics, but in Formula cars you need to understand the weight transfer. Everything arrives a little bit slower, so you need to really understand the dynamic of the car. And that, I think, is the biggest challenge for most of them. Karting, everything is quick, you feel everything directly, no suspension. In Formula cars, it's a little bit more complicated than that. So you need to really use your brain and understand how the car is reacting in order to also, depending on the change of condition, I think you commented yesterday, the heat, there was a lot hotter in the afternoon. So managing the tires, you don't have that kind of management and thinking in karting. In karting, it's most of flat out from start to finish. Here you have a lot more going on, so that's the biggest challenge, I think, for them.
And you race at the top level of feeder series. How good preparation is this, doing just a winter series like this, for getting ready for taking those next step up the feeder series ladder?
I mean, luckily in Spain we have really good weather, so it allows them to drive in good condition. It for sure prepares them for all the different championship. You always compare the Italian championship to the Spanish championship, you know. So here you have a mix of both, so that's also good for the driver to be able to compete together. So yeah, this is the best preparation they can have for the season.
I know you mentioned that you've got work ahead with Griffin. From what you're seeing so far, how excited are you for what lays ahead now for the rest of the season for him?
I mean, very, very excited for what comes next. Obviously, my work was more last year with him. You know, the basics, learning him the basic, everything. Now it's just more of checking that he's doing everything right. But so far, he's been doing what we ask him to do. So I expect him to continue that way.
That's a fantastic job. I mean, and in a situation like this, when a driver is ready to go just very quickly, and now the car's being pushed back in, I guess you've worked with drivers like Griffin. Mentally, how hard is it now to reset? And if you have to jump back out the car and jump back in, how hard is it? What are you saying to a driver in a moment like this?
Well, I mean, for sure it's not ideal, but this is the thing, you know, we've been working with Griffin because often you get stressed out, you think about things that you're not in control. So I always say to Griff, focus on what you can control, and the rest, I mean, it's a little bit, it's not important. As long as you focus on what you can control, and it is a concentration, it is what you can do on the track. Everything else doesn't matter, but for sure this situation for a lot of them will be a challenge.
Yeah, I guess people may not realise, but there's a big warm-up process, isn't there, before you jump in a F4 car? It's not just jump straight in and go, is it? So I guess some people may have to almost revisit that mentally now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you cannot warm up too early. You cannot warm up obviously too late. But so now it's going to be managing the best you can, and everybody with experience will slowly know what they need. For Griffin, I know he likes to be in his own little bubble and do his own thing. So I think he will manage that perfectly. And for the others, good luck to them.
Yeah. One final question, if you don't mind. This is probably the longest start-finish straight they're going to take on, isn't it? How tough is that for Griffin, starting on pole position? I mean, it's got to be nerve-wracking being on pole more than ever, knowing you've got to nail that start to hold on to your lead down to turn one.
Yeah, luckily for him, he did it really well in Jerez from pole, so I know he knows he can do it. So I think it's a big advantage mentally. But yes, here you could see, by the way, yesterday Juan Cota able to pass him on the outside, and that is probably due to the long straight, because the start of Griff wasn't terrible, was a little worse than Cota, but due to that long straight, he was able to pass. But yeah, it is more challenging than most of the track.
It's been a really good insight. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us when we've now had the time to talk. Benjamin Bailey, thank you very much. Adam, we'll come back to you. The cars have literally been pushed in, drivers are out of them, so I think we're going to be having some time to spare here.
Yes, we are. We've had a change in the schedule. Effectively, what we have now is lunch break. This is now going to be the lunch break portion of the morning. So we are expecting the next race out there at 11:35 local time. In other words, in about 35 minutes, the pit lane will be open for the GT Winter Series. So the GT Winter Series is going to be next out there in just about 35 minutes time. The race following that at 12:30 will be the FWS. The pit lane will open for the Formula Winter Series at 12:30, so I'd expect the race to be underway about 12:40, 12:45. Changes to the schedule for reasons that aren't fully clear, but we are having to change the schedule for the time being. So that means that we do have a little bit of time. We'll get some conversations in with drivers and personnel down in the garages, I'm sure, and we'll also maybe get some conversations from earlier in the week as well around the paddock over the course of the next half hour or so before the GT Winter Series cars start to roll. We will still get 3 races this weekend out of the Formula Winter Series, but there's been a necessity to change the schedule, so the FWS race will take place a little later than expected after GT Winter Series Race 2. In the interim then, we will continue to talk about the FWS Championship. As I said to you, it was Andres Cardenas, Championship leader, coming into this weekend. Griffin Peebles second and Machai Guadish third. Of course, those three have been up there among the favourites all season long, and we'll see how that championship continues to unfold in the two races today. If you're a fan of the GRS lineup, Dawid Adeka, of course, along with Bianca Bustamante and Leah Block, it is worth noting that Bianca and Leah are only here for race 2 today. I understand they have to fly, I think, out to Jeddah after race 2 of this weekend. Hopefully they are still able to partake in race number 2, despite this session being delayed, or this race being delayed to further back in the schedule. I did get the opportunity earlier in the week to speak to Leah Block. We'll now have a little bit of a listen to our interview with Leah on Friday.
We're just a few days removed from Leah Block's first ever single-seater racing appearance at Jerez. Obviously, you've done some testing in the lead-up, but there's nothing quite like racing. How did you find that first weekend?
Yeah, it was quite a challenge, honestly. I got a lot of stuff thrown at me, so gained a lot of experience. But yeah, I've only been in this car for 2 months now, so it's kind of everything getting thrown at me, but I thought it was a pretty good weekend.
And it's been a bit jet-setting for you in the last few days. Obviously, we saw that all the F1 Academy drivers were at Biggin Hill with the F1 production company. It seems like quite a hectic European schedule for you at the moment.
Yeah, I've been over here for about a month now, just going from hotel to hotel, racetrack to racetrack. So it's been kind of crazy. I've had my days packed, but it's what you got to do.
Welcome to the motorsport industry. Obviously, it's been a crazy 12 months for you as well. I was thinking about it. Definitely the most diverse year of a teenager in motorsport, maybe the most diverse year of anybody in terms of the different vehicles you drove. I mean, looking back on the 12 months, what are the highlights?
Yeah, I would say winning my Open Two-Wheel Drive Championship in the US was definitely the biggest highlight. Just been working towards it for a long time now, and to finally get a championship is very, very cool to me. But just also racing Extreme E was amazing to race against some very, very high-level drivers in all different types of motorsport, as well as winning the Baja 1000 and doing the tribute run up Pikes Peak. It's just been a seriously packed year, and I'm just thankful to be able to do all these fun things.
And so, I mean, looking into this year, I think it's going to be wildly different from how 2023 was. Is this move into single-seaters kind of indicative of where you see yourself in the mid to long term?
Well, honestly, I think this year is just giving myself a try into open-wheel racing and just a different type of motorsport. It's always something that I've wanted to do, but it's just been an unknown area for me. So getting this opportunity has been really big. So it's what I'm going to focus on a lot this year, and just see where the future takes me.
Great to hear from Leah in the paddock earlier in the week. Certainly carrying more confidence, I think, in her second weekend in a single-seater. As she said, a lot of stuff thrown at her at Jerez. Both she and Bianca racing for the GRS team. Again, to reiterate, we are currently under an unplanned lunch break a little bit earlier. Let's call it a brunch break in this phase of the day. We will have GT Winter Series out in just on half an hour's time at 11:35 local time here in Valencia. A lot of excitement building, of course, with the GT Winter Series. We've got a fabulous grid of drivers. Nicky Thiem is the big name, twice a World Championship winner in the WEC GTE ranks. With Aston Martin, of course, he's already confirmed to be racing DTM in an SSR Performance Lamborghini this year, and he is racing that very car, the SSR Performance Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 this weekend. He's got some stern competition, though, the likes of JMO Hartling, of course, who we've seen win races prior. this season. Finn Wiebelhaus, who won yesterday and really did dominate proceedings at Portimao, our second round of the season. And then also we've got Kwanda Mokoena as well. Kwanda is a South African youngster in the world of motorsport. Kwanda Mokoena, a driver who is making his first appearance in GT Winter Series. Not his first appearance, though, broadly across GT3 racing, both on the national and international stage. We've seen a lot of Kwanda. Haupt Racing team with their mentor in place being Manuel Reuter. Manuel Reuter, of course, an absolute legend of sports car and saloon car racing. Used to race Nicky Thiem's father quite often in the past. And so quite ironic then that Nicky Thiem is going to be going head-to-head with Manuel Reuter's protege. I understand that Chris McCarthy has made his way a little further down the Formula paddock. He has some Us Racing crew to talk to, so let's go down there.
Yes, thanks very much. Down at US Racing, where we have all the drivers. Johnny, we've got pretty much all the drivers down here. Great to have you guys, reigning champions, of course, from last year. Akshay Bora, let's come to you first. How is the season going for you so far? How's the weekend going for you so far? You enjoying the Valencia circuit?
Yeah, I'd say the season, it's the first season of this year. It's just to get ready for, future. I think it's been going pretty okay so far. We struggled a bit in Jerez for pace, but everything's slowly coming back. This weekend's been all right. We had really good pace in the qualifying, but it just didn't work out, unfortunately. And then the race has been okay yesterday evening, and so was qualifying this morning. I mean, it wasn't ideal, but we're in the mix. We're there on pace. We just need to put it together.
It seems a great team atmosphere here, Max, and we've got you all lined up together, so I'm assuming we've got a great team atmosphere down here at US Racing.
Yeah, team atmosphere is very great. I think compared to the other teams, we're probably most friends.
There we go.
But yeah, for me, the season started off really good. I mean, it's my first year in F4, so I got the rookie trophy in Jerez. Now here we're starting to get to the top 10 slowly, and the speed is coming as well. So let's see what happens in race 2 and 3, if we drive race 2 and 3.
And liking the circuit? Good circuit?
Yeah, the circuit is very nice. Obviously, Ricardo Tormo was here, and yeah, just happy to be around there.
Gianmarco, a lot of people here as well, isn't it? Big crowd, enjoying that?
Yeah, Spanish love their motorsport, don't they? I mean, it's huge here. I'm surprised going around the circuit, seeing how many people are in the grandstands. So yeah, it's really good to have a lot of people out here.
Conditions you're used to as well, but more so than Jerez, I imagine.
Yeah, Jerez was, well, the whole weekend was very up and down, also with a few technical issues, but yeah, it was overall pretty messy weekend, but now luckily we've got some stable weather, and also, yeah, haven't been able to extract the most out of it this weekend, but yeah, it's been good.
Pace is definitely there from what we've been seeing so far. And Kabir, yourself, how do we feel it's been going for yourself so far this season?
I think it was a big step in Valencia. We qualified 6th in the first one. Of course, it didn't work out well, and we were P7 in the second. I think we have good pace. Just need to make it work in the race. So it's a really fun track, really enjoying it, really flowy. It's really close up at the top, so we just need to maximize every 10th, every 100th. Yeah, it's been really fun though. Been a fun weekend.
Hugely competitive, isn't it? Hugely competitive. 38. I mean, it's like being back in kart racing, isn't it? With that many drivers out there.
I mean, yeah. Actually, I feel like it's closer. I qualified 1.5 tenths off and was P7. So it's really fun to race with other top drivers. Just learning from them, maximizing as what we can out of them. Also, really good teammates to learn from as well. So I think it's really, really good to have a competitive field like this.
Very kind of you to say. And Matthias, yourself, very consistent so far this season. You must be very proud of that.
Yeah. My second year in Formula 4, and we really fighting for the championship. We're really strong in these first 2 races, so just keep pushing as hard as we can. The team is really good, so we're working really hard for this, and yeah, the result is coming. So I think just staying there will be a good point for the championship, just staying consistent all the time. So yeah, yesterday I was P3 in quali, but some mistakes from the race direction put me in P10, so it's making it a bit harder for me, but it still did a solid work, finishing P6, and now was P2 in quali, so let's fight for the championship,
Well answered. Well, and the team doing kick my bottle of water. Team are doing a fantastic job so far, right? I think we can all answer that. All answer that together. They're doing a fantastic job. Well done, guys. You look out. You can tell you're supposed to just have a race. all got our race suits on, ready to go. You all look absolutely fantastic. Well done, guys. Well done. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Good luck for the next two races. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That is US Racing. I'm going to pick that up. Good luck, guys. Good luck. Good luck. Oh, that was brilliant. Had them all lined up, ready to go. Okay, let's go. I believe Kwanda Makawena was ready to speak to us. I'll try and get that repeated. In fact, no, we spoke to him a little earlier this week. Adam Weller spoke to him earlier this year. His first time in the GT Winter Series this weekend. If you were with us yesterday, he had to put on a hugely defensive performance right at the end just to hold on to that third place, and did it absolutely superbly. But this is what he had to say a little bit earlier in the week before we went racing.
Here in the Haupt Racing Team Garage with Kwanda Makawena joining us for the first time in GT Winter Series. Are you excited to be here at Valencia?
Love the track, love the atmosphere. I feel like as much as this is I can carry on? Oh. As much as this is my second year in Europe, I feel like I'm slowly starting to fit in, starting to learn a lot. Even this weekend, we're using it as preparation for the rest of our years. I'll be competing in the GT Masters, so just more trying to build confidence in the car, session by session. And I think right now we're going in the right direction. Every session, improving, find that 10th to 2/10. So I feel like just baby steps, as I would call it. But I think at the end of the day, as long as we're improving and going in the right way, can't complain on my side.
And I mean, it's a big adventure for you coming from the world of South African motorsport, making those steps now into international, now into GT3 on a championship. As you said, like GT Masters and with us in GT Winter Series. How much is the team helping you?
A crazy amounts. I feel like they've been super helpful just in means of getting me comfortable in the car. Obviously coming from an Audi, it's a very big change, not only just in driving style, but all the buttons, trying to figure out what does what. But I think the team has just done a super job getting me comfortable in the car. So now just, like I said, just chip off at it, session by session, but I think we're going in the right direction.
Obviously, I know Finn Wiebelhaus is equally kind of new to the team, as it were, but we saw how well he did at Portimao in GT Winter Series. It strikes me that he's a good benchmark for you.
I would say I'm super grateful to have, in my books, I would count him as a fast teammate. I feel like we equally could learn a lot from one another, so I obviously just try to extract as much as I can from the car and from him as my teammates, and for us to just, I say, push each other session by session. If he's struggling, I'm there. If I'm struggling, he's there. So yeah, I think I'm a very good pairing of teammates. So yeah, I'm super happy, super happy.
Don't blush. I was speaking to your mum earlier. She told me all about how long you've been into the world of motorsport and everything else. I mean, how did this journey start for you? When did you decide, yeah, I want to go at this?
It started, I'd say, even before I was born. I had an uncle who used to race locally at home, so even when I was still in my mom's tummy, we would always, or my mom and my dad would always just go and support. So I guess I've always been around motorsports in that sense. And then I started karting in the grade 1, and then from there, we've been at the track since, yeah.
Awesome. Well, we're delighted to have you at this track with us in the GT Win Series, and good luck here at Valencia.
Thank you so much. I'm super happy to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome back down to pit lane. Great to hear from Kwanda Makawena there. Did such a superb job yesterday to get on his podium on his debut. Look forward to seeing how he goes later on. I'm here with Edward Bornia from Genza Motorsport. Edward, how do we feel the weekend's been going so far and the season in general?
Yeah, Jerez was pretty good, but I think we don't have the good setup to be fast. And in Valencia we have a good Thursday and good Wednesday. Maybe in the Calif I make a good big mistake, and I just spin in the T4. But I was good in the race, maybe. Yeah.
And you came out with some tennis balls there, right? I mean, obviously, no, we're not just. Can you just tell us a little bit about your warm-up procedures? How long you have to warm up for before a race? What kind of things you go through?
Yeah, mostly in all of the time, 30 minutes before the race, I go to warm up with my brother and or alone, and with my music in my ear, and just go to warm up my I don't know the word. Just my body, and be concentrated to the race or the quali or free practice.
And now, of course, we have to reset all of that. I guess a little bit of a challenging situation, but I'm sure one you can take on, no problem. Excited to get out there for the next couple of races now?
Yeah, I'm excited. I want to be race. Just a bit of deception when we see the race will be delayed, but we go to race 2 and with a good race maybe. Yeah.
And with a good team here in Genza as well, very experienced up in Formula 3. That must give you some good confidence. You're in very good hands.
Yeah, Genza was a very good team. He doesn't have experience with a Hankook tire, but in Jerez we have a bit not really the pace, but here we are better than Jerez. Yeah.
Thank you very much for speaking to us. Thank you. We're going to walk to Flavio Olivieri is waiting for us at the next pit box down in pit box number 40. So I'm just going to go and speak to him very, very quickly. There's Dal de Decker's car. There is Leo Bloch's car. There is Bianca Bustamante's car. As Adam said a little earlier, they might have to drive off early. Here's Juan Cota, who we spoke to on the Instagram Live little earlier. Juan, how are we doing?
Well, good. We finished the qualifying, not the qualifying that we want, because we have like some problems on qualifying with traffic. At the start, we start in P1, but later, after the red flag, we have some problems with traffic, and we finish in P5. So, well, it's not a bad position, but not the position that we want. Right now in race 2 we start on P2, so that's good, and we have half of the tires new. So yeah, we are going to take the victory. We're going to try to take the victory. We have hard rivals like Peebles and Cardenas behind, but well, it's going to be a funny race, and we are going to try. We are going to do my 100% to take the victory.
Flying the flag for Spain as well. You must feel proud to be doing that here in Valencia.
Yeah, so many people here from Spain, so many people supporting me. So yeah, I'm gonna try to do my 100%, as I said before, to take a victory and have happy with my fans.
And a few words in Spanish for the. I tell you what, let's take you out. Let's take you out. Because there are, so people can see you. Here we are. Give a wave to the fans. Here are the guys that are going to be cheering you on later. This is Juan Cota, who finished second yesterday on the podium. Give him a wave, everyone. Can you please say some words in Spanish for all the fans here? Some words in Spanish for them.
Muchas gracias a todos, aquí a todos los españoles y valencianos que vienen a apoyarme y a toda la afición española. Y nada, voy a ir a dar mi máximo y a intentar daros mi máximo esplendor y intentar haceros la carrera más divertida para que la disfrutéis y dejar a España lo más alto contra todos estos extranjeros.
Are you going to get the victory for them? You can tell them that in Spanish?
Ya, vamos a por la victoria todos.
Let's give them a round of applause, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Well done, well done. Thank you very much, everyone, for the support. Let's get some more drivers out. We've got Francisco Macedo there, and also Mikael Pedersen as well, who we can maybe get out. Do you want to have a chat, guys, as well? His teammates. Come out, guys. Come out. Yeah, do you want to both have a chat as well? Mikael, I know obviously it didn't go so well for yourself yesterday, but think we can make up for that a bit today?
In the second race, it's going to be hard now that I'm starting from P36, but in race 3, I think I have a good chance to make up for it.
So where are we starting race C?
I'm starting from P9, I think.
So I think we can get some good points there.
Yeah, I hope that I can get some positions and maybe go for a podium.
Francesco Macedo, of course, you're starting a little bit. How about yourself? Whereabouts are you starting today?
I'm starting 13 and P20. I think from P13 I can do a good race, but from P20 I'm gonna need to work a little bit up the field.
Some top 10 finishes maybe?
Yeah, we'll see.
Do you want to say a few words to the fans yourself? I'm sure you might have plenty of support here. Do you want to say a few words to the fans? I'm sure plenty of support in for yourself as well.
Yeah, thank you all for supporting. It means a lot. Thank you.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. You can say some stuff as well in your own language if you want as well. Do you want to say some stuff in your own language?
Obrigado.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. Okay, let's keep walking. Flavio Olivieri, do you want to have a chat yourself as well? Come out so the crowd can see you. So next we've got Flavio Olivieri joining me. Here is Flavio Olivieri for Crown Motorsport. Flavio, how are we enjoying the weekend so far?
The next race yesterday was good, but I think my team they use the new tire for this race. The time for this race, and I start in the position 8. I think 8. Yes, and look this race.
Good start. I reckon we can move forward from there. Challenge for some points.
I don't know this question. I don't understand.
Looking forward to the challenge of the race.
I don't understand. You speak very.
Enjoying the circuit, the Valencia circuit. Do you like driving? Like driving the circuit?
Yes, I like this track. Sorry, I don't understand.
And a lot of fans here as well. Enjoying the atmosphere. All the fans. Feel free to give them a wave. All the fans out here, feel free to give them a wave. Brilliant stuff to have. Flavio, thank you for speaking to us. I know it's not been.
Sorry for this.
That's okay. You do your speaking on the track as well. Well done. Next we've got Emanuele Olivieri. In you come. How's it going for yourself so far? Looking back at race 1, 17th. So. Solid result, very good result for you there.
Yeah, good result. In the qualifier I was a bit unlucky. I was P5, but after the qualifier has been delayed, so they take the practice session. I was 25, but then the pace was great. The unlucky time was we do just 4 laps. And the other one was in safety car, but we got pace. In the race 3 we will start close to top 10, and now we have a race 2, but it's been delayed, but then we'll see.
How are you enjoying this Valencia circuit, the Circuit Ricardo Tour? Enjoying the challenges of the circuit?
Yeah, I mean, this track I like so much because it's like a karting track. Is very good, so yeah, I'm enjoying it.
And the atmosphere as well. A lot of fans here, isn't there? Are you enjoying the atmosphere?
I never see so fun here for looking at my race, so yeah, I'm so happy.
Good stuff. Well done. Congratulations. Good. Best of luck for the race. Emanuele Olivieri, feel free to give the fans a wave as you walk off. Best of luck to Emanuele Olivieri. I'm sure a lot of people will be giving you some support. One person who has had plenty of success and support is Kenneth Heyer in the GT Winter Series. Let's hear from him now.
Kenneth Heyer, we were just talking before we started rolling. You've known your teammate JMO since he was probably about half his own height now. Tell me, I mean, he's been so incredible in the first few races of the season. That must make you really proud.
Yeah, I know him quite a few years now, and yeah, he's that type of guy. In those times today, it's not so easy to find the kids which are really working their ass off. So he's in the office all the day, he's in the factory, he's cleaning the car, he's working, he's like a mechanic. When they're doing the NLS, for example, he's also a normal mechanic working in the team to collect some budget to drive. So he's really, really working for the chances, and then it makes so much fun when somebody is jumping into a GT3 and is fast and is a rocket guy. So I'm really proud of him and enjoy to work with him together.
And does that remind you of your own younger days at the start of your career, kind of scratching and clawing to find those seats?
let's say in my time it was for sure easier to find cockpits and the budgets were completely different to today's time. I think when you see how many people coming with the private jet to a GT3 test in those times, it's pretty changed a lot, the game. But yeah, he's a normal guy with normal family, normal parents, no big financial background, just working his ass off, and that's really interesting to see that it's still possible for those guys to get to a top level.
Obviously, this weekend the GT3 class has grown a lot for both yourself and JMO. There's a lot of interesting names to test yourselves against, isn't there?
Yeah, that's why we're here. We want to prepare the season, especially for him, for the GTC and the GT Masters. So yeah, for him it's a good reference to see and battle with the cars, and for the series for sure. As more cars, as better it is. Last weekend we had a record field in the Formula 4, and now it's already been growing with the GT3 car. So it's really amazing. I like it.
You've been here in this paddock for quite a while now. I've noticed the changes in the short time that I've been in the paddock, the improvements year on year. It's quite amazing the steps that are being taken.
Yeah, we come here with AMG a lot to test in the off season, so I know the track so many years. We go to Monte Blanco also, or here to prepare. Let's say we started in 2010 with the SLS, and we drove so many laps here, and then the first GT3 Mercedes like now, and then the Evo and the GT4 and the GT2. So I spent here, I don't know how many weeks I spent here for testing, so I know the track very well. I like the ambitions here as well, so the people are really nice, so we will have a lot of people here, especially on Sunday, I think, and yeah, it's a joyful track to drive.
Our wonderful videographer Emilio is stood behind the camera right now. If you were advising him as someone with this much experience, where's the main place to go park yourself with the camera to catch the action?
Well, I think turn 4, it looks not on the layout so special, but it was so tight because then you go with 2-3 guys, everybody thinks that's a place to overtake on the brake, but it isn't for sure. I know a lot of crashes there, so I will probably go to turn 4.
Okay, interesting stuff. We'll join you again another time for another edition of the Kenneth Hire Media Guide then. Thank you so much for chatting to us and good luck this weekend.
Yeah, thank you very much. Enjoy it.
Cheers.
Welcome back to Pit Lane, and we're here with Filippo Fiorentino from Cram Motorsport. Filippo, thank you very much for joining us. Tell us how things have been going for yourself so far, how you're enjoying the season overall. Now we're halfway through the second round.
Yeah, so the season we have highs and lows. I'm personally loving it a lot. I think that's an opportunity for the Spanish Championship, which is starting in May. I believe it's something that like we can get ready for the actual season. It's something that like I really look forward to. Yeah.
You mentioned about how it's hot in Brazil. I guess you're kind of used to these conditions, but in a racing term, completely different, isn't it? I guess it gets down to tyre management and things like that. It's tough conditions out there.
Yeah, so like usually when it's colder, the track's also colder. So all the drivers need to like warm up the tires quicker and maintain the tires warm during all the race, especially in safety car. And because it's like it's more difficult to maintain them hot and get them hot as well, get them to a perfect temperature.
And what about this circuit in terms of driving it in an F4 car? What would you say are the main challenges of the circuit? It's quite a fast circuit in areas, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty fast. It's pretty challenging as well. I personally like it a lot. I think that's a perfect circuit for Formula 4, because other circuits like Barcelona, we have Portimão as well. I think they are nice to drive, but they are like too fast for the Formula car, if you know what I'm saying. I think this one's pretty good because it has sharper corners, and so yeah, this is like, I think it's the ideal circuit for Formula 4.
And going forward as well, I mean, after this we go to Aragon and then to Barcelona as well. So a great variety of circuits for you guys to take on, isn't it?
Yeah, I love Aragon. I think Aragon is the best circuit that F4 is racing in this season. There's like an amazing straight at the back, and then also like when you go down the straight, you get like a wonderful view of the desert, right? I think it's something also like I like a lot when driving in these conditions like this.
Some of these fans might be here, some of these fans might have, watching on the stream, might have only just tuned in for today. For those that were tuned in, didn't see, of course, that first race today that didn't go ahead, maybe missed yesterday. What can we expect from the two races today? It's going to be hectic racing, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think the main goal is like mostly not get into chaos, because I believe there's going to be a lot of chaos in the start, especially in this track. So yeah, the main goal for the drivers is bring the car home and like not destroy everything in the first lap. And yeah, let's see how it goes.
So, best of luck. Thank you for speaking to us, Filippo Fiorentino. Good luck, Cram Motorsport. Thank you very much. Phil, turn around, give them a wave. Thank you very much, guys. Very nice for them to take the time to speak to us. Okay, let's keep walking. We're going to go and speak to Jonas Clarkless from GT Racing. He, of course, is here racing for the first time. Jonas Clarkless bringing a new car to the series as well. 2 GT Racing cars here this weekend. Jonas Clarkless in one of them. And a bit earlier this week, before they got very busy on track, Adam Weller caught up with him.
Jonas Clarkless, I'm delighted to see you here after chatting to you in TCR Germany in the past. Obviously, since the last time I spoke to you, you've moved into the world of GT3 racing here at the UTA team. How are you finding your experience a year into GT3?
Yeah, it was really fascinating year for me. You know, first year with GT3 category with Audi. So, you know, a lot of things on the table to learn, and yeah, but I hope we can progress this year. But yeah, enjoying, you know, all the times being on the track.
Obviously, this circuit, Valencia, is maybe something a little bit off-piste compared to what you're used to in the circuits in ADAC GT Masters and so on. How are you finding the track?
It's a very interesting track. I like it. Yeah, we are here very first time, so we need to learn the track, everything, the setup of the car. And it's a bit different to what we have in Germany or, you know, other related tracks. But yeah, like in every track, you have to find, you know, you find yourself, you know, perfectly sitting in the car and finding the time. So yeah.
Obviously, this is a little bit off the topic of GT Winter Series, but the one event that I know you guys always take pride in and competing in is the Palanga 1006 kilometers, which is obviously a unique event in Lithuanian motorsport. Are you going to be doing that this year? And tell me what the event means to you.
Yeah, I hope so. It's the biggest event in, you know, Baltics. Like crowd, very huge crowd over there. A lot of great teams. So impressive event, and really inviting everybody to participate there and feel that experience. It's very nice.
And lastly, there's a lot of GT3 competition for you this weekend. A good weekend for you. What does that look like? Podiums, wins? What's the goal?
We'll see. It's early to say because we don't know what's the competition. We have great teams here. We'll see. We have tomorrow, Friday, 3 testings, so we need to learn, you know, more and more. So we'll see, I guess, on Saturday what's going to happen.
Look forward to finding out. Good luck this weekend, and thanks for chatting.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you.
Great interview there with Adam Weller, and now down with Jonas Kapfinger, twin brother to Michael Kapfinger, not racing this weekend, of course, but here in support. Jonas, great to have you here. Firstly, how does it feel to be here supporting? I've seen you buzzing around with a camera as well. So how does it feel to be here? I guess taking some pictures and supporting rather than on track.
Yeah, it's pretty great to be here because I was watching the race yesterday, and the good thing here in the track is you can see every corner. It's spectacular. In Germany we doesn't have this, and I think that's the point why a lot of spectators are here in Valencia. And yeah, it's great to support my twin brother. He makes a pretty good job. He made the race yesterday, the great fighting, and yeah, I think it was one of the best races I watched from him. And I think today he will push more. And yeah, at the end we see what will be at what position he will be at the end. And I think he could reach podium. And yeah, I think there will be a great fighting today. And yeah, now I'm fingers crossed for him, and yeah, I'm just motivate him a lot time at the grid, and I always say to him, stay calm, and he's pretty tough guy, so he's managing it pretty good.
Jonas, you know all about what it takes to win a series like this. For the fans, you know, tell us what goes into winning something like this.
Yeah, you have a lot of emotions. Last year I made all events and it was up and down. You learn a lot of things because, yeah, it's a little bit multi-class racing also in the GT Winter Series with the Cup and GT3s now. Last year with the GT4s. It was great experience and winning it with 0.5 points. It was. I didn't thought about it. I was racing the last race, and then my race instructor said, "Oh, the other contender, he was out of the race," and I thought, "Okay, now I have my winning chances are back." And I just finished the race, and yeah, I was so happy. And there was a huge celebration in Barcelona, and I'm still happy to win the GT Winter Series. It's one of the best series I drove, and yeah, we will see us back in Barcelona again, and maybe there will be a podium or win. Yeah.
Very, very quickly, yes or no, because we have to wrap this up. Are we going to see you back?
Yeah, of course, in Barcelona, and full push mode.
Good stuff, good stuff. I think we're going to wrap this up there. We're going to take a very quick break, and we're going to be back with GT Winter Series.
Johannes Kapfinger is chomping at the bit to stop sitting on the sidelines, as is everybody in the GT Winter Series grid, and the time to sit around and wait is over because the GT Winter Series cars are being released onto the circuit as we speak. It's going to be another 30-minute sprint race for these drivers. It is a Haupt Racing Team lockout on the front row of this grid. So Juan de Mocoena, who we heard from a little earlier on in the lunch break, he will be joined by Finn Wiebelhaus. Wiebelhaus on pole, Mocoena in second place. So that is going to be a compelling drag race down to the first corner. There you see, just exiting the garage, behind Uwe Lauer's De Beermacher car, the yellow and black Lamborghini. That is the lime green and black Lamborghini. That is the SSR performance machine. That is Nicky Thiem, the star driver with so much success at the highest levels of GT racing. Yesterday he was bested, however, by Finn Wiebelhaus. Wiebelhaus saying what a great reference driver to have in the form of Nicky Thiem. And Wiebelhaus, the protege of the Haupt Racing Team, and Manuel Reuter, as is Juan de Mocoena. Both of these youngsters having such a great time out there on the circuit. You see the grid filling up with the personnel required to run these GT3 cars. It's not just GT3s though, of course. The GT Win Series catering to all sorts of single-make Cup machinery. That's this weekend. Encompasses the Cup 2 class for the Porsche Carrera Cup machinery, the 992 spec cars. You see a couple of the examples of them going through shots down at turn 12, and then also you've got the Cup 1 class. There's a couple of them entered, Ferrari 488 Challenge Evos out there on the circuit as well. But this half-hour race will be short and sharp, fast and frenetic, I am sure. We got some great battling earlier on. Chris McCarthy referenced it down in the pit lane. Juan de Mocoena had to defend for his life at times in that race. Yesterday, the closer in fabulous sunset conditions yesterday of the GT Winter Series. And of course, they still have a 55-minute enduro to contend with at the end of the day as well. I understand that Nicky Thiem is not going to partake in that endurance race. He's only doing the 2 sprint races. So the SSR Performance Lamborghini out there potentially for the last time this weekend. He then will want to try and get a win on the books in this one. Chris McCarthy, though, is down on the grid. So let's go down to him now.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, welcome down to the grid. 5-minute board has just gone up, and here are the cars getting ready to go racing. Finn Wiebelhaus, successful again yesterday, has been hugely successful anytime he has been in the car. He has been on the podium. Over to the left, Juan de Mocoena, after what was a very, very good debut yesterday, getting a podium straight off the bat. And the Haupt Racing racing team lock out the front row in those Mercedes cars. It's been a hugely successful weekend for them so far. Here comes Nicky Team pulling in to grid spot in the 94 there. We can see him just coming into view. We spoke to him yesterday. We just spoke to Johannes Kampfing. I'm going to see if I can speak to Michael. He is being spoken to by his team. We may try and catch him on the way back down, in fact, Johnny, because he's a little bit busy with the team at the moment. So let's have a quick walk up and just show you a couple more of the cars. Here we can see Kenneth Heyer on row 3 in the SR Motorsport car. 5th place for him, and then Juta Racing come next along in the red Audi. So these guys are a little bit new to the series. I'm going to see if I can pop in and have a look. I think we heard from Yevgen. I'm going to see if I can speak to Yevgen. Great qualifying. 5th place for you guys. How are you enjoying driving the Audi around Valencia?
Yeah, it's a nice position, nice car, nice track, you know, beautiful weather, so it's very nice to be here. Yeah, looking forward to the first race today.
How's the track feeling out there? I know we've just had a couple of laps to get around it. How's the track feeling out there so far?
Yeah, it's a very interesting track, not very easy, but yeah, it requires some time to learn it pretty well. So, you know, yeah, it's still something to learn, so I hope we will progress today as well.
Thank you very much. 3-minute board, I think that was just going up. So it's starting to heat up a little bit now as well. So the track temperatures are beginning to rise. Jonas, who we heard from in the lunch break, falls next. Here's Martin Kazmarski for PTT Racing next along. Let's see if we can grab a word with Martin, who we spoke to. Martin, let's see if we can chat to him. How are we doing?
Could be better. I could be there, not here, but it's still okay.
I think we can move there in the race.
If you can help me. We need to make it together, you know.
How's the track feeling? It seems it's warming up now. How's it feeling out there on track?
I think the track is really tricky if I compare it to Jerez, but still it's okay. I need to work on the car. I need to work on my experience, and I am really happy. And you? How are you?
Good stuff.
I surprised you, yeah?
Good stuff. I'm loving the shades, Good stuff. We will keep walking. We've had a start delayed as well. Martin Kazmarski next. The 911 Rakar Motorsport next. Pelin Racing on P10. We've got Lucas is telling me in my ear actually that we've got let's go back down, Johnny, because you can see they're moving the cars on row 3. This is why the start's been delayed. So let's move out the way, Johnny. Johnny, please, let's get on the grass. If we're going to have to get out the way, I'm just going to assist Johnny in this. Let's get onto the grass, please. There we go. So we can see they're moving the grid around here. Whilst this is going on, I think I'd like to, well, we'll see what's actually going on. We've got the number 24 is now down here on row 3, which was due to be on row 4. That's due to racing. 147 of Kazmarski still remains on row 4, I believe. But behind, I'm not too sure where the changes exactly are coming from so far. But we will find out in due course. Adam, I'm just trying to see. Let's go down to the front because we are getting a Giedlich Racing photo as well. So here we can see the guys getting a photo. I want to speak to Marcus. Whilst we've got a start delayed, it's a good chance to speak to Marcus Giedlich. Marcus, I'm going to see if I can have a chat to you. Yeah. Whilst we have the start delayed, this is a perfect time. We could just see you getting a group photo there. Whilst we've got the start delayed, I guess this is a great chance to have a speak. Some new manufacturers in this weekend. This grid looks absolutely fabulous, doesn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Couldn't be more happy than to have so many cars here lined up. I think we have 11 GT3 only, plus the Cup cars and the Ferraris, so it's really nice and really enjoyable.
I want to just spin you around this way so the fans can see that lovely grid. There it is. They were just moving them around a little bit, but there it is in the background. It's the sounds, isn't it, as well? Free entry to all these fans as well. Just pan around, Johnny. Have a look at all those fans. I mean, you must be over the moon seeing all those fans in. It's a fabulous atmosphere.
Absolutely. Valencia is very good in that in particular. We saw it already last season. But this year it's even more, and under these weather conditions we are happy that so many people coming for attending, and we like to give something back to the people who support us so much.
Yeah, great atmosphere in the pit lane as well with the pit walks. It's great to be able to offer fans free entry and then free access into the pit lane as well.
I mean, this is what makes racing interesting for the people, not seeing it only on TV and on an excellent live stream, of course, but being live just inside the pits, inside the pit lane, touching the cars, touching mechanics. I mean, this is what makes racing really enjoyable.
Let's talk about you are having this team photo. Here is the team we can see over here, the guys that we had. Talk about that team, because to come where you have in just a space of a few short years with a grid of 38 Formula cars, now we've progressed into 3 singular championships, a full grid of GT cars here. I mean, it's fantastic the work they've done in such a short space of time.
Yes, and with such a small team. I mean, we're just 7 people, the entire company, plus some freelancers. But I think this is the secret, because if you're not too big, everybody knows what the others are doing. So we are all very well matched inside the team, and we are pull in the same direction. And this is our strength, I believe.
It's just been a case of working very, very hard, and then that's paid off?
Yeah, absolutely. All year round. I mean, after the season is before the season. So when we finish this season off on 10th of March, we already look at the next one and at the dates and all that. And the live stream, of course. So, yeah, it's never over. So
good stuff. We'll see where it progresses from here, but fantastic. On behalf of all the fans, thank you for what you're doing for GT racing and for single-seater racing.
And thanks to everybody supporting us and to my team, of course, because without the team, it's not possible.
Thank you very much, Marcus Gielick. Thank you. 5-minute board has gone up again. With that, I want to have a chat to let's have a walk down and see how the grid lies now and see who's moved where. So Nicky Team is here. We've still got the #1 car here. We didn't quite get to speak to Michael Kapfinger. Let's see if we can dive in now and have a chat to him. We spoke to Johannes. Hello, guys. Sorry, I just there he is. Hello. Speak to Michael. Michael, how are we feeling ahead of this one? I know it's been a bit of a delayed start, but feeling confident ahead of this one?
Yeah, I feel very confident. Today we tried to pass Bucchino maybe. Yesterday I was a little bit fighting with the dirty air behind him. But yeah, I want to drive a clean race and try to get clean air in front of me and just drive off my pace. Yeah.
Good stuff. And in terms of the battle between the different manufacturers, a few different ones entering this race, how enjoyable is it having that fight between all the different manufacturers out here?
Yeah, I mean, it's very enjoyable, but the Mercedes is really, really quick on acceleration and top speed. And yeah, I tried in the turns, I tried to keep up with him and close the gap, but every time in the straight it was really difficult to stay with him. But maybe we have luck today and pass one Mercedes and maybe go on the podium, yeah.
Best of luck, best of luck. 3-minute board is up, so we might have time for one more chat, and then we're going to have to clear. Okay, let's see if we can see what's happened then. I think that's what we'll do. So we've got 24 is now here. So Juta Racing have come up to row 3. Alongside them, Martin Kazmarski has moved up the grid. He's now moved up to row 3, giving us a wave. You've already moved up a place. We're moving up. He's told us he should be moving up, and he's already moving up.
Yes, already before the start, he's moving up.
you get what you ask for. Just ask me, and we make it happen. There we go. 71 have moved back a row, and then 11 over here have also now moved back. So a confusion perhaps between rows 3 and 4, but I think the 1 minute board is about to go up any second now. So a very, very quick break, and then this grid is going to fire up and we will be racing. Adam Weller is ready to talk you through the action.
After a little bit of a shuffle around the grid, we are just a few moments away from getting the GT Winter Series cars rolling. No change, though, at the front row of the grid. It is still a deadlock for Haupt Racing Team. As you can see there, the number 4 car, the all-black machine of Finn Wiebelhausen, and the white car of Quanda Mokoena on the front row of the grid. Nicky Team and Mikael Kapfinger behind as well. It's going to be a big scrum of machinery down into the first corner. Wiebelhaus has already proven that once you let him lead the early stages of a race, he disappears up the road, given even a quarter of a chance. So for Mokoena, for Team, for Kapfinger, Karklis and everyone else following behind, it is going to be a matter of trying to hinder Finn Wiebelhaus early doors, I suspect. And we'll see who gets the best jump as the rolling start begins here at the circuit Ricardo Tormo. It's going to be an absolute symphony of cylinders as these cars roll down into the first corner at racing speed for the first time. If you weren't with us yesterday for the first race, you will know, you will be about to find out just how spectacular this grid looks. Some really top-line, top-level GT drivers and teams in the GT Winter Series this weekend. I will now run you through the grid for this one. It is the Haupt Racing Team's Finn Wiebelhaus on pole position. Quanda Mokoena in second place for Haupt Racing Team. As I've mentioned, Nicky Team third place as well for SSR Performance in what should be his final appearance of the weekend, unless we can talk him into joining us for the endurance race. But I think SSR are set to not take part in race 3. Mikael Kapfinger is next in 4th position. Then it's Jonas Karklis, who we heard from down on the grid. Martin Kazmarski in 6th position, a race winner, of course, at Jerez. Row 4 of the grid is Kenneth Ayer, the SR Motorsport number 11 car, starting from 7th place alongside the other Utah Racing Audi of Yevgen Sokolovsky, a man who has a lot of experience here from Euro-NASCAR and other categories. Dieter Sveps in 9th place. That is the 911 Rackar Motorsport Porsche, the first of the Cup 2 class entries. He's alongside Pellen Racing's Thor Haugen, the number 23 Ferrari. There you see it going through shot in the red and white. Hubert Darmetko in the number 7 PTT Racing Porsche. He will start from 11th overall alongside another of the GT3 Ferraris. That's Alessandra Botches. In row 7 of the grid, Uwe Lauer and Joachim Bulting. Row 8, Igor Klaya of PTT Racing and Plusline Racing Teams Marcel van Berlo. Row 9 of the grid, Przemysław Bienkowski and Guillaume Gioza. Petros Makris and Frank Kivitz round out the order. Those are our 19th and 20th place cars, the 2 entries in the Cup 1 class for Ferrari 488 Challenge Evos. So then, the cars are in formation side by side as we get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend. It is the GT Winter Series 30-minute sprint race about to get underway. It's Mercedes, from Lamborghini, from Porsche. Out of the final corner they come in 2x2 formation. The fans are standing, and we will stand up too to see the beginning of this race. Who will have the lead into the first corner? They are rolling. It looks like a good start from Finn Wiebelhaus. He has the lead into the first corner. Quanda Mokoena covers off second place from Nicky Team, and the very fast starting Mikael Kapfinger. Kapfinger up into third place, then he's bested Nicky Team. Everybody else trying to find some track space through the first couple of corners. But it's helped from Team US Sportwagen Technik Porsche. Good start from Leandro Martins in the first of the Cup 2 cars. He's gotten past Yevgen Sokolovsky. So Sokolovsky falling back into some of the Cup cars in the early stages. Everyone's got through the first couple of corners cleanly then. But at the front of the order, it is Finn Wiebelhaus once again. And Quanda Mokoena once again has Mikael Kapfinger just behind him. This was the duo, of course, that had a brilliant fight yesterday for podium position, but this time they're joined in the battle for second place by Nicky Team, and this is going to be a very compelling scrap for second place. There you see Kazmarski just ahead of Kenneth Heyer, as he was at the Circuit of Jerez last weekend. Kapfinger already making it clear to Quanda Mokoena that he wants that position. I think he's got some good temp into those tyres because he's looking feisty. He's up the inside for second place. That will become the outside, though, for the penultimate corner. And Mokoena, regardless, gets the drive out of 12 into 13 and continues to hold on to second position. Nicky Team is going to sense his opportunity as these two continue to fight. That battle for second will be at deadlock as they head down to the first corner. There's a dive from Joachim Bolting. He's trying to make up some places in Cup 2 further back, and he did manage to get past Przemysław Bienkowski there. But there is the battle for second place. Mokoena from Kapfinger from Nicky Team. Start procedure is under investigation, says my timing screen. Not sure what element of the procedure is potentially in doubt, but we will see what is said about that over the next several minutes. Nicky Team in fourth position. He started from third, had the inside of the second row, but it was Kapfinger who got the jump. Mikael Kapfinger then wants to try and get past Quanda Mokoena. Jonas Karklis wants to try and join in on this battle as well from fifth place. He was a little way off in qualifying, but back in his TCR days, I also recall that he would often race very well after maybe qualifying occasionally, sometimes a couple of grid slots further down than we anticipated. You can see the mid-corner speed of that Porsche 992 is certainly better than that of the Mercedes. The Porsche typically runs lighter because of the BOP. Usually runs a little bit lighter than most of the other GT3 cars. Right on board with Mikael Kapfinger, using all the curb and more, going through the last corner on the inside and the outside. Quanda Mokoena will be driving largely through the mirrors. I think he wanted to try and chase Finn Wiebelhaus in this one. However, with Kapfinger and Nicky Team right on his bumper, he's having to worry more about what's going on behind him. The gap to the lead already 2.7 seconds. Finn Wiebelhaus once again showing exactly what he is capable of doing, clearing off at the front of the pack. Lamborghini Huracan, Nicky Team definitely wants to get a podium out of this if possible. Would like to leave the weekend with 2 trophies for sure. Understand he won't be in the endurance race, so this is his last opportunity to secure another podium. I think it may rely on Mokoena and Kapfinger, though, doing a little bit of dueling. Of course, these GT3 cars are a bit more aero-dependent than the GT4s, arguably, potentially even more so than the Formula 4s as well. Bigger hole through the air, certainly, with the GTs. And that does sometimes make overtaking a bit of a challenge around a circuit like the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Mokoena then powers past the start-finish line again in second place. There's Przemysław Bienkowski again under pressure. This time it's from Marcel van Berlo, as well as Guillaume Giorza as well. So Ghiorza. Oh, to the inside goes the 83 car. Marcel Van Berlo with a brave lunge, but it's not going to pay off for him. Too deep into the corner. Przemysław Bienkowski continues on his way. Przemysław, like so many in the PTT racing camp, will be getting insight and information from Maciej Lizowski as to how to do this whole racing lark correctly. And great driver coach is Lizowski. We see that with the likes of Przemysław, with the likes of Hubert Darmetko at PTT Racing, who is, of course, in his first season of racing. He made his racing debut at Estoril in the first round of GT Winter Series. Hubert Darmetko. I believe Bienkowski also very new to racing. And they both look very strong, very competitive. A good scrap here for what is fifth in the Cup 2 order here. The Cup 2 leader, Dieter Sveps, has disappeared up the road. I did erroneously refer to him as Leandro Martins earlier on. Dieter in Jerez did do, I think both, only competed in the endurance race, but this time we have Dieter in the sprint as well. So that's an interesting note that Dieter has decided to do one of the sprint races. There is your battle for second place. There is Quander Mokoena, Mikael Kapfinger and Nicky Thiem. Quander, of course, one of those drivers who's looking to emulate the current South African greats, the likes of the Van der Lindes. Quander Mokoena moving into Europe over the last couple of years. We've also had Mikael Pitamba move up into the likes of International GT Open and winning on his GT Open season on a couple of occasions as well. So a lot of promising young South African talent coming through the ranks, including this man Quander Mokoena. And he will be one that sits under the learning tree of someone like Manuel Reuter. Learns a lot, I'm sure. Finn Wiebelhaus seems to have picked up an awful lot. Finn last year was racing in Formula 4. He was an ADAC junior. Is now making this step towards GT Masters, towards GT3 racing at large. And his first ever GT3 appearance came at the Portimao round of GT Winter Series. He won 2 races there. He's already won 1 race here. Wouldn't bet against him again. Nicky Thiem, it looks like he is starting to pressure Mikael Kapfinger. Kapfinger has just fallen off Mokoena over the course of the last couple of laps. And now Nicky Thiem, I think, might mean business here. He senses the opportunity. An interesting scrap here between a car-driver combination we expect to see in the DTM this year versus a car-driver combination we're going to see in GT Masters. Of course, they largely share a paddock, but they'll be on different grids. This is potentially the only opportunity to see Kapfinger go up against Nicky Thiem this year in the GT Winter Series. There's Thor Haugen further back in the pack, just ahead of Hubert Darmetko. Of course, Darmetko is going to be wishing he could get past Thor Haugen and Yevgen Sokolovsky to try and have a go at Dieter Sveps for the Cup 2 lead, but that's far easier said than done. There is the 94 Lamborghini looking very menacing in the rear view of Kapfinger. It seems to be the last 2 or 3 corners where the Lamborghini seems to have the edge. Yevgen Sokolovsky still not found a way back past Dieter Sveps. Yevgen is a solid amateur driver. Dieter Sveps, of course, is a pro driver coach to Leandro Martins. So Dieter knows all of the tricks. And maybe Yevgen will pick up on a couple of them as he follows in this battle for P8 overall. Finn Wiebelhaus across the line, 4.5 seconds clear at the front of the order. Quander Mokoena now with over a second between himself and Kapfinger, so he's starting to not have a comfortable advantage, but at least something of a cushion, something of a buffer between himself and the Team Use Sportwagen Technik car. The Team Use by Twinbush car, to give it its proper name for this weekend. The Twinbush and Team Use partnership has been ongoing for some time. Of course, the team managed to finish runner-up in the 2022 ADAC GT Masters. With the great team of Christian Engelhardt and Aynchin Guven, and Guven has just won the Bathurst 12 Hours this morning, so the likes of Johannes and Mikael Kapfinger will be looking to emulate those results in the future. Petros Makris heading down towards turn 1 as your Cup 1 leader. He's fairly comfortable there. Frankiewicz away further back in the order. Makris a little way off the Cup 2 Porsches though. 16 car driven by the Greek racer, of course. Marco Bononomi will be in that car in the endurance race later on. Leaders coming past the main straight once again. Team not close enough to Kapfinger at the moment for a move. I do note that Kazmarski and Karklees look like they're quite close together, but Kazmarski actually about 1.8 seconds. I think that was the trick of the lens. But Kazmarski and Karklees actually quite comparative. I was expecting Jonas to join the front pack, but actually he's having to contend with a Jerez winner from last time, Yevgen Sokolovsky, the Ukrainian driver who has an absolutely fabulous car dealership in Germany, where he resides. He has raced here a lot in Euro NASCAR competition. But Yevgen had the honour of representing Ukraine in the FIA Motorsport Games back in 2022. And a really, really good dude as well. Absolutely loves his racing, seems to be absolutely everywhere. Every weekend takes part in a good 2 or 3 championships seemingly every weekend. But he is behind the Auto SL dealership in Germany, which is quite the selection of cars. Svets, meanwhile, of course, the driver who has worked extensively with the Kapfinger family previously. That is the driver who helped Johannes and Mikael, fostered them into a force to be reckoned with in GT Winter Series. Of course, we spoke to Johannes earlier on, the champion, current reigning champion of GT Winter Series. Of course, not necessarily defending his title, but we will see him at Barcelona at the wheel of that #1 Porsche, currently being driven in 3rd place by his brother. Dieter Sveps continues to hold off Sokolovsky. Kapfinger continues to hold off Nicky Thiem. But Nicky not getting close enough right now to be within striking distance of a manoeuvre for 3rd place. He will rely, I think, on something of an error from Mikael. If there's one thing that Dieter Sveps coaches into people as a driver coach, it is consistency. And it was that consistency that allowed Johannes to win the title last year. Johannes and Mikael were in separate cars in the 2022-2023 GT Winter Series seasons. That's why only Johannes is officially speaking a champion. But since Johannes and Mikael will share a car in the GT Winter Series before the end of the year, that Joos Twinbush car does have the #1 plate. Yellow flags at turn 9. That's for Frank Kiewitz having a little bit of an issue further back. He's already been lapped by the leading drivers, but will hopefully continue on his way unabated. The start procedure is still listed as being under investigation, but I haven't seen any indication as to the decision there just yet. We are having some penalties come in though. A lot of penalties have been attributed to the 52 car, so Guillaume Giorza facing some track limits issues. Nothing at the sharp end of the order yet in terms of track limits concerns. Finn Wiebelhaus doesn't have to go beyond the white lines at the moment, some 4.9 seconds clear of Quanda Mokoena. Mikael Kapfinger might feel a bit more inclined to push the limits of what he's allowed to do at the wheel, given the Lamborghini on his tail being driven by none other than Nicky Thiem. Just over half distance then in this race, no +1 lap in this one, so it is a straight up 30-minute race. Just gone over half distance. For Finn Wiebelhaus, he already has 5.4 seconds over the field. Another one of those mightily impressive runs that we've been seeing out of him. Oh, but the Kessel Racing Ferrari is in strife. That's the 69 car, the GT3 entry of Alexandra Boschez. Alexandra gets the car going. No further action declared on the start procedure. So the start procedure has been declared okay. That's good news for anyone who was feeling under the microscope there. It's also good to see that Kessel Ferrari has moved off under its own steam, so we should be able to keep this race rolling without any issues there. Yevgen Sokolovsky might start running out of patience as this goes on. Dieter Sveps has been controlling this battle for 8th place. Of course, Dieter will be focused on getting the class points for his client, Leandro Martins, but there'll also be a part of him that just wants to stave off Sokolovsky if at all possible. Yevgen isn't one to make it easy. Do everything he can to find a way by. Former motorcycle racer is Yevgen Sokolovsky as well. This, of course, a circuit which has traditionally hosted the final round of MotoGP. So when I say get the elbows out, he's got experience of doing it literally. And he is right there now on the bumper of Dieter Sveps. Dieter should be a bit quicker towards the end of the straight in the Cup 2 class car. Also got a good battle here between Hubert Darmetko and Uwe Lauer. So Uwe Lauer involved in some scrapping. He always seems to find a way to get involved in the battles out there on the circuit. Cup 2 drivers are having to focus more on their mirrors and their GT3 compatriots than each other at the sharp end of the order in that class. The quick Cup 2 guys getting in amongst it with the GT3s, the likes of Sokolovsky, Thorhaugen and Uwe Lauer. Dieter doing a very, very good job indeed. Hubert Darmetko, as I mentioned, his first ever season of racing has been extremely impressive. Has been right up there with Leandro Martins. Yevgen Sokolovsky has a look to the inside here. This could be his opportunity. GT3 car will be quicker through this section of the circuit. He's got the inside line, and Sokolovsky, after a lot of pressuring, has gotten past Dieter Sveps. Now the next few corners again should suit the more aerodynamic, grippier, wider tracked Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2. And sure enough, you can already see those car widths and lengths being built by Yevgen Sokolovsky. I think that now that Sokolovsky has gotten past Dieter, short of a mistake, he should be able to control the battle and potentially drive away. He accelerates out of the final corner then, up in 8th place. Due to racing, of course, we spoke to Jonas Karklis earlier on. They're a team that competes internationally, but also in Lithuanian motor racing, Central and Eastern European motor racing, expanding and growing, making efforts in categories such as the ADAC GT Masters and also the Creventic series. Great to have them down with us in the Iberian sun for the first time in GT Win Series. Now, Nicky Team has dropped off the back somewhat of Mikael Kapfinger. Now, is that because of a mistake or maybe some lap traffic getting in the way? The gap has extended out 3 seconds on that lap alone. And I do note that Frank Kiewicz, who seems to be struggling, was lapped by Nicky on that occasion. So I just wonder if Nicky Team was tripped up by Frank or one of the other drivers being lapped, because the gap has gone out from 6 points, gone out from 1 second to 4 over the course of that previous lap. So Mikael Kapfinger can now focus in on Quanda Mokoena again, just as he did in yesterday's first race. So Nicky Team is going to have the inordinate task now of trying to close in on the battle for second place. We'll see if he can get there before the end. Mokoena may now then start to come under some more pressure from Kapfinger, now that Kapfinger can focus solely on the rear wing of that Mercedes-AMG GT3. There are still track limits penalties coming in, but they're all for the 52 car. That is the silver Porsche that the battle for second place is closing in on currently. So unfortunately, Guillaume Ghiorza is going to face quite a lot of postscript penalties in this race. Manages to get well out of the way of everybody in terms of being a back marker there and allowing them through as lap traffic, but his track limits have left something to be desired. 10 track limits warnings so far over the course of this race, and after 4 you start to get penalties. Mokoena powering out of turn 2. He's running a bit wide there as well. Has to be a little bit careful not to do that too often. Kapfinger did lose a little bit of time to Mokoena on the previous lap, actually, so Quanda maybe just firing up the tyres now, doing a little bit extra now that Kapfinger has been released from his battle with Nicky. Nicky Team was 3/10 faster than Kapfinger on the previous lap as well, so maybe over the course of the next 7 minutes and 40 seconds we will see Nicky Team try for that podium again. There's a good Cup 2 battle going on. Igor Klaya and Joachim Bulting, they are having a little bit of a scrap. They will soon have to worry about the leader coming up behind them, but they don't worry about that right now. Joachim Bulting versus Igor Klaya. This is for third in class as well, so this is for the opportunity to stand on the podium, which both of them will desperately want to do. Joachim Bulting for the Plus Line Racing team then in the slipstream of Igor Klaya. Klaya, who of course will share with Hubert Darmetko in the endurance race later on. Bit wide there through turn 1, did not carry the momentum through the turn very well at all, and Joachim Bulting dives to the inside as a result, but Klaya tries to fire back. However, Joachim Bulting had the car placed dead centre of the road and moves up into third in class. Bulting, who has raced in the Brit Car 24 hours previously, has done a lot of GT4 racing as well. His first time in a Porsche 992 Cup car came at Estoril. He did have some rear... Oh, and he's had a spin! I was just going to say that he had some rear brake issues at Estoril that caused him to have a couple of moments, and well, he's had another moment here at Valencia, and he's going to lose out not just on third in class but also fourth in class. Marcel Van Berlo got past him there, so Joachim Bulting, having just taken third in class, has now dropped down to fifth behind Marcel Van Berlo. There's Hubert Darmetko, who runs second in the Cup 2 category. Uwe Lauer still close behind. They've been about half a second separated, if not less, for the last several laps. 72 car, the De Beermacher Ferrari 488 GT3, has probably been in more GT Winter Series races than any other driver, Uwe Lauer. He's been such a consistent supporter of the series. Had the thrill of winning a race. All goodness had the thrill of a different sense there on the gravel, but he got to celebrate a race victory in the GT Win Series at Estoril in a very wet race too. Hasn't quite hit those heights since then, but he and Francesco Lopez working hard. Will work hard together in the endurance race later on in the afternoon. But for now, Uwe trying to secure 11th overall. Hubert Darmetko is the driver in his way. Lauer with the inside line there. Maybe had a bit more space than he thought. Backed out of that one. Through 12 and 13 they go. Of course, again, these twisty sections, that middle sector of the lap is really where the Ferrari would be at its best compared to a Porsche Cup car. The aero advantage. But Uwe not yet able to find a way past Darmetko. Mikael Kapfinger has closed in again on Quanda Mokoena for second place. It was 1.2 seconds. It's 0.6 seconds now as of the last time by. And indeed, as they come down the main straight, it's still about 0.7 of a second. Keep them in picture then. See the progress there. As we wait for Uwe Lauer to find that opportunity that he's been sniffing for the last couple of laps. Uwe with a decent run out of turn 6. He could have a go into turn 8. Sets himself up nicely there. Does get a good run out of the corner. Won't be close enough to dive up the inside of turn 8, I don't think. But through 9, 10, 11, again, that GT3 spec car will be stronger. Let's see if the opportunity makes itself apparent to Uwe. Darmetko drifting a little bit wide there, takes a later apex, but that of course gives him a good run out of the turn. So Uwe could not take advantage. Some lap traffic there in the form of Frank Kivitz just ahead. Could that play into the hands of either driver? Darmetko goes for it, dives up the inside, and Uwe follows suit. Frank staying well clear out of the way there. Did everything right on that occasion. There's Finn Wiebelhaus just behind them. He will start the penultimate lap of the race this time. For those of you partaking this early in the day, if you are, you do have a drink in front of you, now's the time to take a sip, because yes, the 52 car has gained another excursion penalty. Track limits, an issue for Kian Gyotza. Just being lapped in the picture-in-picture there by Mikael Kapfinger, actually. Or rather, that was... that's Joachim Bolting's on board rather than Kapfinger's. Okay, so Joachim Bolting has actually fallen behind the number 52 car after his spin earlier on. There is Kazmarski. Kazmarski has closed in on Jonas Karklis quietly. So Jonas under some pressure here from Martin Kazmarski. I spoke to Jonas earlier, of course. We referenced the fact that he's done a full year of GT3 racing. Kazmarski made his GT3 debut just a week ago at Jerez. Of course, did so on a winning basis, secured a victory in that one. Martin Kazmarski would certainly relish a top 5. Very harsh against his own performances at times is Martin, but we know that for a GT3 rookie, someone who races for a hobby rather than as a professional, he has done some amazing work already this year in GT Winter Series. Bouncing across the curbs goes Mikael Kapfinger then. Quanda Mokoena is going to have to watch those mirrors, because Kapfinger still on his bumper. Oh, and Mokoena spins! Mokoena into the gravel, into the tyre barrier. Quanda Mokoena into the spin, into a spin, and it's good timing for the number 1 car because Mikael Kapfinger had just got a penalty for track limits. This man, Mikael Kapfinger, has a 5-second penalty for track limits, and that is potentially going to hand second place to Nicky Thiem once all is said and done. Kwanda Mokoena has spun out of the race. Mikael Kapfinger will finish second on the road, but I believe Nicky Thiem will end up second ultimately because Mikael Kapfinger has a penalty. None of this is a concern though to Finn Wiebelhaus. He won't know what's happened to his Haupt Racing team teammate. He only knows that once again the checkered flag awaits him here at the circuit Ricardo Tormo. The clock has hit 0 and the checkered flag waves for the number 4 driver. Finn Wiebelhaus takes the win. Mikael Kapfinger will cross the line in second place. But I believe Nicky Thiem will ultimately inherit that because of a penalty. Kwanda Mokoena, we saw there, stopped on the circuit, and that means that Karklis and Kazmarski are fighting hard for 4th position out there on the circuit. We saw them battling earlier on, the red Audi versus the white and black Mercedes. There they are now. They've got some lap traffic to contend with as well. Karklis should just about hold on, unless he gets spooked. I think he's going to be okay. He will take 4th place ahead of Kazmarski in the 147. 6th place will go to Kenneth Hyatt there in the back of shot. The Cup 1 win will go to Dieter Sveps. Eventually, everyone else in Cup 1 was lapped, as a matter of fact. So Dieter's Cup 2, sorry. Everyone else in Cup 2 has been lapped. So Dieter Sveps will be the only Porsche Cup car to finish on the lead lap. There is Yevgen Sokolovsky, who obviously got past Dieter Sveps earlier on. He crossed the line to take 7th place, and there is Dieter to come home as winner in Cup 2. 8th place for him. Torhaugen will take 9th. Kwanda Mokoena will end up 10th overall, albeit not taking the checkered flag, of course, because he is in the barriers down at turn 3 and 4. A spin for Kwanda Mokoena then, losing out on a podium in the last moments of that race. Again, we're expecting at least a few changes to the order in the next couple of moments because of the penalties hanging over the heads of a few drivers. Most obvious and important one is the number 1 car. Mikael Kapfinger, I think, will ultimately be classified in 3rd place. But Finn Wiebelhaus already heading down to the podium. We have now had a change there, so Nicky Thiem is going to take 2nd in this race. The order then, Finn Wiebelhaus is your race winner. Mikael Kapfinger, with a penalty, will drop to 3rd place behind Nicky Thiem. Ultimately, Jonas Karklis takes 4th place. Martin Kazmarski takes 5th, ahead of Kenneth Hyatt in the number 11. Yevgen Sokolovsky in 7th place. Dieter Sveps taking 8th position ahead of Torhaugen and Kwanda Mokoena, who'll be classified in 10th place. Uwe Lauer got the better of Hubert Darmetko towards the end. Igor Klaya, the last of the Cup 2 podium finishers, ahead of Marcel van Berlo. Joachim Bolting, after a slightly difficult race, trials and tribulations along the way, he managed to finish in 15th place. 16th to Guillaume Giorza. In fact, Giorza fell all the way to 18th eventually. Alexandre Bochet in the Kessel Racing 69 takes 16th. PTT Racing's Premislav Biankowski in 17th, ahead of Guillaume Gorza. And the final results, Petros Makris in 19th, 20th to Frank Kiewicz. Finn Wiebelhaus then is once again a winner in the GT Win Series. Another good job well done there for the driver of the number 4. I think that after a certain amount of race wins, we've hit 4 race wins, I think he now owes himself the joy of getting his lid painted, don't you? Although bare carbon does look good, to be fair. But he has really been exemplary so far. It's going to be very interesting to see if anyone can try and beat Wiebelhaus over the course of the endurance race. Of course, he will be driving solo in that one, so he'll be consistent across the race distance in terms of pace. He will be the man to beat. He will have the target on his back in that race. So Wiebelhaus having a chat there with his engineers from Haupt Racing Team. And he'll be, again, very satisfied with his result. Nicky Thiem will take second place again after that penalty for track limits for Mikael Kapfinger. I believe Kapfinger got 2 penalties for track limits. Yes, he did, a 5th and 6th warning, so 10 seconds total of penalties, unfortunately, for Mikael. And Finn will now get ready to chat to our very own Chris McCarthy in front of his car. In fact, I think Chris is down there, so let's go to him now.
Yep, down with our winner, Finn Wiebelhaus. It's now 4 for the season. Superb drive there, Finn, racking them up now.
Yeah, it was a really nice race. I could settle the pace. The car was brilliant. I could push. It was a lot of fun, yeah. And it's always nice to have like so many fans here out. The atmosphere was brilliant, so it was really fun to see out there on the straight, all the fans. So yeah, thank you very much.
It's a brilliant atmosphere, isn't it, here as well? It must, as you said, make it even better. And what is a really unique place for the fans, isn't it? That must feel nice when you're out in front.
Yeah, I guess Valencia, the iconic track, also for MotoGP, so it's nice to see so many fans here.
And tell us about the race itself. I know hot conditions out there, probably one of the hottest we've had all season. How was that to deal with?
Yeah, it was a bit hot in the car, but it was still manageable. It was no problem for me. And yeah, if you are physically enough on the level, it's fine. Yeah.
But very successful so far. 4 wins. Reckon we can make it 5 later?
Maybe. Let's see.
Good stuff, congratulations. Finn Wiebelhaus doing a superb job. He's only been here for 2 weekends, 4 wins already. The 100% podium record continues, and he did mention the fans, many of them up there supporting all the drivers. You can see the atmosphere building around us. We've got all the teams getting ready to go for the podium, which is going to be commencing very, very shortly. Lucas is up there preparing the drivers for it, Adam. So we'll come back to you to reflect on that second GT Winter Series race before we go to the celebrations for that second race.
Yeah, the second and final sprint race for the GT Winter Series this weekend. A 60-minute endurance race waiting in the wings for them. Let's take a look, though, at sprint race number 2. It was a very good start from Finn Wiebelhaus to launch away in the lead at the start of this one. Quanda Mokoena taking second, and a supreme getaway from Mikael Kapfinger allowed him past Nicky Thiem into 3rd place for much of the race. As with yesterday, Mokoena was under immense pressure from Mikael Kapfinger, who almost got to the inside here at turn 12, side by side through the corner, but Mokoena would hold on. A good move as well from the driver of the 83 car, Marcel van Berlo, as he fought in the middle of the Cup 2 field. There you see the gap building between Wiebelhaus and the chasing pack, Mokoena, Kapfinger and Thiem. Frank Kiewicz had a couple of off-track moments during the race. Alexandre Bochet also having a spin in the Kessel Racing GT3 Ferrari, but continued on his way unabated. We had Yevgen Sokolovsky pressuring Dieter Sveps for what was 7th overall. And eventually the GT3 car would come up trumps once Sokolovsky got past. He was quicker, quite considerably quicker than the Porsche Cup car. But getting past was the issue after Dieter Sveps had a good start at the beginning of the race. A good fight as well between Igor Klaya and Joachim Bolting. This would be a move for 3rd in the Cup 2 class, albeit a matter of corners later. Bolting would have a spin that would ultimately demote him back behind Igor Klaya. Had to wait for the race leaders to come past him before getting back out onto the circuit, and that would cost him a good couple of positions. At the front of the field, though, on the last lap, Quanda Mokoena spun out of second place, hit the tyre barriers, and ended his race in less than satisfactory fashion. Not happy with himself there. You could see him in the cockpit going, oh no. Finn Wiebelhaus took the win, and at the very last corner, actually, in the back of shot there, I see Uwe Lauer managed to get past Hubert Darmetko, but Finn Wiebelhaus did absolutely everything right once again. He is flying very, very high right now. If you're a rival team on the ADAC GT Masters grid, I think you might be sweating a little bit coming into the summer based on his performances here in the GT Winter Series. He has been very, very impressive over the last, over the 2 weekends that he's competed so far. I understand that we can now go down to Haupt Racing Team with Chris McCarthy. We're going to get some pre-podium insight from the team.
Yep, down with the team manager, Manuel Reuter, here from Haupt Racing Team. Well, it's going very well so far. 2 cars out this weekend. I know Quanda had a bit of issues towards the end there, but it's going so well for Finn Wiebelhaus. The 2 weekends we've had him, 4 wins so far.
No, I mean, we have to say the boys did an awesome job. Front row, executed the start perfectly, and unfortunately Quanda had a problem in the last lap. But apart from this, Finn, yeah, amazing pole. Again, really brought it home safe, P1, and now we have to see what brings the third race. But overall, I have to say, yeah, the boys are preparing for GT Masters for this season, and yeah, they're doing an awesome job.
Exciting season ahead, I'm sure. And confident Quanda can come back from this as well and get a good season ahead?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we have to see SSRs here with one of the DTM title contenders and the boys racing with them, so that shows that they have a great career in front of them.
Good stuff. Congratulations, Haupt Racing Team. Let's go up to the podium now with Lucas.
Thank you very much, Chris McCarthy down there in the pits. We are ready upstairs just as well to welcome our podium finishers after race number 2 for the GT Winter Series. And we start our podium procedures with the podium for GT3 class. The number 1 is back on the podium in 3rd place for Team Jost by Twinbush, Michael Kapfinger. In 2nd place for SSR Performance, Nicky Team. And your winner for the 4th time this season for Haupt Racing Team, Finn Wiebelhaus. Well done to Finn and of course to Nicky and to Michael Kapfinger, just as well as Stefan Lehner, Jan Jürge and Markus Gedlich from the GT Winter Series organization are presenting the trophies to our top 3 finishers. A 4th win of the season and a 2nd one this weekend for Finn Wiebelhaus. Nicky Team with another 2nd place finish on Sunday, and Michael Kapfinger back in the GT Winter Series with number 1 on his Porsche, joining the podium just as well. So can we please have another big round of applause for our top 3 GT3 finishers, Michael Kapfinger, Nicky Team and Finn Wiebelhaus. Thank you very much. Cup 1 podium is next for the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo cars. Please welcome in 2nd place for JVO Racing, Frank Kewitz. And your winner, just as yesterday, for Kessel Racing is Petros Makris. Well done to Petros, making his championship debut last time out in Jerez, collecting trophies in the Cup 1 class. Jan Jürge and Markus Gedlich presenting the trophies to Frank Kewitz in the Jörg van Ommen entered Ferrari in 2nd place, and Petros Makris, your winner, as Daniel and the photographers in the busy pit lane are ready to take some more shots. Formula Winter Series cars storming onto the circuit right now. Thank you very much once again. Big round of applause, Frank Kewitz and Petros Makris. your top 2 finishers in GT Winter Series Class Cup 1. One more to go, and this is our Cup 2 class for the Porsche Carrera Cup machinery. Please welcome in 3rd place, first podium of the weekend for PTT Racing and Igor Klaya. In 2nd place for PTT Racing just as well, Hubert Dametko. And your winner for Raka Motorsport, Dieter Sweppes. Congratulations to our top 3 in Cup 2 just as well. Stefan Lehner, Jan Jürge and Markus Gedlich presenting this set of trophies just as well. Igor Klaya with his first podium of the weekend. Hubert Dametko, yesterday's race winner, back on the podium today. And Dieter Sweppes winning the 2nd race. His team partner, of course, Leandro Martins with P2 yesterday in race 1. So another success for Raka Motorsport today. Thank you very much. Big round of applause to Igor Klaya, Hubert Dametko and Dieter Sweppes. So that concludes our podium for GT Winter Series. Now it's back to single-seaters on this busy day of racing. It's been a bit of a wait, and now we are ready to start racing for the first time today for Formula Winter Series, and Chris McCarthy is on the grid for you.
Welcome down to the grid, where we are having issues with a car. We're getting ready to go for Formula Winter Series Race 2. We got smoke coming from one of the cars, it seems, down in that direction. Not too sure exactly what is going on. One of our cameras from around the circuit might be able to pick that one up. But here on pole position, I'm not going to exactly, it's car 11 that has smoke coming out. The guys will tell me in my ear, car 11 has smoke coming out the back of it, so unfortunate problems for the number 11 car, which has run into problems out. And I think, looking from it, Packen Weisenberger has gone into pit lane. It looked like from the direction of the smoke that the car has gone into pit lane. So we'll see how Packen gets on. Now, one thing we are going to go and speak to is, one person we're going to go and speak to is Juan Cota, because, turn around Johnny, look at all the support for the drivers we have here. Formula Winter Series Race 2 getting ready to go. And we have a Spanish driver starting on the front row of the grid, Juan Cota. I've been given the grid for race 2, but it doesn't appear to be in the right order. This is Andres Cardenas, so we'll speak to him first. Andres Cardenas, let's speak to him. Andres, these grids are made up of the starting the fastest laps from the first race. I was given a grid, but I can tell you it's not right, because this is Andres Cardenas. Andres, how are you feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, feeling good, positive on how our pace is, and yeah, confident for now.
Best of luck for it. We will try and find where Juan Cota is starting. Griffin Peebles is going to be over there. Let's have a walk up and see if we can investigate what happened to this car. This is Maciej Guadish next along. The 31 is Akshay Bora, who is next. We spoke to him in the pit lane during our lunch break. Let's keep moving up. Jean-Marco Pradel comes next along after that, starting P5. P6 is going to be 3-minute board goes up. Matteo Kilnaghi. Right, here comes Juan Cota. So, was due to start second, but the grid was changed. So this race was due to happen earlier. Then the race stopped. So it looks like Juan Cota was due to start on the front row, but that's now changed. But let's get him to say a few words to his fans. First of all, he'll speak to us. Juan Cota, how are you feeling?
Well, we have some problems right now with the steward, so at the final we start on P7. We'll go 1,000% to go to the top 3 drivers.
You want to say a few words to the fans that are here supporting you?
Thank you so much, and let's race. Let's race so hard. Muchas gracias y a correr duro.
Juan Cota starting on row number 4. We can't walk much further up, I'm afraid, because this race is going to get going very shortly. Mateus Ferreira comes next. 3-minute board went up very short, just a little while ago. Filippo Fiorentino, who has made great progress, I have to say. Filippo, we spoke to you in pit lane. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
I'm feeling a little bit nervous, just a little bit, but like pretty confident for the start of the race. But I think, yeah, the goal now is just to go ahead and look forward and keep our head down.
Good stuff. Get your head down. That's exactly it. Let's keep moving. See if we can work out what happened to that car. We can't quite see it from where we're sat. I'm just getting a little bit conscious of the boards, and with that I think we're going to have to start moving. We're going to leave you with Francisco Macedo. I think with that we're going to get ready to go racing. Here is a little bit of a break, but stay where you are because very shortly 38 cars are going to be racing around Valencia.
This has certainly been a slightly longer run-up to Formula Winter Series Race 2 than expected, but the cars are lined up and ready to go for this FWS race. I'll tell you what, Alpha Live have done something quite special. They've managed to get a grid sheet that I don't have, and they will have the grids up for us in just a few moments in the order that they are on the circuit. It is Griffin Peebles starting from pole position in this one. Andres Cardenas starting from second place. Maciej Guadish in third alongside Akshay Bora. Gianmarco Pradell in fifth place. He'll be looking for his first podium of the season. Mattia Kolnagi in P6. Row 4 of the grid is Juan Cota in the number 4. He will be looking to make up some places from there. He was very confident this weekend. Mateus Ferreira in 8th. Filippo Fiorentino with his best start of the season, I think, 9th place. Peter Buzinalos in 10th place. Francisco Macedo, he's starting to come on song. 11th place for him. Maxime Ream in 12th. 13th position for Dawe de Decker. He's alongside Rene Lammers. Finn Harrison in P15 alongside Jan Pasharovsky. Bianca Bustamante with a first start within the top 20. She starts in 17th place alongside Bart Harrison. Row number 10 of the grid is next. 19th and 20th place for Pacon Wiesenberg and Arthur Dorizon. However, I understand it's Wiesenberger whose car was generating all that smoke earlier on, so let's keep an eye on that. Tim Gerhardt is next in 21st place. 22nd, Kabir Anurag, the number 19. Alexander Savinkov is next in 23rd alongside Nathan Ty in the number 48. He has a lot of work to do from there. Thomas Strauben in 25th place. Lucas Flusha in 26th. Flavio Olivieri in 27th. And Emanuele Olivieri in 28th. Enya Fry and Adam Hideg in 29th and 30th positions. 31st for Edouard Borgna. Victor Dobzhansky in 32nd place. Leah Block in 33rd and Nathaniel Berraby in 34th. Lorenzo Castillo is 35th position. Mikkel Pedersen, he's going to have to perform another one of his overtaking masterclasses. He's from 36th on the grid. 37th place to Ernesto Rivera. Lenny Reed will start from the rear. So 38 cars set to take the start of this one. I understand we are down one car, that being the number 5 machine. So we are down one potentially here. That is the Lorenzo Castillo machine. So Technicar look like they could be down one. Let's see if that car gets to take the start. So then, 38 cars assembling. This is quite a lengthy process, but it's been one that we've been eager to perform. These drivers with some great opportunities up the sharp end of the order. Further down the pack, however, we've got the likes of Nathan Ty, who really has to do a lot of work. Ty and Pedersen in particular, two drivers that strike me as very far out of position. Well, 30 minutes of racing is scheduled on the timing screen. We are about ready to go. Racing once again in the Formula Winter Series. The yellow flag will be hoisted down, the green flag will be hoisted up. We go racing for the second time in the Formula Winter Series this weekend. It's about an equal start, it looks like to me, between the top two, Cardenas and Peebles. Peebles with an axle ahead as they head to the first corner, but Cardenas has the inside line. They're side by side through turn one. Everyone looking for the track space, 2 and 3 wide as they work their way through the pack, but it's Griffin Peebles that leads the way. Cardenas with a lock-up, Maciej Gładys sideways at turn 2 as well. Then it's the first of the US racing cars. Was that Bora or was it Pradell in 4th and 5th position? It's Bora from Pradell in 4th and 5th. Everyone picking their way through the pack. First few corners cleanly, thankfully. And one car kicking up some gravel there. That's the 66 of Macedo there. Really in amongst it, 3-4 wide, coming up through turn 6, 7 and 8. Look at that pack towards the rear of the order. Juan Cota's trying to make some places up from 6th, but do they all get through in that big scrum of cars? Somehow, yes, it's Daytona 500 weekend and they're pack racing. That was one of the US racing cars off as well. Yes, Kabir Anurag getting up onto the gravel there. Manages to rejoin the race, but goodness me, look at this fighting further back in the midfield. I think Macedo tripped himself up and everyone else combined together. The 44 car is off the road. Campos down one front wing then. And that is the Ernesto Rivera car. Ernesto has not had a good weekend at all so far here, unfortunately. Valencia not his friend. Pradell under some pressure from Juan Cota for 5th place. Cota wants to try and get a DriveX car up there onto the podium. Safety car, though, has been declared. Safety car is out. That will be to collect Ernesto Rivera. Didn't quite perceive where Rivera was. I think he's between 8 and 9 on the circuit. And there's another car involved as well, potentially, because the 14 Technicar machine facing the wrong way. So both Ernesto Rivera and Victor Dobzhansky with issues on lap number 1. Safety car then is out. Griffin Peebles will have to accept the fact that Cardenas, Gładys, Bora and Pradell and Cota will all be on the rear gearbox, so the rear wing and the gearbox of his car. Now, I kind of think those were separate incidents, looking at the gap between the 44 and the 14. And when you have those cars 2, 3, even 4 wide going down towards turn 8, I'm not exactly surprised that something happened, or at least a couple of things may have happened. There was a lot of pack racing going on there early doors. It looked a bit more like a Moto3 race at Valencia than an F4 race at Valencia. You see there the 14 car is now moving again, so that will be recovered. It will be a lap down, potentially to rejoin the race. I don't know about Ernesto Rivera. It looks like he's gone in frontwards and lost his wing. But nonetheless, the safety car is out. Our top 2 in the championship are the top 2 on the circuit right now, albeit in reverse order, with Cardenas in 2nd place. Griffin Peebles didn't set a lap in qualifying 2 this morning. Qualifying 2 sets a lap, or qualifying 2 sets your grid for race number 3. And that is potentially going to be a hard race for Griffin. He'll be savouring the lead while he has it, because I think he's going to be starting 38th based on what I know of qualifying 2. in FWS. There, the number 5 car is into the pits. We've had that car in at least once. I think it may have come in a second time. Clutch issues on that one. So, tyre cycles, get some heat into them if you possibly can. Fire up these Hankooks before we go back to racing. Now, we saw that the Technicar machine, the number 14, was removed. Not sure if Ernesto Rivera's car is out of the way just yet, but I'm sure the driver of the safety car is just getting his marching orders to slow it down, keep it steady in case we can go racing again this time. Now let's have a look. Where is Ernesto Rivera's car? It's still dangling from the crane, but the crane isn't too far away from its assigned position behind the barriers, so maybe we might just get the race fired back up, but I suspect in reality we have one more lap behind safety car. We'll wait and see what the call is there. Car number 7 is under investigation for grid marks. I suspect that is out of the grid marks, not in the right position. So Maciej Guadish under investigation right now. Things like that, whether you're in the grid marks, is one of those things that's pretty cut and dry, a bit like pit lane speeding. Once you're investigated, chances are they know you're guilty. Safety car procedure also under investigation, so maybe a couple of them haven't quite been behaving as suggested or intended under the safety car as well. This weekend has rather made up for the relative cleanliness and ease that was the FWS Jerez weekend. Valencia has brought in a whole other chaotic realm into things so far. Of course, Andres Cardenas thrives regardless. Took his race win yesterday. Be looking to do the same in this one, but Griffin Peebles, also a race winner in Jerez. The MP Motorsport car, he'll be the one leading them away. Filippo Fiorentino is still there in the top 10 as well for Cram. I think that's the first time we've had a Cram Motorsport car in the top 10 in this Formula Winter Series season. The Cram outfit, founded by Simone and Gabriele Rossi in 1994. The team has been going for 30 years as of this season. And Fiorentino, a 15-year-old from Brazil, has some experience in the Formula Delta category over in Brazil. So you can run a single-seater before 15 over there in South America. Ran a few races in Spanish F4 towards the end of the season once he turned 15. So Fiorentino, who we heard from over the lunch break with Chris McCarthy, there in the top 10 for the first time in the season, and will maybe be looking to get a little bit better of a result out of it if we possibly can. Safety car is in this lap, and we will go racing once again with something like 21 minutes left on the clock in this 30 minutes plus 1 lap race. So Griffin Peebles will lead them away. His MP Motorsport teammate Maciej Guadish is going to be sandwiching the Campos car along with Peebles. Andres Cardenas there in third. Keep an eye on Bora and Pradell as well. Juan Cota also one to pick up some places on a restart here and there, so let's see. Ferreira in 7th, Colnaghi in 8th. Then it's René Lammers running in the top 10. The number 9 car in 9th place. The aforementioned Filippo Fiorentino rounding out the top 10 as we return to racing speeds. Green flag once again. And look at that, Pradell has tried to get past Bora there. They're running almost side by side as they run down to turn 1. 4th position under contest then. Akshay Bora goes defensive. Pradell needs to keep half an eye on Juan Cota behind him as well, though. Pradell to the outside line at turn 2. Now, if he can hold that around the outside, it's converted to the inside by the time they get to turn 4. But he's not quite able to carry the momentum around the outside of the corner. Some fairly generous positive camber at these corners, so you can sometimes hang it around the outside line. Macedo there trying to provide us with an example further back in the pack, the Portuguese racer. Gave us the quote of the weekend, Obrigado Su, earlier on. Sometimes you give a teenager a microphone and that's what happens. Griffin Peebles. Oh, we have an off. That's Bianca Bustamante. Oh no, and a front wing that I don't think belongs to her either. So Bianca Bustamante off the circuit. She was running in the top 20, having started in 17th place. The safety car boards are flashing once more. Ah, that's a shame for Bianca. Had a really good opportunity there to start from 17th on the grid. And unfortunately, in the gravel trap with someone else's front wing, and that rather suggests she didn't get there on her own. Is there anyone missing a front wing through the pack? No, that's one of the US Racing cars by the looks of it. In fact, it might be Thomas Strauven or Bart Harrison, two Rodin Motorsport cars in their black and white liveries, were behind Bianca Bustamante at the start of the lap, so we'll see who it is. I think it might be Bart Harrison, because Bart Harrison is dropping through the order. We saw one of the black and white cars without a front wing at the back of the field. I think that is Bart Harrison, unfortunately. That will be the front wing that has found itself in the gravel there. The 16-year-old racer, twice a runner-up in the British Kart Championship X30s, is already confirmed for British F4 this year. Unfortunately, he's running Sans front wing. They might be able to keep him on the lead lap, though. Is the car in the pit lane? Yes, it is. So 77 car is in the pits with its front wing replaced. Now, if it's more than a one-lap safety car, he'll at least be able to rejoin the pack from the rear and try and make something of the race. We do have a few drivers moving up through the order in spite of the pauses. One of them being Nathan Ty, who started in 24th position. He's now up to P20 as we see Bianca Bustamante's car unfortunately craned away. Bustamante will be now heading on a plane to Jeddah along with Leah Block. They have F1 Academy commitments to contend with, which means they will miss race 3 of the Formula Winter Series. However, they will be back next time out in Aragon. Safety car is in this lap, so that's good work from our safety crews. It does mean that Bart Harrison is probably not going to get to join the rear of the pack, but he'll have to make do and see what he can achieve from a little way off. Griffin Peebles holds the field, will more than likely pull the pin, yes, before the corner. Back to racing speeds yet again then, 17 minutes and 18 seconds plus one lap of this race left to go. Underneath the Repsol gantry they go. And look at this, weaving one way, then the other. We're going to see a lot of that at Aragon with the long back straight there. Some side-by-side further back with one of the Monlau competition cars, along with, I think, Alexander Savinkov. But at the front of the order, Maciej Guadish under pressure from the US Racing competitors. Bora and Pradell trying to find their way onto the podium. Everybody through turn 1. One of the Jenzer cars locking up there. Might have been Hideg. Everyone through turn 4. Oh, and Juan Cota with an off-track moment there. Just about keeps it in the right direction, but he's going to lose out potentially to Mattia Kolnagi here, side by side. Ferreira's already got past him. This is for 8th position now then. Cota trying to hold on, but he's not going to be able to do it, or is he? Kolnagi very deep into the corner. Did not get that car stopped at all. The 46 of Bazinalos trying to get past Douwe de Decker as well. Juan Cota does eventually have to yield that 8th place. And here comes René Lammers. He's gotten past Juan Cota as well. René Lammers up to 9th position then. Oh, sorry, up to 8th position. Side by side between the two of them. Lammers with just something of a claim to the last corner there. Pushes Juan Cota out wide as they run down the main straight. It's Griffin Peebles that leads the way, then Cardenas, then Guadish, Bora, Pradell. René Lammers has actually had to concede there to Juan Cota. Cota used the runoff there to keep himself ahead of René Lammers in the battle for 8th. I don't know how that's going to get looked on. A few drivers trying to pull the same trick as well at turn 1. Lammers again up the inside of Juan Cota as the 50 car, Tim Gerhardt, tries to go around Douwe de Decker at turns 2 and 3. And Tim has the inside line there for turn 4. Scrapping all throughout the field as always. There's one of the Cram cars, the 37, in at the mid-pack there. That's Filippo Fiorentino, of course, running in the top 10. Just behind Maxime Ream now, actually, so he's down to 11th place is Fiorentino. He'll want that top 10 back if he can. Leah Block is in amongst it there as well, further back in the field. Saw the third of the GRS cars having a look to the inside of one of them at turn 8. Buzinalos now trying to get himself through into 11th place. He's got Tim Gerhardt for company just behind. Douwe de Decker 14th. He's actually got a really strong starting position for race 3 as well. 14th place car of de Decker, who had all manner of issues at Jerez. Would love to avenge that with a good finish in race 3. If he can get to the top 10 in race 2 now, that would make it all the sweeter. Of course, it's the top 10 where the points are scored here in the Formula Winter Series. Drifting out wide there is Fiorentino. That could be Buzinalos' opportunity then. The MP Motorsport car up the inside. The Australian gets through. Fiorentino hasn't quite got the race pace, it seems. He's holding a long queue of cars behind him. Now Tim Gerhardt can have a go as well. There's the 25 car on the defensive. One of the Yenza cars, the leading Yenza car at the moment, Arthur Dorizon. He's just behind Francisco Macedo on the circuit, but he's got a fight here to try and keep the MP car at bay. Around the outside goes Lucas Fluscher. Fluscher not quite got the track space there to do anything. Lots of gravel down there at turn 8 and 9 for the various recoveries. Oh, and Douwe de Decker gets lunged there by Tim Gerhardt. That was fairly definitive driving there from Tim. Oh, we got wheels locked further back in the pack there. That was Lucas Fluscher in contact. Lucas Fluscher with damage to the car by the looks of it, because he's slowed down. He was fighting, I think, with Nathan Tye further back, and they locked wheels in the back of shot. And now Douwe de Decker is under fire once again. This time it is from Jan Pusharovsky in the number 8 car that was driven by Carrie Schreiner last week. To the inside line goes Pusharovsky. We've got a front wing at turn 3. That's not in a great position. Everybody seemingly aware of it. Oh, but the 49 car just nicking it there with its tyre. Round the outside goes Pusharovsky on Douwe de Decker. Nice move then from Jan Pusharovsky. Finn Harrison in the Campos car. He's the one that just clipped away the front wing earlier on. We understand that front wing came from the 27 car. So Edouard Borgna, who has ended up back in pit lane, that's more than likely where that front wing came from, down at turn 3. Macedo then just behind Finn Harrison. This is for 16th position. As the Campos and DriveX teams fight through the order. Of course, MP Motorsport are our leading team at the moment. It's MP from Campos from MP, Peebles from Cardenas from Guadish at the front of the order, and then a trifecta from us racing as the 52 car dives up the inside. That's Alexander Savinkov trying to get past Adam Hedeg. That is for 20th place, 19th place. Savinkov in the top 20 at the moment and trying to work his way further up there. Goes to the inside line at turn 1, can't quite get it done there. Savinkov under pressure as well, because behind him is Nathan Tye. Behind him was Nathan Tye. In fact, no, sorry, that's Finn Harrison, isn't it? Yes, the 49 car had already dropped a couple of places there and then spun coming through turn 2. So Finn Harrison, oh, and well, that is more than a spin. That is a suspension failure. Something like a toe link must have just gone on that car. And, well, at best, he's nursing that back to the pits. That will be a race ender for Finn Harrison. Nathan Tye is still there then behind Savinkov in the 48 Campos car. The 49 is the one that ended up in a spin. He's got to worry about Emanuele Olivieri behind him as well in the second of the... Flavio Olivieri in the second of the Cram cars. There is Finn Harrison into the gravel. That's not good, because if he abandons that in the gravel, we might need another safety car. Wait and see what's going there then. Griffin Peebles, 2.9 seconds clear at this point of Andres Cardenas in the lead. There he is going into turn 2. He's built a nice lead over the last few laps over this man, Andres Cardenas, second. Unfortunately, that may well be disrupted by another pause in the race. Yes, the safety car is out, unfortunately, so Griffin Peebles' 3-second gap is no more. Cardenas, Guadish, Bora, Pradel, et al. Will once again be drawn back to the rear of the orange MP Motorsport machine. That's because Finn Harrison's car is in the gravel. Now, Finn didn't actually get beached too far in the gravel, so theoretically it should be easy to remove him. But of course, the complicating factor is the tyre that's pointed 30 degrees the wrong direction. Hopefully that won't be too long of a pause. They are going to crane it out of the way. One would suspect then that this could be done in one lap. The 21 car is in the pits and retiring. Lucas Fluscher, the driver that we saw just getting tagged in the back of shot, I think with Nathan Tye a few moments ago. They locked wheels, and I think Fluscher will more than likely have something to the effect of suspension damage, much like Finn Harrison. Unless maybe it was Harrison that was also involved with Fluscher, but I thought it was the 48 car rather than the 49 that was racing Fluscher. Finn was a little further up the field than Lucas at that point. Griffin Peebles with 7.5 minutes left to go then leads the way. Andres Cardenas second place. Maciej Guadish third place and first of the rookie classification as well. And the rookie class for F4 debutants making their debut in the Formula Winter Series. There's 24 of those drivers, and he is the first of them. Akshay Bora is in fourth place, ahead of Gianmarco and Pradel and Matias Ferreira. All three of them, of course, from Us Racing. Juan Cota, a race winner in race 3 at the circuit Angel Nieto, the Jerez circuit. He's in 7th place ahead of Mattia Colnaghi. Mattia Colnaghi, who of course yesterday lost his front wing. He's doing a lot better this time around in 8th place. René Lammers in 9th, and Maxime Ream rounding out the overall top 10 also for Us Racing. It's 4 MP cars and 4 Us Racing cars in the top 10. So there's 2 dominant teams in terms of numbers. But of course, the only Campos car in the top 10 is Andres Cardenas. They're in 2nd place. So the safety car, as anticipated, is a short one because it will be in at the end of this lap. So the Volkswagen Polo will disappear off the road. And we will have Griffin Peebles back at the front once again. He will more than likely fire away down towards the final corner again. Plant the throttle just before turning into the corner, and we will be racing once more. Or will he make things interesting and just hold it as long as he can? We'll see. It would probably cause him more strife with Cardenas and Machai Guadish behind him. So sure enough, as he weaves the last bit of temperature into those tyres, we are underway once again. Cars are back to racing speed with 5.5 minutes left to go. It will be then a dash of about 3 or 4 laps to the flag from here. Looks like Matías Ferreira is under some pressure from Juan Cota as they head into turn 1. Cota on the outside there for 6th position. It is Cota still just behind Ferreira, who just bounced across the curves on the exit of turn 1. Ferreira deep into turn 2. That gives Cota the inside line for turn 3. But now Ferreira will try and get back to the inside at T4. I don't think he's going to succeed, though. No, Juan Cota up to 6th place. René Lammers under pressure from Maxime Ream for 9th position as well as the field fires their way through. And Ream actually got overtaken. Sorry, oh goodness, the 66 car. Macedo is into the gravel. Now that looks to be the gap between turn 1 and turn 2. So unfortunately, another car in strife, and Mikael Pedersen is also in the wars. So the 33 and the 66 are both out there. The 2 other DriveX guys are in trouble. The safety car is out again as we see some locking up and fighting in the latter half of the top 10. René Lammers has gotten past, or rather has stayed ahead of Maxime Ream. He did get through. Safety car is out, guys. Pazinalos trying to go around the outside of Maxime Ream, but the safety car is out there. There's Macedo walking away from the 66, and unfortunately the 33 car also out there and wounded. Mikael Pedersen. Thankfully they won't have been involved with one another because Pedersen was further down the order. But both of the other DriveX cars, the teammates to Juan Cota, going no further in this race then. And with 3 minutes and 25 seconds left to go, the Valencia marshals now have a task on their hands to try and get us racing again. To be perfectly honest with you, I've lost count. What, 3 safety cars? I think so. We've had a few. No, this is safety car number 4, isn't it? Oh my word. It's been a dramatic race, to say the least. But we are hopefully going to get this one to finish under green flag. We've got the 33 car in the pits, so Mikael Pedersen did get the car to the pit lane at least. But of course we saw the front wing missing on that car already. Griffin Peebles following the safety car once more then. I think the safety car would be classified within the top 30 in this race if it had a transponder. For those of you interested in the efforts of our 2 female competitors in the GRS team, you may have seen earlier on Bianca Bustamante, unfortunately a retirement, but Leah Block is avoiding all of these troubles and making up some places on the way. She's actually up to 24th position at the moment, and if we do get back to green flag, she could make a couple of more places up yet in the number 57 GRS car. Just behind Enya Fry at the moment out there on circuit. Enya in the Yenza car. There is the 66 removed. I don't think we're going back to green this time by, though. No, 1 minute and 35 seconds left to go. Of course, we have a +1 lap in this series. So that tells me that we are going to have a 1 lap dash. Brace yourselves. Griffin Peebles then leads them into the penultimate lap behind the safety car, and I suspect we are going to get +1 lap this time. We will, per the regulations. So every now and then they decide to pull a fast one and not do that if we're short on time, but I think the timings, the time schedule allows us to have the +1 lap as anticipated. So Griffin Peebles will have to do one last restart and try and hold off Andres Cardenas one last time. Machai Guadish on that overall podium is once again going to have to worry about Akshay Bora and Marco Pradel, both of whom have looked feisty on the restarts on more than one occasion. And of course there's Juan Cota as well, who in the rare spells of green flag racing has been pretty good, making his way through the pack. Safety car is still out there, but it is now confirmed to be in this lap. I was just getting a little bit worried that they were going to finish the race under safety car, but that isn't much fun, is it? We will get one last green flag lap, then we will get a one-lap dash to the flag. Griffin Peebles will be the driver to lead us away into green flag racing for the 5th time. We'll see who comes out on top in this one. I mentioned the Daytona 500 earlier on with pack racing. We now have a green-white checkered situation. One lap between Griffin Peebles and race victory. Can he do everything right? He's got a lot of practice of safety car restarts over the last half hour. But has anyone behind him maybe picked up a trick or two as well? Can Cardenas time it perfectly to be on his gearbox heading down the main straight? Peebles goes, and he has a car length as they run into the final corner. We begin the race then, green flag waving from the gantry. This is the final lap of the race that begins under green flag conditions once more. Peebles is your leader, Cardenas and Maciej Guadish in 2nd and 3rd place. Akshay Bora looking to the inside there briefly of Guadish. Now, does everyone get through turn 1 cleanly? No, not really. Bora very wide there, and that's the opportunity that Gianmarco Pradel needs to get up there for 4th place. But Bora will fight back through turn 3. They're almost side by side through that corner. Pradel has the inside line though. He should retain 4th place, or will he? Because Bora manages to cut himself back to the inside. He's got to worry about Juan Cota behind him though. Bora loses the momentum there as Pradel went defensive. No changes at the sharp end. Peebles from Cardenas from Guadish. But it's now Gianmarco Pradel in 4th, and it could be Juan Cota in 5th. He's trying to go around the outside at turn 8. That's much easier said than done, particularly with that runoff area there. You can get pushed into the gravel, as we've already seen this weekend. Cota has to worry about the 10 car as well. Ferreira trying to gain that 6th position back. I think that they've pretty much done all they can do though, unless Cota really pulls a fast one at the final turn. There's a few front wings missing further back in the pack, but Griffin Peebles has had an exemplary race at the sharp end of the order. Griffin Peebles will see the checkered flag and will be our race winner. He's across the line to take it from Andres Cardenas. Guadish in 3rd, Pradel in 4th. Any battles further back, a drag race there between the Yenza cars. I think that was Adam Hideg just besting Arthur Dorizon by 0.03 of a second. The AKM car there, the 73 machine, without its front wing by the end, Emanuele Olivieri. Beer Block finishes 25th, but that was a very, very dramatic race. And you know what? The one thing I don't think we had was that many penalties. There's one penalty to be served though, and it's an important one. Maciej Guadish got a 5-second penalty because of his grid marks under investigation earlier on. He started out of position, out of formation, so he's 3rd for now, but he's going to drop outside of the top 14 even. So Griffin Peebles will claim the race win. Andres Cardenas 2nd. Gianmarco Pradel, I understand, will take the overall podium because of that penalty for Maciej Guadish. Bora will follow him, then Juan Cota. Matías Ferreira will be 6th once the penalty is applied to Maciej Guadish. 7th place for Mattia Kolnagi, 8th place for René Lammers, Maxime Ream in 9th position, and Peter Buzinilos in 10th place. Tim Gerhardt in 11th, Fiorentino 12th, Jan Przowski in 13th place, or Pusharovsky I should say, Douwe de Decker 14th, and then in 15th place it will be the driver who's listed there in third, Maciej Gładysz, will be 15th ultimately. It'll all be clean from further back though on our graphic. So from 16th onwards, all is normal. Adam Hideg will take 16th place ahead of Arthur Dorizon, Alexander Savinkov 18th, then Nathan Ty in 19th, Flavio Olivieri in 20th, then Fry, Straubern, Emanuele Olivieri and Kabir Anurag, Leah Block taking 25th, then Bart Harrison recovering to 26th after his issue with his front wing. 27th going to Lenny Reed, then Beraby, Bornia and Dobzanski. Mikkel Pedersen not reaching the flag, nor did Francisco Macedo, Lucas Flucher, Finn Harrison or Bianca Bustamante. A very dramatic race, quite a few safety car periods, and unfortunately quite a few missing front wings. A banner day though for the Tatus Spares and Repairs department. Griffin Peebles takes a race win then. Both he and Andres Cardenas have 2 victories to their name in the Formula Winter Series now. And he is delighted with that result. Based on my understanding of the race 3 grid though, he's going to have some work to do in race number 3. If my understanding of that grid is correct, he's going to be a long way down the order there, but for now he can soak up the adulation and the excitement down there on the podium. The MP Motorsport crew, unfortunately not a double podium for them, as Maciej Gładysz had his penalty, came across the line in third, but was awarded a penalty for being out of grid position. That was awarded quite in the middle of the race among all the safety car periods. My apologies for not spotting that a little bit sooner. But the penalty putting Maciej all the way down from third to 15th, which with so many safety cars, of course, that's a symptom of those safety cars, that he lost quite so many places. Chris McCarthy, you've got Griffin Peebles. Let's have a word.
I certainly have, yes. The top 3 finishing in the same order on track, albeit in a slightly different order, but something that didn't change from race 2 was our winner, that Griffin Peebles, just like he did at round 1, taking the win in round 2. And you had a lot of safety car restarts to deal with there. One of the most difficult places to do it, isn't it, here at Valencia? How was it dealing with all of those?
Yeah, we had very good start. I got the tires up to temperature very well. We had a decent start. I had to defend a little bit from Cardenas at the start, and I got a small gap, and it got bigger and bigger, but we had that first safety car. I made a good restart of that, then we have another safety car, and then I tried to get another good restart, and then I have 2 minutes to count. So every restart was good, and the opening laps of that are very important to just get that gap. And we had a last lap shootout just for the finish, and he couldn't keep up with me. So I'm very happy with the pace, and hopefully we can do the same in race 3.
Just when you think that the race is in the bag, you have to deal with that last lap shootout. Tell us what's going through your mind coming through the second sector. Had you gone through a plan like that already?
Just to be as smooth as possible and just try to beat him, obviously. And we were quite even after the very start, so I'm just happy to take the win.
We spoke to Benjamin Bailey, who's worked with you in the past before, about race starts as well. How do you feel race starts went for you this time? It seemed it was a smooth race all the way through.
The initial start was quite good from the standing start compared to race 1. He was alongside me, but I held the position, and all the safety car restarts were quite good, so I'm happy with that.
Really good stuff. A great job for you and the MP Motorsport team as well. Second win of the season. Reckon we can. I was going to say reckon we can make it a third, but you've got a tough job to do a little bit later if the grid is correct, starting down the field. Looking forward to, I guess, making some overtakes a little bit later.
Yeah, I think I can climb up my way through the field. We definitely have the speed, so I'm ready for that. Thank you.
Good stuff. Well, for now, we'll let you celebrate a well-deserved win. Well done, Griffin Peebles, taking his second win of the season. That's 2 in 2 rounds now. People are taking advantage to get their pictures. Griffin Peebles getting ready to celebrate on the podium. For now, let's reflect on that second race with commentator Adam Weller.
And the safety cars within the race, I suspect, as well. But yes, great result then for Griffin Peebles in the second race of the weekend in Formula Winter Series. Let's take a look at those highlights. It was a great start from Griffin then down to the first corner. Of course, you have the outside line as the pole sitter here, but he managed to stave off Andres Cardenas through the first turn. They were side by side early doors. A lot of cars fighting for real estate further back in the field. A lot of them making use of those runoff areas at turn one. Maciej Guadish getting a little bit sideways early doors as well, with Bora and Pradel behind him. And you saw there some of the fighting further back. We also saw one of the US racing cars, Kabir Anurag, going off the circuit early on as well. Remarkably, we got through the first lap relatively incident-free until we didn't. Unfortunately, the Technicar 14 machine and Ernesto Rivera in the 44 both having their problems. This was the first of many safety car restarts, and it was, for much of the race, a story of Akshay Bora in fourth place having to fight Gianmarco Pradel, and of course eventually Pradel managed to get himself up there. Unfortunately, Bianca Bustamante got into some contact further back. That was with Bart Harrison, who also lost his front wing. Another safety car restart, some more frantic action as Juan Cota goes rally crossing. Further back in the field, Arthur Dorizon having a scrap. That's Lucas Flucher trying to go around the outside of him as well. Flucher, though, would end up making contact with the car behind him. That, unfortunately, would end his race as Tim Gerhardt got up the inside of Douwe de Decker, and Jan Brzezowski saw his opportunity to go through as well. Great drone shots of the turn 11, turn 12 area at the circuit, and unfortunately Finn Harrison's race ended with what looked like a rear suspension failure of some sort, perhaps a toe link on the 49 car giving way, and after running well in the top 15 at one stage, Finn Harrison unfortunately ended up in the gravel and unfortunately caused yet another safety car, and it wasn't long before yet another had to be called out. DriveX, both Francisco Macedo and Mikael Garda Pedersen, we hope, in separate incidents, triggering a safety car. And then on the very last lap, back under green flag, Gianmarco Pradel made the move for what at the time was fourth place on the road, but would become third place thanks to the penalty for Maciej Guadish. Griffin Peebles, though, his MP Motorsport teammate, winning the race comfortably ahead of Andres Cardenas. Guadish would ultimately be 15th despite third on the road, so he will finally not be top rookie, unfortunately, because of his transgressions there with starting not quite within his grid slot. So then the next grid of cars already circulating out there. Of course, Lukas Gajewski working to get ready for the podium down there, along with the Giedlich team and the Spanish F4 team that assist running the Formula Winter Series. And I understand that Lukas Gajewski is ready, so let's go down to the podium.
Oh, absolutely. A very busy race too for Formula Winter Series, and a busy podium, of course, coming up as well on a glorious afternoon in the sunshine of Valencia. So let's start our podium procedure for race number 2 with the best female racer of the competition. Congratulations, for the first time on the podium for GRS is Leah Block. Leah Block for the first time on the podium in Formula Winter Series, and here is Markus Giedlich himself to present the trophy to our best female racer in race number 2. Big round of applause once again as the photos are being taken to the best female racer in race number 2, Leah Block. Well done to Leah, and of course a pleasant journey to Jeddah, where she's on her way in a couple of moments for F1 Academy duties coming up later on this season. And of course we are happy to see Leah back next weekend, or in 2 weeks' time, in Aragon. Next up is our rookie podium, so please welcome in third place for US Racing, Maxime Rehm. In second place, for the first time on the podium for MP Motorsport, René Lammers. And with his first rookie win for MP Motorsport, Mattia Kolnagi. Well done to Mattia. So please welcome for the presentation of the trophies Andres Mendres, first of all, from the Spanish Formula 4 organization, to present the trophy to Maxim Rehm with his second podium in the rookie campaign. We've got Markus Gietlich on the podium with the trophy for Mattia Kolnagi, and also we have for our tire partner Hankook the trophy being presented by Jakub Prasek, and these are our three rookie finishers. So please, another big round of applause. In third, Maxim Rehm. In second, René Lammers. And your rookie winner, Mattia Kolnagi. Thank you very much, and best of luck for the third race coming up later on today, which of course also applies to our top three finishers and the best team. Please welcome onto the team step of the podium, Ilkka Mirkonen for MP Motorsport. Well done to Ilkka Mirkonen and his team. In third place for Us Racing, first podium of the season for Gianmarco Pradel. In second place, it's yesterday's winner from Campos, Andres Cardenas. And your winner for the second time this season for MP Motorsport, Griffin Peebles. Now Griffin, of course, Australian-born but racing under a Spanish license. So let's listen to the Spanish national anthem.
National anthem.
Well done and congratulations to Griffin Peebles as we welcome onto the podium once again Andres Mendes with the trophy presentation along Stefan Lehner, Jakub Prasek from Hankook, and of course Markus Gietlich once again to present the trophies. Ilkka Mirkonen there for MP Motorsport, Gianmarco Pradel in third with his first podium of the season, Andres Cardenas, and of course Griffin Peebles. One final big round of applause please, our top three finishers, and of course the winning team for MP Motorsport just as well. That's it for our podium. Let's quickly head down to the TCR Spain grid and Chris McCarthy.
Welcome down to the grid. Indeed, we are getting ready to go for race two. Let's not waste any time. 3-minute board's gone up. Victor Fernandez is going to be on pole position. Victor, how are we feeling ahead of the race? Confident going into this?
Bueno, estoy un poco nervioso por la salida, pero yo creo que voy a hacer una buena carrera. A ver si me puedo escapar las primeras vueltas y aguantar.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for saying that in Spanish for us as well. We're going to try and speak to one more driver and then we're going to have to clear. Let's try Miguel Aguilera Lopez because he's the top junior driver. Third place, some words in Spanish for the fans. We've got lots of them here. Would you like to say a few words to them for us?
Let's see what happened in the first turn. We tried to keep first position, so let's try a good start.
And some words in Spanish, please.
Vamos por todo y a ver si ganamos.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We'll just give you a little look at the grid. We can see Ruben Fernandez there, Felipe Fernandez here. ones to watch before we run off are up here, I think, in terms of moving through in terms of the drivers who've been going very well. Nacho Montenegro in the 23 over there, and then our winner, if you come over to the right here, Johnny, you'll see Eric Genet in the 21 there. But that means it's time to clear off. We'll take a very quick break, and then we will be back with TCR Spain Race 2.
So then 2 minutes, 1 minute almost left to go until the cars are rolling in the TCR Spain pre-season event 2, race 2. Now across the 2 pre-season events, they have been scoring points. Now that means that Nacho Montenegro is the points leader, but by only 4 points. 129 for Nacho Montenegro, 125 for Eric Genet. So just 4 points between them. They start close to each other on the circuit as well. 8th place for Montenegro. Eric Genet starting in 9th position. So that's going to be one to watch. This is a partially reverse grid race, and that means we're likely to get some great action. Victor Fernandez is our pole sitter for this race. He starts alongside Sandro Pilati, who had some battery issues in the race earlier on, or rather in Saturday's race, I should say. Marco Aguilera starting from 3rd position. He'll be certainly one to watch there. In 4th place, Ruben Fernandez in the number 12, and Felipe Fernandez, 5 Fernandez family members, all of the brothers in the top 5. Sergio Casalines, he could be one to watch as well from 6th on the grid. He showed some good pace yesterday. Alvaro Garcia from 7th, alongside his ALM Motorsport teammate Nacho Montenegro. ALM Motorsport, incidentally, have almost sewn up that team's championship already. Eric Genet is next, alongside Bussian Fontan. He had a puncture on the last lap of the race yesterday. Miguel Valacieros in 11th place, and Sandra Gomez in P12. 13th place for Santiago Castilla. Ana Carrasco starting from 4th place. They are fighting it out for the Cup Championship in this race. Also very close between the two of them there. 13 points in favour of Castilla. He just needs to beat Carrasco to win the TCR Cup class in this TCR Spain pre-season championship. Ruben Volt was set to start from 15th, but he's had some electrical issues. Is there some irony there? Maybe so. Miguel Romero, unfortunately, will not be starting this race from 16th on the grid. He has a gearbox issue yesterday. I don't think he is able to take the start on this occasion. I've got the hypothetical binoculars out there, and I don't think we are going to see... Oh, in fact, Ruben Volt is there at the back of the order, isn't he? Yes, so Ruben Volt hopefully does actually take the start. The ALM Motorsport 3rd car will be out there by the looks of it. But it's Victor Fernandez that will start this race from the pole position. His brothers Felipe and Ruben will be looking to get up there as well. They've all raced in TCR, in the European, the Italian championships, as well as TCR Spain, which is entering into its 2nd season under the promotion and coordination of the Rivazza organisation. It's going to be a bit of a wait for the TCR Spain grid after this weekend. They will return to action with their main season on the 11th and 12th of May at Jarama. But for now, it's one last ride in the pre-season with Sandro Pilati on the inside of the front row, but the pole sitter and nose ahead, Victor Fernandez, who will get the best start and lead into turn 1. Off the standing start, front-wheel drive touring cars, it can be very difficult to get them launched properly. We saw that, of course, even from Nacho Montenegro yesterday. He had a really poor start, and that's part of the reason why Eric Genet has closed the title fight up so much. Just 4 points between Genet and Montenegro in the title, so this could go either way. The cars at the back of the grid are just forming up. You do see the second FL5 3rd generation TCR Civic there at the back of the grid, so we are going to have Ruben Volt. That's great news for him. We are going to have a full quota of cars on the line, getting started and ready to go in this race. And we are underway. It's a good start by the looks of it from our pole sitter. Fernandez with a very good start. It will be Victor Fernandez, or will it? Because Sandro Pilati's second element at the start was very good. That second phase was brilliant, but it is a Fernandez that leads. It's not the one we're expecting, though. It's Ruben Fernandez into the race lead. Pilati on the inside of him into turn 2, but he will have to settle for second place as they all work their way through. 23 car up to 4th place already. Nacho Montenegro once again with a scorcher of a start, as we saw in the reverse grid race last weekend. Garcia in the other ALM Honda following through in 5th place. Our pole sitter Victor Fernandez down to 6th place. Marco Aguilera follows, the 2022 Spanish Touring Car champion, in 7th position as everyone works their way through. Eric Genet there around the outside of Aguilera. Yesterday's race winner then starting to make up some ground, but he's down in P7 as this race goes on. Look at this, the 23 already up to 3rd place. Nacho Montenegro gets past Felipe Fernandez there. Montenegro means business in this one, as Eric Genet dives up the inside of Victor Fernandez. That's old school touring car racing there. A bit of a lean, a bit of a shove. Through I go, Gov. Excellent stuff as they get through the first lap. Relatively unscathed. The Hyundai's on the move as well. That's in the hands of Bussian Fontan, of course. We saw that car with a puncture on the last lap last time. There's Sandra Gomez, who competed through Alto Hebdo last year in the hill climb competitions in Spain. She, the teammate to Ana Carrasco in the TCR Cup lineup from VRT. And look at this already. Nacho Montenegro, I can scarcely believe how quick he is out of the blocks. Pilati running wide through turn 2. Montenegro is going to sense the opportunity here. They're side by side. Montenegro carries a lot more speed, but Pilati has the inside line into turn 4. Montenegro cuts back, and already up to 2nd place has gone Nacho Montenegro. The TCR South America champion of last year came into this race with a point to prove, and he's proving it. There goes Fernandez, Felipe Fernandez, up the inside of Sandro Pilati. It's side by side. Alvaro Garcia is there as well in his battle for 3rd place, and Sergio Casalines is off the circuit. Sergio Casalines is embedded deep into that gravel trap. Through into 3rd place goes Felipe Fernandez as well. So Felipe Fernandez has also got past Sandro Pilati, who is starting to fall through the order. Garcia to the inside of him as well as they go through turn 11. Your race leader is Ruben Fernandez. In 2nd place, it is Nacho Montenegro, and the safety car has been declared on the circuit. Safety car is out. Perhaps understandably, with that splitter so far embedded into the gravel in Sergio Casalines' case. The safety car then is out for the first time. And for Nacho Montenegro, that brings him a little bit closer to that race lead that he was hunting down. For Ruben Fernandez, that puts the most decorated driver on the grid on his rear boot lid. Something tells me one will like it more than the other. So then, 21 minutes plus 1 lap of this race to go. It's already been quite the showcase for Nacho Montenegro, up to 2nd place. As it stands, he would win the championship over Eric Genet in 6th. And something tells me that both Genet and Montenegro aren't done yet in terms of making up some places. But of course, Eric Genet really needs to outscore Nacho Montenegro with a 4-point deficit in favour of Nacho in the championship. 3rd in this title fight is Alvaro Garcia. He should be on for that 3rd place uncontested there. Casalines getting some instructions there from the marshals. But 4 points, the gap coming into this season finale, and once again we saw that the experience of Nacho Montenegro allows him to get through that order a little bit quicker than Eric Genet. As fast as Eric Genet is, he's not got the same level of touring car experience as Nacho Montenegro. And Nacho always seems to get a brilliant run through the first corners, makes up some places on the first lap of the race in these TCR Spain pre-season events. It is Ruben Fernandez, though, who leads the way. In second place, it is Nacho Montenegro, Felipe Fernandez in third, Alvaro Garcia in fourth, and Sandro Pilati rounding out the top 5 ahead of Eric Genet. Now, Pilati is driving a Monlau Motul entered Cupra, so I wonder if he'll make it quite easy for Eric Genet to get past him, for the greater good of Eric Genet's bid to try and catch and pass Ignacio Montenegro. If it were to be a 1-2 between Montenegro and Genet in Genet's favour, it would be Genet's championship by 1 point, but that is counting chickens before they hatch. The safety car stays out for another lap, so one more lap behind the safety car. An incident at turn 2 is under investigation. That is the incident that has led to the sandcastle surprise of Sergio Casalines. 11th place is Miguel Velasieros, further back in the pack. There you see the grey Cupra Generation 1 car. That's the Cup class leader towards the back of the overall top 10, running 11th place. So he leads the Cup class ahead of Santiago Castilla. Castilla, who is on the way to a championship here, potentially, so long as he gets good points over Ana Carrasco. There is Velasieros in the Cup class lead for this race, but of course he wasn't with us last time out at the Circuito de Jerez. Therefore, one would expect that he will not be a factor in this championship consideration, but he will come out of this second pre-season event with a lot of momentum in his favour if he can hold on to these positions, maybe challenge for some of the positions further up. Ruben Volt, of course, is in P10. He worked his way up a few places then in the FL5 Honda Civic. Good to see him out there. We weren't terribly sure that we'd see Ruben Volt, but thankfully they have got him out there. The youngster really did worry, I think, that he wasn't going to get his opportunity to race, given he came all the way from his native Estonia. And the safety car lights are out. We are going to go back to racing this time then. The incident at turn 2 has been disregarded. No further action there. But we are going to have plenty of further action in this TCR Spain race. Season finale of the pre-season. And already firing up to racing speeds is Ruben Fernandez. That's a very, very early start. And that might allow Nacho Montenegro a good run into turn 1. I don't know if that strategy is quite going to work. It has worked, to be fair. He's got 1 or 2 car lengths between himself and Nacho Montenegro. So Ruben Fernandez will lead uncontested into turn 1. Towards turn 1 he goes then, with Montenegro in second place. And rather as anticipated, the Monlau cars have swapped through. Goes Eric Genet. He moves up into 5th position, but now he needs to go podium hunting. It is Fernandez from Montenegro, from Felipe Fernandez, then Alvaro Garcia and Eric Genet, your top 5 as they run through turn 4 again at full racing speed. Marco Anguilera in the number 4 car just behind Sandro Pilati. I'm sure Pilati isn't going to make it quite as simple for him as he did for his Motol Cupra teammate. Nacho Montenegro welded, though, to the rear of Ruben Fernandez. Fernandez is going to have to use all of his TCR experience to try and hold off Nacho Montenegro, but Montenegro certainly, on paper, a cut above here. Can he find his way through, though? Can he do it without bringing the others into the battle, of course? That's the key thing often, is to make sure that you don't cost yourself time and maybe even cost yourself position trying to make a silly move that's only so possible. And here comes Montenegro up the inside. Well, that was not a silly move. That was a fabulous move for the lead. Nacho Montenegro, your race leader then. He gets himself to the front for the first time in this race. Ruben Fernandez is in the slipstream, but I'm not sure he's going to be close enough for a look into turn 1. If he gets a good run through the first corner, he might be able to do something at turn 2. But it looks to me like Montenegro has decisively taken that lead for the time being. And here comes Eric Genet. He's up the inside of Alvaro Garcia. Garcia makes that very easy for Eric Genet. Garcia then down to 5th place. Genet up to 4th position. He now needs to hurry his way through the Fernandez brothers, but Felipe and Ruben aren't going to let go of podiums without a fight here for Eric Genet. 13 minutes and 25 seconds of this race left to run. And it's Montenegro from the Fernandez brothers in 2nd and 3rd place. Eric Genet now in 4th. I remind you that for the championship, he needs to finish ahead of Nacho Montenegro, but Montenegro, the race leader, is already pulling away from Ruben in 2nd place. Cup lead is still with Miguel Velacieros further back in the field, so no changes there. But I suspect that Eric Genet is soon going to be making his way towards this overall podium. Nacho Montenegro also leads in the junior classification. Alvaro Garcia and Eric Genet are 2nd and 3rd in that class. Of course, Genet has already gotten past him, so he's 2nd among the juniors. But for now, he will be worrying about that overall podium. He'll be worrying about the already 1.8 second gap that Nacho Montenegro has built. Genet won the race here yesterday, of course. But he's going to have to work hard to get anywhere near a fight for the win before the end of this race. The two Fernandez brothers look like they might be thinking of fighting each other rather than working together. Felipe Fernandez looks to me like he's winding up for an attack rather than a stellar defense right now. He's not going to be playing rear gunner for his teammate. This is about the podium. This is about P2. Among the two drivers entered under the RC2 Racing team umbrella. Got to worry about the Monlau Motul Cupra behind them, though. Eric Genet already looking to the inside at turn 8. I don't think it's going to be long before Genet is making authoritative moves. We've already seen him make a good block pass here at turn 11. He carries the momentum through 10 to try and do the exact same thing to Fernandez. And Felipe gets leaned on in no uncertain terms. Through goes Eric Genet. But of course now through 12, 13 and into 14, Felipe is going to be thinking, I want to try and do that back to you. I don't think he's going to get close enough though for a return move. Let's just go with that. Trying to invent words and failing to do so. Genet up to 3rd place. Garcia there in 5th as well. He's looking strong to maybe try and challenge for a podium against the Fernandezes over the course of this race. But for now, it's all about Eric Genet. Oh, and that's not a good run through turn 1 in the slightest. He knows it as well. Immediately goes defensive. Felipe Fernandez then could get an opportunity to fire back here. Through the exit of the first corner, Genet went bouncing on that curb. And when your tyres stop making contact with the ground, obviously your grip reduces to absolute zero, and Genet lost a lot of time there on the curbs. Thankfully, he has remained there in third place. But the pace from the front of the order from Nacho Montenegro is scintillating. A 141.098. He's the only driver within the 141s right now. So he's clearing off up the road, over 3 seconds clear of Ruben Fernandez. And Eric Genet needs to try and close in on the aforementioned Ruben Fernandez. He needs to get through in second place, and then he needs to try and find something special to go chasing after Nacho Montenegro. Warning flags coming through for track limits out there on the circuit. I don't think we've had penalties yet. Actually, we've had one for Bussy and Fontan in the Hyundai. So the track limits penalties are once again making themselves known. Montenegro crosses the line in the lead. The gap will have expanded out 4 seconds. Eric Genet is going to be right on the back of Ruben Fernandez as we look at Velacieros in the Cup lead, but he's uncontested. I suspect, though, that before too long, Eric Genet is going to be contesting for that second place. Ruben Fernandez not quite under as much pressure as I thought there, because it looked like Genet, through my commentary box window, might have been a little closer. But both Felipe Fernandez and Alvaro Garcia are keeping Eric Genet honest here. This top five, I feel, with the possible exception of Nacho Montenegro disappearing up the road, second, third, fourth and fifth, I wouldn't want to take a bet as to what order they finish in at the end of this. Very, very close quarters racing between them. 4 seconds almost exactly was the gap at the line for Nacho Montenegro, so he continues to disappear up the road. It's an equal situation in the Cup class, as we saw. Velacieros disappearing up the road from Castilla, who's still on course to win the TCR Spain Cup pre-season element of the championship. Second, third, fourth, fifth, all through 12 and 13. Genet a little bit subdued there, not ragging the car to 100%, but of course the dramatic lines, the lines where you're bouncing across the curbs and pushing to the nth degree, are often not the fastest. So he's gathering himself up, driving very tidily. But he'll need to rally in a big way to have any attempt at getting past and getting towards Nacho Montenegro. With every passing lap, it falls ever more into the favour of Montenegro. Eric Genet, lap on lap, he's losing his grasp on his championship bid here. Just 4 points behind Montenegro coming into this one. But he's going to have to work exceedingly hard. He's going to have to wait for opportunities to come. The all-female lineup at VRT. The two Peugeots running in tandem. Ana Carrasco improving, certainly, weekend on weekend here in the TCR Spain pre-season. She's just behind Sandra Gomez there, as we saw. Ruben Fernandez definitely with less of a gap now over Eric Genet. We know that Genet's favourite overtaking spot is here at turn 11, but I don't think he's going to be close enough to try it this time. Bit of a lock-up there from Ruben Fernandez. Even just that little lock-up, that little puff of smoke, that's a motivator for Eric Genet. That's you're pushing, aren't you, mate? I'm going to try this one. It's just that little hair that the fox needs to chase. Felipe Fernandez, though, is equally matching the pace with Eric Genet right now and closing in on his brother, along with the Cooper ahead of him. Second, third, fourth and fifth have been split by less than 2 seconds for most of this race at this point. Very close racing between them. It's just a matter of finding that correct opportunity. It's a good run through turn one from Felipe Fernandez, and he had a little look to the inside there. I thought he was going to try something a little bit crazy. He wasn't really close enough for a dive up the inside, but he ultimately recognized that. Genet will not be happy with the fact that he's not really dropping the car behind him, because, as we've alluded to, that means you're under as much pressure as you are applying it. With a kick up of the grass on the inside there as well at turn 6. Really fascinating to see how these drivers use the curbs, bounce across the curbs, and try and really push the envelope. Of course, they have to bear in mind the track limits that hang over their head. It's a second warning, incidentally, the most recent bulletin on my screen. A second warning for Ruben Fernandez for track limits. He can get to 3 without a penalty, but from 4 onwards it does start to trickle in, the penalties. There again, the 21 car has also been awarded 3 warnings for track limits as well. So Eric Genet is actually right on the verge of a penalty. If he gets another warning, he gets a 1-second penalty for track limits, so he needs to calm down as well. Nacho Montenegro now 6 seconds clear at the front of the order. He is doing absolutely everything right in a race. Oh, as Genet goes to the inside at turn 2. Genet makes the move, muscles Ruben Fernandez out of the way. Felipe says, brother, do you mind if I take a go at you as well? He goes to the inside at turn 4. The 2 Audis are side by side. And it is now Felipe Fernandez in 3rd and Alvaro Garcia in 4th place. Disastrous few corners there for Ruben Fernandez. Muscled wide at turn 2's exit. And next thing he knows, he's not 2nd, he's 5th. Eric Genet almost immediately disappears up the road. And when he's got 3 minutes plus 1 lap, he's going to have to rely on misfortune at this point for Nacho Montenegro. He's through into 2nd place, but it's not going to be enough from here. Alvaro Garcia now splitting the Fernandez brothers then. Can he get himself onto the overall podium once again in the TCR Spain pre-season? He's already stood on the podium previously, of course, but we'll see whether he can achieve it. Got 2 podiums, of course, in Valencia. There is your TCR Cup leader, Miguel Valacieros. And just behind him in shot there, Santiago Castilla. That's the driver on course here for the Cup Championship across the TCR Spain pre-season. Valacieros exiting the final corner. He is well in control of that Cup class, but again, those Peugeot 308s a lot closer this week. Both Sandra Gomez and Ana Carrasco have certainly found some pace between weeks. Ruben Volt, incidentally, is returned to the pit lane. You see the FL5 there in the back of shots. Unfortunately, his electrical gremlins don't seem to have been solved, so he's been in the pits for a good few laps now. Castilla a little bit wide there through turn 2. Continues on his way. We briefly were looking there at the battle for 2nd place. There is the battle once again, the battle for 3rd place, I should say, sorry. Felipe Fernandez and Alvaro Garcia. Eric Genet was briefly looking like he was going to disappear up the road, but actually it's, I think, gone down a little bit, the gap, or at least stayed the same between Genet and Felipe Fernandez. Santiago Castilla briefly on camera there. There's Nacho Montenegro. Now he is, I think, let off the pace a little bit. Is currently lapping about 1.5 seconds off his best. So Nacho Montenegro not quite at the pace he was earlier on, just managing the race at this stage. Managing those Kumo tyres, making sure that he gets to the end in one piece. The clock ticks down to 0 now, so this is the penultimate lap of the race. Any last-minute lunges need to be made post-haste. I suspect if anybody's going to do it, it could well be Alvaro Garcia, who looks to be closing in there on Felipe Fernandez. Nacho Montenegro on the brakes into turn 8 once again. It's been a joy to welcome Montenegro back into Europe after a spell racing again in South America. Of course, culminating in that TCR South America Championship win last year. Made the decision over the winter to come back over to Europe and continue his career on this side of the Atlantic. Wherever his future may lay, the momentum that is building from him here in the TCR Spain pre-season surely has to be advantageous if he's still handing out his resumes anywhere. They've now gone up in stature that little bit more. He just needs to do one more lap and he will be the champion in the TCR Spain pre-season events. Genet sits in second place. He will feel pretty powerless there in P2, knowing there's really nothing he can do of his own volition to alter the course of the race and the championship. Felipe Fernandez won't be thinking much of anything other than that darn Honda just won't leave me alone in the battle for third place. Alvaro Garcia in the slightly older FK7 generation Civic has often been spectacular and been bold with his overtakes in this series. Pilati and Victor Fernandez there, we saw them through shot at turn 4 racing for 7th place. Pilati has had control over that battle for a little while over the pole sitting Victor Fernandez. It is the final few corners now for Nacho Montenegro. He heads through turn 11, through turn 5 comes our Cup class race leader, Miguel Velacieros. He's on his path to winning that class. And Castilla behind him on his way to the Cup class championship. However, the man who will claim the headlines, claim the race win, and claim the TCR Spain pre-season championship is Nacho Montenegro. He claims the win for ALM Motorsport. They will also be the team's champions. Genet will finish second in the race and second in the championship. Felipe Fernandez finishes third in the race, fourth in the race, and third in the championship will be Alvaro Garcia. Ruben Fernandez has crossed the line fifth ahead of Marco Aguilera. And on the last lap, Sandro Pilati lost out. Victor Fernandez moves up to 7th place. Pilati in 8th. Busian Fontan takes 9th place, and then 10th across the line is not going to be Miguel Velacieros, because slowing down and allowing Santiago Castilla through is the 24 car. What happened? What happened to Miguel Velacieros? I don't know, but it's a win in Cup in both the championship and the race then for Santiago Castilla. Second place across the line in class is Sandra Gomez, and Ana Carrasco takes third in the race. Something went wrong at the very end there for Miguel Velacieros, who controlled that race right up to the line. And unfortunately, he will drop back once all is said and done. Nacho Montenegro crosses the line to win in the TCR Spain pre-season event in both the championship and our final race. Eric Genet takes second ahead of Felipe Fernandez. Alvaro Garcia takes fourth ahead of Ruben Fernandez. Marco Aguilera in 6th position. Victor Fernandez takes 7th. Sandro Pilati losing out on the line there to finish 8th. Busian Fontan in 9th. Santiago Castilla rounding out the overall top 10, taking the Cup win and the Cup championship in the TCR Spain. The Cup class, of course, first generation TCR machines. Sandra Gomez finishing ahead of Ana Carrasco, 11th and 12th. Miguel Villasieros in 13th place. Ruben Volta, unfortunately, a retirement. Sergio Casalines also very early in the race, embedding himself into the gravel. And Nacho Montenegro, of course, also winning the Junior Cup with his overall race win. The teenager Eric Genet, of course, also securing second in the juniors as well as second overall and second in the championship. But Nacho Montenegro performed flawlessly. Looks like Casalines may have had some suspension damage there based on where that right rear wheel lies on that car. Felipe Fernandez pulls up to the P3 slot. He'll be delighted to have had such a good race in this reverse grid event. But it is Nacho Montenegro that pulls up to the P1. And just a few months removed from winning TCR South America, he can add the TCR Spain pre-season to his resume. He'll be out of the car and celebrating along with ALM Motorsport, who are surely going to be delighted with their efforts. They will also take the team championship home, of course. And it is a round of applause from the ALM crew waiting to greet Nacho Montenegro. Great to see the TCR pre-season growing in size between the two events. 16 cars for this one. And that bodes very well indeed for the second season under Rivazza for the TCR Spain. Drivers of this caliber and this many cars in the pre-season event surely promises big things. Nacho Montenegro receiving his plaudits then. Cool, calm and collected out of the car. He'll be delighted to have taken yet another win. He worked so hard yesterday to take that runners-up spot. He's gone one better in this race, and he will be our champion. Let's go down to Chris McCarthy.
Yes, thank you very much, Adam. Down with Nacho Montenegro, our winner of the race, and also the TCR Spain pre-season event as well. As Adam Weller said in commentary, you've had success in TCR South America. How does it feel now to add TCR Spain to that?
Yeah, well, I'm so happy. You know, yesterday we couldn't fight for the race because I had some problems in the start, and I have to recover every lap by lap. And I couldn't fight for the leader, you know. I was like 1 second behind yesterday to Genet, and I pushed like all the laps. So it was like my best performance now. So yeah, we really did a good job. We started in P9, and in 5 laps we were leading. That's why I am with ILM and Honda Racing. So I am very happy with them.
Yeah, you did all the hard work there at the start, but also throughout what has been this pre-season event as well. Tell us, when you came across the line, how it felt to know you'd won the event overall.
Yeah, this pre-season we take a lot of conclusion about the car, how we can manage the gap, also what we can do for the setup for the TCR Europe and TCR Spain. That will be my next part of the year. So yeah, this pre-season race helped a lot to us to how I say, take conclusions.
You mentioned there it's helped a lot. I guess now you can take a lot of confidence going into the next stages of your season. You're going in a champion.
Exactly. When I arrived here to TCR Spain, the first race, I didn't have any lap with this new car, for the new car in Honda. Also, it's a little bit different, you know, it's like longer compared with the old one. Also, it's another procedure start, so that's why we did these two races, to get more confidence, as you say. So yeah, that's why we are here, and we did.
And you mentioned the ALM team and said, you know, why you're with them. I'm sure you'd like to thank them and a few other people as well.
Well, first of all, I saw a lot of Argentinians here in Valencia, so I am very happy to feel like I am at home. I am like 13,000 kilometers away from Argentina, so I am it's a long way from there, but really happy why Argentinians are here, a lot here in Spain. Also to my family as well, and a sponsor, and of course ALM and Jazz Motorsport. They did a fantastic year, these 2 races.
And let's come out just very quickly before we end. You mentioned there's a lot of fans gathered out. Was there a few things you'd like to say in your own language as well, not only to the fans but also to the people watching at home?
Sí, muchas gracias a todos los fans de Argentina que están acá en Valencia, que vinieron a vernos, mucha gente también de España con mucho cariño, así que agradecerles a todos ellos y bueno, a la gente de Argentina que está viendo por la televisión. Un abrazo grande, a mi amigo Renzo Moretti que me pidió un saludo, así que abrazo grande.
Congratulations, your champion, Nacho Montenegro. Everyone, give him a round of applause, people. He leaves now. Nacho Montenegro leaves a champion. He's going to go on to the podium where we will celebrate the championship, the TCR Spain pre-season event. Lucas is preparing for those celebrations now. But before we do that, we will go back up to commentary with Adam Weller.
Thank you very much, Chris. Great to hear from Nacho Montenegro. Let's dive straight in to the replays of that race. It was a great start from not the Fernandez we expected, the pole sitter Victor Fernandez, but Felipe Fernandez, who led it into the first corner, getting to the inside there of the 72 Cupra of Sandro Pilati. Nacho Montenegro, by turn 2, was in 4th place. Never mind leading after 5 laps. He'd made up 5 places before they even got to turn 3. 3rd place by the end of the first lap as well for Montenegro, who meant business, as did Eric Genet, muscling his way past Victor Fernandez at turn 11, which would prove to be his favoured overtaking place. Sandro Pilati tried to fight up against Nacho Montenegro, but had to concede Sergio Castellins into the gravel. That would cause a safety car period, unfortunately, and an end to the race for Sergio. Eric Genet continued to work his way through the order. Sandro Pilati in the other Monlau Motul Cupra, I don't think made that too hard for him. And as much as Felipe Fernandez tried, he could not hold off Nacho Montenegro. Alvaro Garcia tried to fight back against Eric Genet, but Genet would move up into 4th place. And then the Fernandez brothers would show some signs of dissension in the ranks as Ruben and Felipe fought it out. It was Ruben, of course, who led in the early stages of the race rather than Felipe, but nonetheless, some great battling there as well. It was Velacieros leading the way comfortably in the TCR Cup class. Really, we thought that was going to be the case right up till the end. Eric Genet finally managed to dive up the inside of Ruben Fernandez and make his way up to 2nd place. And once the gates opened, everybody went past Ruben. Brother Felipe in the 19 car got through, as did Alvaro Garcia. Ruben eventually had to settle for 5th place. Nacho Montenegro crossed the line to win the race and the championship. However, there was one last twist in the tail behind Eric Genet and the rest of the field in the Cup class. Velacieros slowing at the very end of the race. The Tomino Racing Cupra with an issue at the very end, and that handed the win to the eventual Cup class champion. That, of course, being the Santiago Castilla car Casal Competición, claiming the win in the Cup class. And unfortunately, Miguel Velacieros not even getting a Cup class podium with his last-minute issue. Delight, though, for Nacho Montenegro. He will be up on the podium momentarily, along with the other podium finishes. Lucas Gajewski will bring us our last podium before the 2nd weekend of May in TCR Spain. Take it away.
And we are good to go. Thank you very much, Adam. It's a Spanish championship on a Spanish circuit with Spanish weather. So, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have a Spanish announcer for it as well. Here we have the presentation of the TCR Spain podium. It's Nacho Santos to talk you through.
Vamos con el podio de la TCR Winter Series. Tercer clasificado, Felipe Fernández. Segunda plaza para Eric Genet. Y el vencedor, Nacho Montenegro. Equipo vencedor ALM Motorsport representado por Martin Laur. Escuchamos en honor del vencedor el himno de Argentina. Don Gabriel Alonso, promotor de TCR en España, hará entrega del trofeo al equipo vencedor, ALM Motorsport, representado por Martín Laur. Don Mauricio Slaviero, promotor de TCR en Sudamérica, hará entrega al tercer clasificado, Felipe Fernández. Don Gabriel Alonso, promotor de TCR en España, entregará el trofeo al segundo clasificado, Eric Gené. Y don Mauricio Slaviero, promotor de TCR en Sudamérica, hará entrega el trofeo al vencedor, Ignacio Montenegro, y el trofeo como mejor junior de la carrera. Es el momento de las fotografías para el recuerdo de los 4 premiados y los trofeos en la mano, en lo alto del podium del circuito Ricardo Tormo. Ahí vemos a Felipe, a Eric, a Ignacio junto al señor Martín Laur. Esas fotos en el escalón central junto a las autoridades. Y ya inmediatamente el momento de la celebración. Una victoria que vale unas Winter Series para el argentino Nacho Montenegro, que se ha adjudicado la carrera y el título.
Ahora esto es normal, ¿eh?
Castilla 1, Sandra y Ana Santiago, Castilla.
So that's the TCR Spain podium. Of course, there is another class coming up, which is TCR Cup. Preparations underway, and then Nacho Santos is ready to bring you this podium just as well.
Estamos preparando el podio para la Copa en esta TCR Winter Series, donde la tercera clasificada ha sido Ana Carrasco. Segunda plaza para Sandra Gómez. Y el vencedor, Santiago Castilla. Don Gabriel Alonso, promotor de TCR en España, hará entrega del trofeo a la tercera clasificada, Ana Carrasco. Don Mauricio Slaviero, promotor de TCR en Sudamérica, hará entrega del trofeo que acredita en la segunda plaza a Sandra Gómez. Y finalmente, don Gabriel Alonso, promotor de TCR en España, entregará el trofeo al vencedor, Santiago Castilla. Es el momento de la fotografía, con Santiago flanqueado por Ana y Sandra, los 3 primeros clasificados junto a las autoridades en la Copa. Una carrera que se ha resuelto en los últimos metros. Y ahora el momento de celebrarlo. A ver quién es el más rápido de los 3. Si Sandra, si Ana, si Santiago. Con el Cava en lo alto del podio del Ricardo Tormo. Aplausos para los 3 primeros clasificados en la Copa.
So that's our TCR Cup podium as well. Next is GT4 Winter Series, race number 3. Let's head down to the grid to Chris McCarthy.
to the grid, everyone, for the final race of the weekend in the GT4 European Series. You join me down at pole position and for Setti Motorsport and Mikey Porter, who took his first win yesterday and now as manager has to go and get a tattoo because Mikey, great performance yesterday. Of course, now we're into the endurance race. It's been a very busy weekend for you. How are you feeling going into this one?
Yeah, pretty confident. I think we've got a strong car and obviously off pole, which always helps. And yeah, going to hand over to Jamie later on, and yeah, hopefully come what we came here to do.
Jamie and the team manager were talking about maybe some issues they wanted to fix with the car. We feel everything's been addressed now?
Yeah, everything's all good. Fixed everything we needed to. So yeah, we're ready.
We'll leave you to it. Good luck, Mikey Porter. And his manager, by the way, walk with me, walk and talk. His manager they've decided what the tattoo is going to be. I didn't want to quite want to have that discussion with Mikey 3 minutes before an endurance race, but it's going to be the word safe on his leg and Mikey's signature. We'll get him to talk more about that when they get back in after the race. There's Joel Mesh. He's going to be alongside the other Forsetti car of Matt George, who is there. He's going to be sharing that car with Mikey Porter as well, so he's going to be doubling up. Let's see if I can very quickly chat to Charles Dawson. These guys are going to be trying to take the lead in Pro-Am if all goes well in terms of point scoring. Can I just dive in, please, guys? Charles, how's all going so far? Confident?
Yeah, feeling really good. I think small mistake yesterday, but pace is strong, and I think if we can, you know, keep ahead of the BMWs behind and try and latch on as close as possible to the pros, I think, yeah, and hand over to Emil in a good place, I think we'll have a strong race.
Think track 10 will be coming to play?
Yeah, massively. I think looking after the tyres in this stint, I think will pay dividends later on. And of course, track limits here, we've seen in every single race has been an issue. So I think the patience game in this race will be important.
We'll leave you to it. Good luck to all the drivers. We're going to take a very quick break and then we will be back with the final race of the weekend in GT4 European Series.
A 60-minute race is to come in the GT4 Winter Series. Mikey Porter is your pole sitter. A very safe pair of hands, as I'm sure his manager will know for the rest of his life. Tom Leben on the front row along with him. That will be an interesting drag race to the line. We've had that drag race once before, and Leben came a distant second. Actually, he was third by the time they got to the first corner. He'll be looking to avenge that one as they get this race underway. Joel Mesh starting from third place. Matt George in fourth position. Charles Dawson will start from fifth. The first of the Pro-Am drivers, we heard from him with Chris McCarthy a little bit earlier on. Of course, don't forget, Mikey Porter will be in that number 7 car later on as well. Harry Barton in the Team Barton Racing Supra rounds out our first 3 rows of the grid. Tommy Rackle is in 7th place along with Marcus Ichler. That is the pair of ME Motorsport BMWs. Mikael Sander, the first of the Cayman Trophy cars, home in 9th. Alberto Di Martin in 10th position. He leads the AM runners. 11th place for Willi Kuhner. He'll hand over to Enrico Ferderer later on. And it is Franz Linden taking over the Speedworks Automotive 660 Cayman. Expect that one to go very quick indeed once Anna Hofmeister takes over. Max Huber is second among the AM competitors. Christian Cohen will start the 94 car, the Surg Rennsport machine, from 14th. And Under Erden is set to start from the rear. The GT4 Winter Series then with a 60-minute pit stop race. The pit stop window is between minute 25 and minute 35 of this race. Will very soon have these cars into 2x2 formation. They run through turns 9, 10 and 11 at the moment. Mikey Porter, your pole sitter. He's looking forward to double duty in this race. He will start the number 19. He will finish the number 7. And of course, he will hand over to Jamie Day. I do kind of want both of those Forsetti cars on the podium purely to see how Mikey handles 2 podium spots at the same time. But it is going to take a lot of effort for that to be possible for Forsetti Motorsport, because they've got so much competition in the Pro class and the overall order. Elite Motorsport, Schnitzelam Racing, CV Performance, Team Barton, ME Motorsport and SR Motorsport all up there at the sharp end. Of course, the Caymans won't be on that Pro Class podium, but we'll have to see who comes out on top in this one. The GT4 Winter Series, race number 3. It's an hour-long endurance. It's Mikey Porter on the inside for this rolling start. Tom Leben on the outside will be looking to hold it around the outside going into the first corner. They're underway and racing for an hour, and it's Mikey Porter in the lead as they approach the first corner. He's got a nose ahead as they head into turn 1, but Mikey Porter may not have the lead. No, Tom Leben with a fabulous run around turn 1. A bit of track limits use and abuse there, but he's our leader. Tom Leben with a full send around the outside into the race lead. Mikey Porter in 2nd place. In 3rd place, it's Matt George. Joel Mesh in 4th position. Then leading the Pro-Am runners is the ME Motorsport car. A great start, I think, from Marcus Eichler there. Yes, it is. It's Eichler in 5th position in the 66, so he's gotten ahead of Charles Dawson. Thomas Rackel as well, falling victim to the other ME Motorsport car. Very impressive getaway. So it's McLaren, elite McLaren from Forsetti Aston Martin. 3 British cars run by 2 British teams in the top 3. Something tells me that stronghold is going to come under threat, though, with the likes of Joel Mesh chasing behind. Tommy Rackel, Marcus Eichler, all there representing German cars and manufacturers further back. Your leader among the AMs is still Alberto Di Martin as well, so he's gotten a good start further back in the order, and it looks like Charles Dawson, gets a tag from the rear there. Tommy Rackel there slightly misjudged that braking zone for the for absolute certainty there. That was not particularly clean up against Charles Dawson there. A big slam and a bit of damage to both cars. The front of the BMW, the rear of the Mercedes. Tom Leben, Mikey Porter, Matt George, your top 3. Of course, Mikey is now under pressure from someone who's been a bit of a driver mentor, someone who is his teammate in this race since he's in both cars. But Matt George isn't going to let Mikey Porter have it easy. He's going to be pushing Mikey on to say, come on, let's go chase Tom Leben. If anything, I'm sure Matt will be looking to work behind Mikey rather than trying to get past him, to see if maybe the 2 Forsetti cars can challenge the elite machine, but we'll have to see. There is the Cayman scrap further back. The 94 car is an AM class machine. That's a full fat GT4 spec Cayman. So that's in amongst the AM class battle. And the Cayman trophy cars interspersed in that as well. Billy Kuna there in 14th place, or 13th place, looked like he might have been under some pressure from Max Huber. We didn't get the 81 car taking the start, unfortunately. So Under Erdem not starting this 3rd race. But nonetheless, it's going to be a contest between Sir Rensport's Cayman and the 2NM Racing cars in AM. It's going to be a contest between Leben, Porter and Matt George at the sharp end. Just 7/10 separated them across the line, but actually there's been a bit of a shuffle about, hasn't there? Yes, because Matt George is now under a lot of pressure from Joel Mesh. Mesh is coming in hot then, needs to get past Matt George for his championship campaign, needs to try and win this race really for his championship campaign. Came in with a big deficit to the number 19 Fassetti crew, and a bit of a gesticulation there from from Joel Mesh towards Matt George. I think that was, where was the apex speed? Tom Leben then clearing off, a second clear at the front of the order. Mikey Porter has rather fallen, or rather gotten away from Matt George, and now I think Matt George serves what could be his primary purpose in this race, and that is holding Joel Mesh off for the benefit of Mikey Porter. Schnitzelau Mercedes sits in 4th place. And that is not where Schnitzelau wants to be. Podium or bust. So then, we look back further to the AM second place battle, where Max Huber is still stuck there behind Christian Cohen. Max Huber hasn't quite looked like the same driver we had at Estoril and Portimao this weekend. He's been a little bit behind the likes of Alberto Di Martin. But he will persevere on as the rest of the field comes streaming along the main straight. Leben 1.1 seconds clear now at the sharp end. Christian Cohen trying to out-drag here the Speedworks Automotive car of Franz Linden. Linden with a bit less power underfoot. Can he hold off Cohen? Yes, cuts the nose off in the battle for 11th place. And a dive there from Mikael Sander on Alberto Di Martin. That was a little bit uncompromising, and it didn't quite work out for him on that occasion. And there goes Cohen looking up the inside of Linden as well. Some great scraps as the Cup, the Cayman Trophy class and the AM class have almost fused together into one little battle pack towards the tail end of the order. The red class on your screen is the AM, the green is Cayman Trophy, and it's the Pro cars in blue. Up at the sharp end, Pro-Am cars with the black background. And the battle for 3rd overall, 3rd in Pro, may end up getting affected by track limits if they're not careful, because already a 3rd warning for Matt George in terms of track limits. Have to be careful of that. So I'm just looking at the bulletins on track limits at the moment, and they've evolved so much that I think they might have crashed my computer for a moment, but that is the nature of the beast seemingly this weekend at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. There are some fairly generous runoff areas, and racing drivers will use and abuse as best they can when it comes to excess tarmac. Willi Kuhne there just behind Franz Linden, who was lost out to Max Huber. Christian Cohen as well is now past Franz Linden. Linden then now fighting for 2nd in class with Willi Kuhne just behind him. Of course, both of these drivers have a hot shoe to pass the car to. Hoffmeister will take over the Speedworks Porsche, whereas the SR Motorsport number 110 gets handed to Enrico Förderer. There are definitely a few drivers already in a bit of trouble in regard to the track limits, chief among them being the Fassetti number 7. Tom Leben, 1.2 seconds clear. He seems to be keeping it tidy at the front. Not under any real pressure from Mikey Porter right now, so he can just continue to get it all right and keep it within the lines. And through, in fact, yes, through goes Mikael Sander. That's past Alberto Di Martin, and Di Martin has to worry about Christian Cohen behind now. The AM class lead, 2nd and 3rd, are all together out there on the circuit in 10th overall, with Mikael Sander just ahead of them. So your AM leader is the Mercedes AMG number 15, Alberto Di Martin. And both Cohen and Huber are right on his tail. It's equally close between the two ME Motorsport BMWs for Pro-Am lead and 5th overall, but we continue to watch from the Rennsport number 94. Alberto Di Martin goes defensive. A bit more straight line speed as the smaller car cuts through the air towards the end of the pit straight, but Alberto Di Martin retains the lead for now. He may feel the need to cut to the inside going into turn 2. He doesn't really. Does cut to the apex on the inside though. And now the two NM Racing team cars have a slight advantage in that they've got more numbers, but the Rennsport Porsche dives up the inside of Alberto Di Martin, and Di Martin falls from first to third in class in one fell swoop. Max Huber then promotes himself to second in class in the other NM Racing team, Mercedes-AMG. And Christian Cohen is not going to be relieved of the pressure anytime soon. I remind you again, the Pro-Am battle, Marcus Eckler, Tommy Rackle, you see them in the back of shot there, running through 12 and 13. They're very close together, as we can see on the picture-in-picture. Battles everywhere we look here. Marcus Eckler in the 66 car will no doubt have received some orders to say, maybe don't dent Tommy Rackle's rear. He's already got a damaged front after that collision we saw earlier on with Charles Dawson. Great run through 11 and 12 from Max Huber. He was closing in there going into the last corner. Wouldn't mind betting that's a drag race down to turn 1 for the AM lead. See if the Mercedes can try and draw alongside the Porsche. The second place Battle and Cayman Trophy also exciting behind, as our cameraman picked up on there at the last turn. Again, without having 8 eyes and 77 cameras, it's very difficult to know exactly where to look at a GT4 Winter Series race. So much battling, but Max Huber has to stay second for now, or has to stay second in AM for now. And Alberto Di Martin might not be doing Willy Kuhne or Franz Linden any favours now as they fight for second in Cayman Trophy. Mercedes-AMG might prove to be a bit of a rolling roadblock. We heard from Jamie Day earlier on that the tyres were letting go for him after 3 or 4 laps, and I think that's the thing. If you try and put too much heat through a set of tyres early on, no matter the manufacturer nor the car, you do start to suffer. And Max Huber there was drawing alongside for the AM class lead as we cut from turn 6 and almost gets the inside at turn 8. He does get to the inside at turn 8. So a great vantage point from the drone shot there, as into the AM class lead has gone Max Huber. And with the pace that he was showing there, after going easy in the first few minutes, I think Huber is only going to disappear up the road. I did say I thought he wasn't quite showing the same form as we'd seen from him previously, but now he's right on it and disappearing up the road as Willy Kuhne continues to make it difficult for Franz Linden. It's an interesting scrap still for third place overall. Joel Mesh, as we briefly cut to earlier on, is right there with Matt George. The back half dozen cars just as exciting though as the first few. Here's Joel Mesh though. Matt George with the very significant and not at all enviable task of keeping Joel Mesh at bay here. We ride on board with the number 11. Just half a second between them last time across the line. Of course, any points that Matt George scores over Joel Mesh will be helpful. Of course, Joel Mesh will hand over to Marcel Markovic, while Matt George will hand over to Mikey Porter, who is currently second place in the race in the number 19, the sister Forsetti Motorsport car. 5th and 6th place also in shot there, the 2 ME Motorsport cars. It's still Tommy Rackle leading Pro-Am, and in fact the gap has extended after a bit of a rally from Marcus Eckler. It now seems that Tommy Rackle has the control there. Out of turn 14 they come for another lap, and it is Tom Leben leading by 1.6 seconds, and Matt George in third place. Joel Mesh there in P4, and Joel Mesh We've already seen him gesticulating wildly, saying, what on earth is going on? Why can't I get past this man? Matt George, a very experienced driver though, funny enough, a champion in the British Endurance Championship in a Mercedes AMG GT4. So not only does Matt know his way around the Aston Martin, he also knows his way around the car behind him. And that is going to be potentially a little bit of an assist for the Forseti Motorsport driver, Matt George. Fascinating story behind his involvement with the team. As he said, it kind of just started with the text in December, and how quickly it evolved into a fully fledged race-winning GT4 team. There is the ME Motorsport number 33, Tommy Rackle. Under some pressure here from the, rather, it was under some pressure from the 66 again. They keep ebbing and flowing. There they are in the back of shot, but it is definitely Joel Mesh who's the closest to anybody else out there on the circuit. Charles Dawson and Harry Barton, third in Pro-Am, fourth in Pro-Am. Barton, of course, hands over to the vastly experienced Nigel Greensall a little bit later on. He will definitely be one to watch in the second phase of the race. A very, very potent driver indeed is Greensall. I'm intrigued to see quite how that one unfolds. The two ME Motorsport cars will also see driver changes. Linus Hahne and Philip Viskirchen will take over. I'm betting Viskirchen has something to say about not being in the Pro-Am lead when he takes over this 66 car of Marcus Eckler. Oh, out of turn two comes the ME Motorsport car. That was a wee bit scary there as he got a few dabs of oversteer. The car certainly looking like it needs to be fought rather than eased into the corners at the moment, or at least that's what Marcus Eckler is doing with it. Whether or not that's the optimal strategy, I suppose we'll find out by the end of the hour when the tyres have seen the Circuit Ricardo Tormo more than enough. The pit window will open in just under 9 minutes at the 35-minute to go marker, of course, and it will be open for 10 minutes from 35 to go to 25 to go in the race. The majority of our cars will see driver changes. In fact, the only solo driver out there, I believe, is Max Huber. So the majority of the grid doing a driver change over the course of this race once the window opens. It will be Zach Meakin that takes over from Tom Leben in the Elite Motorsport car. Meakin and Leben, of course, finally securing the win in the GT4 Winter Series in the Jerez round. Long time coming for them. Joel Mesh in the number 11, though. He just wants a podium right now. He can focus on wins later on. Of course, he and Marshavix actually received a drive-through penalty for a short pit stop last time. This time around, the pit stop window, or the pit stop into out time, is 69 seconds at a minimum. So they just need to make sure they do a 1-minute 9-second pit stop or longer. If a 1-minute 10 saves you from a penalty, then do a 1-minute 10 would be my vote. But it's those instincts that mean I'm not a racing driver. Joel Mesh, meanwhile, very much is a racing driver, also a racing mechanic. We hear from Kenneth Heyer earlier on about JMO Hartling being an active part of the team from a mechanic standpoint as well in the Schnitzellaum SR Motorsport awning. Joel Mesh can also be seen doing all sorts of different stuff to try and help the team, add value to his presence. He and Enrico Ferdaripple were both scraping their tyres in the paddock on Friday night. Car number 7 with a 5-second time penalty. So Matt George has infringed upon the track limits once too often for the liking of our stewards, and he is the first driver to receive a track limits penalty in this race. He may soon receive a Joel Mesh to his inside as they approach turn 2, but no, not yet. Matt George a little bit deep into the corner, but Joel not close enough to capitalise. Again, I think Matt is more than serving his purpose here, serving as a buffer between Mikey Porter and the 11 Schnitzlaum car. Matt just taking the defensive line where he can without compromising his run through the corner. If you go fully defensive, shallow into the corner, that always compromises your exit. He's just going to the inside an iota to make sure Joel Mesh has no opportunity to dive on the inside himself. You see them exiting 9 and 10 into turn 11 for the 12th time in this race already. Remarkably close to the pit window. This first 20 minutes has flown by. And of course, this middle portion of the race is always hectic with the pit stops. For Joel Mesh, though, I think it's been a very frustrating 20 minutes at the wheel of the Schnitzlaum Mercedes. Out of the last corner we go. Leben is your leader, 2.1 seconds to Mikey Porter. Porter a little bit slower on this past lap, but the gap has been out there between kind of 1.8 and 2.5 seconds all race long. So Porter doing well, holding on to Tom Leben. He will hand over, of course, to Jamie Day, and we'll leave it to Jamie to try and close in on Zach Meakin once the driver changes are complete. That will be an interesting scrap. Jamie Day and Zach Meakin both have a lot of GT4 experience and success as well. Of course, Jamie Day, the winningest driver of the 2024 GT Winter Series as it stands, or GT4 Winter Series as it stands. I think he's probably won more races than anyone else in the paddock this year in the Giedlick Racing Winter Series. Across all 4 of our classes. Of course, the prototypes will be back with us in Aragon as well. So we'll have the full quota of classifications. Joel Mesh feeds the power back in out of T11. Watch him through 12. Let's see how much curb he takes. Inside curb, a fair bit. Outside curb, all of it. That is the line through 12 and 13. Out of the last corner, punches the throttle down. Hundreds and hundreds of spectators watching on. Another 5-second penalty applied to car number 7 for track limits. Matt George in a lot of trouble with the stewards on that front. Bouncing across the curb goes Joel Mesh. Of course, he had a shock absorber failure in race 1 at Jerez, so that stays with you for a little while when you have a failure like that. It reminds you that anything mechanical can fail. But there again, Joel is a young teenage racing driver. I don't think they think in those terms. For now, all he's thinking is, why can't I find a way past this Aston Martin? I'm intrigued to see when Matt George pits. Something tells me he's going to stay out there for as long as Joel Mesh stays out there. To again effectively serve as that buffer. The second Forsetti car is obviously an extra chess piece, and that's exactly how it's being used. Harry Barton, we ride on board with him in picture momentarily there. Running 8th overall, 4th in class right now, and keeping Charles Dawson fairly awake as well, just a couple of seconds off. And that Pro-Am battle is going to be a treat in the second half of the race because they're all rather close together. Of course, Emil Yerdrum will take over the 85 car. We know how quick he can be, and we also know how quick Nigel Greensall is. They're both going to really be knocking on the door of the ME Motorsport cars in the back of shot when the pit stops are completed. Incidentally, the pit stops for all drivers will be possible from next lap onwards. We've got 1 minute and 10 seconds until the window opens here. Oh, and that's a big, big moment for Joel Mesh. Did he just run out of brakes? Because he does not look like he's taking back to that track at full speed. Something tells me the brakes just turned against Joel Mesh. Look at the way he's refusing to accelerate going into the following corner. I think Mesh has a fairly major issue here. Was it the brakes? Was it something else? Nonetheless, the car did not stop for him into turn 2. And Joel Mesh pulls up well clear of the circuit at turn 4 and 5. And never mind getting past Matt George. Unfortunately, that car's not going to get past the halfway mark in this race. A really unfortunate, potentially championship-defining moment for Joel Mesh. He's already been outscored this weekend by Porter and Day in their respective sprint races, and now, with him registering an on-finish potentially in this race, things really do swing in the direction of the Fassetti 19 crew. Huge shame for Schnitzelbaum and Marcel Marshevix as well, who was hoping to take over that car and fight for the overall honours. Mikey Porter is into the pit lane, so Mikey Porter is the first to blink in the pit lane. He will take a few minutes, hopefully, to rest, and then he'll be back in the other car. As up the inside goes Christian Cohen for 9th place. So Cohen getting through. Of course, he's still trying to pursue Max Huber, who is ahead of the 111 car. So Mikael Sander has lost out to Huber, who's really woken up. Look at the gap that he has got now over the rest of the AM battle. Huber has really opened up the taps. Alberto Di Martin is in the back of shot, as is Willy Kuhne. So Marcus Eckler also in from the Pro-Am lead. Charles Dawson has also pitted to hand over to Emil Yerdrum, so it's quite a busy pit lane. Also, just exiting the pits now is Marcus Eckler. I suspect we'll see a couple more this time by as well. Maybe not Tom Leben. I think they'll possibly split the race down the middle, but we'll see. Here comes Leben through the last corner. Indeed, he does continue on for another lap. There's Emil Yerdrum. Could well be a dark horse in the Pro-Am battle in the second phase of the race, but he's going to close in on Philip Viskirchen in order to do that. Just leaving the pits now is the 111 car, or at least it should leave momentarily. Tim Neuser, of course, taking that car over from Mikael Sander now. Willy Kuhne will hand over to Enrico Ferderer, who's going to do his best to chase down Neuser, but there's a bit of a gap to contend with there. An incident of contact between the 33 and the 85 will be investigated after the race. That's when Tommy Rackle rear-ended Charles Dawson. That's going to be investigated after the race, so that could be something that changes in the results after all is said and done here today. As we saw Tommy Rackle into the rear of Charles Dawson in the early stages, and that will be investigated. Tom Leben presses on in the lead of the race. He will be all too aware that the number 19 car has just been passed over to Jamie Day. He'll be hoping to get some fast laps in here before passing this Elite Motorsport McLaren over to Zach Meekin. Turns the car through turn 14. Will he make the dive to pit lane this time? Yes. Into the pits where Zach Meekin awaits the car. Into the pits also comes Matt George as well. So Matt George will hand over to Mikey Porter, who for the second time in this race will take the wheel of an Aston Martin. Porter will be awaiting Matt George down there. Meanwhile, Tom Leben belting up Zach Meakin from the lead. Leben adjusting the belts for his teammate. Zach Meakin can now fully focus on the task at hand, and that task is retaining a lead, which is certainly a very difficult task, and one that requires you to have a lot of self-confidence, and one that puts you under a lot of pressure from your teammate as well. Leben heads out onto the circuit now. And where is Jamie Day in relation to the McLaren? The answer is maybe 2 or 3 seconds further back. We just saw Jamie Day there at the back of shot. And he will, no doubt, open up the taps. He's got the motivation ahead of him now. He's got the bright yellow McLaren. He's not going to miss that through the windscreen. Bright yellow McLaren of Zach Meakin will inherit the race lead then once everyone has made their pit stops. Only a few more drivers left to make said pit stop. Barton, Huber and Cohen. So the top two in the AM class and the Pro-Am competitor. That being Harry Barton. Barton, I suspect, will probably come into the pits this time. Nigel Greensall waiting in the wings. Viskirchen, Hana and Yerdrum have all taken over the other Pro-Am cars, so Barton is the only Pro-Am class driver left to make a stop. There is Jamie Day, though. I said it would be something like 3 seconds between 4th and 5th place on your timing screen. Ultimately 1st and 2nd once the pit stops are accounted for. It's not 3 seconds. I think it's probably something more in the region of just over 2. And if you're Jamie Day, you're hoping that's only going to keep going down. Gap is 2.2 seconds between Meakin and Day. That's certainly an achievable task for Jamie, but Zach Meakin is one mighty adversary. Christian Cohen out of the car. Max Huber will stay in the car, of course, the AM class leader. Cohen will hand over to Tim Peters, the the Belgian racer. Here's Harry Barton then, the last one left standing. Barton taking all the track time he can get then, not handing over to Nigel Greensall just yet, but perhaps this time Greensall will take over. Yes, into the pits comes Harry Barton then. We'll see where that car comes out relative to Viskirchen and Hana in the two ME Motorsport cars, as well as the CV Performance number 85. Just looking at the pit stops, nobody seems to have infringed or come anywhere close to infringing the pit stop times, so that's very good news. Tim Peters has been in the pits for a little bit too long though, 1 minute 26, so a long stop for the Sug Rennsport car. That could hand things over quite readily to the NM Racing Mercedes entries, including our class leader on his outlap, NM Racing's Max Hube. Zach Meakin now officially your race leader. Having seen Harry Barton into the pits, 1.8 seconds is the gap between Meakin and Day. So the gap already starting to shrink in the wash a little bit. Barton hands over then to Greensall. Greensall idles the car out of pit lane. Some scrapping going on further back. This is for 9th overall between the the Cayman Trophy class leader and Alberto Di Martin second in AM, and rather Nil Montserrat second in AM. That hasn't changed over yet on the graphic, but that is, of course, Nil Montserrat now at the wheel. That is Nil Montserrat past the 111 car. It's Tim Neuser at the wheel at the 111 as well, so a few of the names not quite updated yet, but Neuser isn't going to take that lying down in the slightest. Tim Neuser versus Nil Montserrat then, and Montserrat, the team boss, is now going to go hunting for his driver, Max Huber, in the AM class battle. Now, we've seen Huber versus Montserrat before. It's been very good fun, a particularly fun wheel-to-wheel battle at Estoril, but Montserrat has to make up 10 seconds for that to be a possibility, and that is no easy task. Zach Meakin crosses the line again. Only 1.8 seconds clear of Jamie Day. That gap has stayed consistent on the previous lap then. So Meakin matching the pace of Jamie Day at this stage. Then it's Mikey Porter in 3rd place. Porter 14 seconds off in the number 7 car. Alberto Di Martin flicks it into turn 11. Rather, Nil Montserrat, sorry, gets through turn 11, now through 12 and 13. '78 car of Zach Meakin. There is Jamie Day in the 19. Jamie will be pressing on here. He will be a little bit conscious, though, of the issue that befell him in the race. Even though he won the sprint race earlier on, he was very hard pressed to keep the car on the road towards the end of the race. He said the rear tyres were really starting to make it difficult for him, so he's going to be in two minds about whether to push it all the way, or maybe save some of that Pirelli grip for the end of the race. Meakin and Day will come across the line again then. Flash of the headlights there from Jamie Day. 1.6 seconds. The gap comes down again, as I'm sure it's going to time and time again over the next several laps, unless Meakin can find a few more hundredths out there. Zach Meakin, also experienced in GT4s, as is Jamie Day, who came 3rd in the British GT Championship in 2022. And has plied his trade across the world in GT4 competition. The youngest GT race winner is Jamie Day. There's your battle for the Pro-Am lead. So Philip Viskirchen just ahead of Linus Hahne. 2.2 seconds between the pair of them. Now, what was the last lap time? Both of them in the 41.0s, actually, so they're very closely matched on pace, Viskirchen and Hahne. Emil Yerdrum falling back on them a few tenths of a second per lap. Two BMWs then may well end up with a private battle for the Pro-Am lead for ME Motorsport, which will be equally exciting for us and slightly hair-raising for those involved in the team. Emil Yerdrum is some 12 seconds clear of Nigel Greensall, who should have taken over the number 166 car, but timing and scoring still says that Harry Barton's at the wheel of that one. We've got a few that just haven't updated on the graphics, like Nil Montserrat in the 15, but all sources telling me that Harry Barton is still at the wheel of the 166. I can't imagine that's right though, because Nigel Greensill doesn't strike me as the kind of driver who misses a chance to race. Given he raced in over 100 events last year, 100 races last year. I think that Nigel would be keen to hop at the wheel if scheduled to do so. Jamie Day with the gap down to 1.4 seconds at the front of the pack, so Meakin again seeing that gap shrink, seeing that Aston come closer to his rear view mirror. There is Vizkerschen just powering out of turn 9 through 10, 11 and 12. Just ahead of him is Matt George, incidentally, and Matt is has the Mikey Porter, I should say, in third place. So Mikey Porter is maybe going to come under some pressure from Vizkerschen before the end of the race. And funny enough, Matt George is actually down with Chris McCarthy. So let's go down and hear from the driver of the number 7.
He certainly is. Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, Matt George with me. Now, you mentioned, well, first of all, great to have you back. How's your first weekend been back before we talk about what's been going on set?
Yeah, it's been good. Love the track, Valencia. Obviously, love Aston. Feels like coming home a little bit, having spent 7 years with the brand. Amazing team. Obviously, been working with them all season anyway, so it's been fun.
And I know you've mentioned you've had to nurse a little bit of an issue, but do you feel still getting the results you've had is shown how well the team can do?
Yeah, I mean, full credit to the guys. They've been doing everything they can to solve our issue throughout this weekend. We haven't quite got to, well, we know what it is. The likelihood is we just can't fix it. So we've been doing the best we can, circling, hoping to get points, hoping for battles, which luckily we had on the first couple of laps. I wasn't going to back down. I want to repay the guys for some of their hard work, so got the car into third. Had a difficult stint with Joel pressuring me the whole time, but I mean, yeah, we got a car in second and third at the moment, so it's perfect for the team's championship.
Mike, you're doing a great job out there. I mean, he's been in the car every single session pretty much. It's he's doing a fantastic job, isn't he?
Yeah, I bet he's blowing, poor guy. It's pretty hot out there.
Are we going to see you back in the car at all for the rest of the season?
I don't know, to be honest. No current plan at the moment, but I think, like I said previously, there was no plan this weekend until Friday morning, so who knows? Watch this space.
Thank you very much for speaking to us. Matt George, great to hear from him, and we'll let him go off now and get rested up and get in a place to watch the rest of the race. That's what we're going to do. We'll hand back up to Adam Weller to talk you through that.
A good racing driver always brings their kit along, even if they're only coaching. Matt George thankfully adhered to those rules and brought his gear along. Of course, sometimes driver coaches will have to set reference laps and things like that. So they do tend to bring their kit. He's been using it a little more than anticipated this weekend. Zach Meakin then, your race leader by 1.2 seconds in this race. Jamie Day in P2. Third place, Mikey Porter. Fourth place, Vizkerschen, and fifth place, Linus Hana. Those two are fighting for the Pro-Am battle as well, but I think Linus Hana has control over that situation. Max Huber is your AM class leader. Neil Montserrat in second in that class. First and second place though overall. Jamie Day flashing the headlights. There is the second place scrap as well in the Cayman Trophy class, almost said the AM class. Mikael Sander goes through turn 2 in the class lead. Or rather, it's Tim Neuser at the wheel in the class lead. So Tim Neuser from Arne Hofmeister from Enrico Förderer is your order there. Three very fast drivers in those Caymans. So that is potentially going to be very interesting if anyone can get close enough to the back of Tim Neuser, which is probably quite the task in its own right. So then, the 111 of Mikael Sander. Tim Neuser heads out of turn 8 through 9 and 10. Still so much gravel down there at 9 and 10. Largely courtesy of the Formula Grid earlier on, it must be said. But everyone just keeping it clean through that section. Arne Hofmeister and Enrico Ferderer. They go through shot now as well. There's your Pro-Am leader, Viskirchen. Viskirchen, who has raced with ME Motorsport in GT4s elsewhere. Another one of these youngsters that we expect to see progressing over the next couple of seasons. Who knows where? Of course, these days GT3 racing is represented just about all over the map. 94 getting overtaken there. Tim Peters being put a lap down by Mikey Porter. Mikey Porter is doing a great job in the other Forsetti car. He might be a little bit warm at the conclusion of this hour of racing, but I'm sure he'll also be very fulfilled by the experience of driving two different cars in the same race. That will certainly be a first for the youngster. Zach Meekin, 1.4 seconds clear, and actually in the first sector, Zach Meekin just set a purple sector. So Meekin is actually winding up the pace a little bit. Rather excitingly, I'm sure, for Elite Motorsport. This is Philip Viskirchen just going past the 94 car. That was to put a lap on Tim Peters, so not for position. Peters through turn number 6. '66 car just managing everything at the moment. And there we see some confirmation that Nigel Greensall is at the wheel of the 166 car. That's just updated, so my suspicions that Nigel Greensall wouldn't turn down the opportunity to race are well founded. It's the battle for second coming through turn 2 now. The 660 car Arne Hofmeister still holding off Enrico Ferderer, the ambitious youngster just recently moving up from the world of karting. He's looking forward to a GT4 seat in the summer. He's looking to prove some points at SR Motorsport and Schnitzelaum in the meantime. Show that they've got another young rocket ship, the likes of Jamo Hartling, the likes of Joel Mesh. It is a very young team overall at Schnitzelaum and SR Motorsport. Tim Neuser, Kenneth Heyer among the elder statesmen of the team that monitor and mentor. Hofmeister, Franz Linden surely watching on from the sidelines saying, I want the bigger trophy please, second, not third. But Enrico Ferderer is going to make life very difficult for the driver of the 660, and I can tell that Hofmeister is pushing. That line through turn 12 was very telling indeed. Out of the final corner comes the 660 and the 110. Enrico Ferderer now in the slipstream, having a look to the inside, surely not close enough there, but he wisely cuts the outside line to try and get a good run through turn 1. Hofmeister, not the best run out of the corner. This could be Ferderer's opportunity. He dives to the inside, very late on the brakes. Enrico Ferderer with the outside line at 3, that becomes the inside at 4. And once again, Ferderer shows his class there with a great move to make second place in the Cayman Trophy class. So Arne Hofmeister losing out. He'll try and fight back. Battle among the pro drivers there in the Cayman Trophy class. It is a battle that Enrico Ferderer has come out on top of for now. Of course, Speedworks team, as with a few teams in this paddock, a fairly small operation in terms of manpower. Actually enlisted Giedlich Racing's own Jan Jürger to drive this car over to Valencia. He had the, I think, quite enjoyable honour of pulling some Porsches along in a sprinter on Monday. He seemed quite giddy about the whole thing, and he will be willing on, as will Franz Linden, Arne Hofmeister, in this battle for second in class. The gap extending at the sharp end of the order now. Zach Meekin 2.2 seconds clear of Jamie Day. So I mentioned those purple sectors. He has been lapping consistently in the low 140s over the last few laps. So Zach Meekin at the front of the pack is doing everything he needs to do to extend his advantage over Jamie Day. Meanwhile, Nil Montserrat, I said he'd go and hunt down his own driver, and he's in the later stages of closing in on Max Huber already. The gap was 10 seconds at the end of the window, the pit stop window. And now Nil Montserrat is rolling up his sleeves and saying, all right, Max, we've sparred a few times. Are you ready for another round? The NM Racing Team AM class cars. Of course, Nil will be very careful not to put a foot wrong here against his, effectively his customer. But he's still a racing driver, and he'll be looking for his way past here on behalf of himself and his good friend Alberto Di Martin. Towards turn 14 for the 29th time in this race, and it's a big wide moment there for Max Huber. It's going to be a drag race down to turn 1, and shortly Nil Montserrat has the momentum. They're pretty much level pegging as they come across the line. Montserrat has the inside. Will he have the position by the time they get through turn 1? The answer is yes. Through into the AM class lead goes Nil Montserrat. The Spanish racer is through. And since he gained that 10 seconds he needed in fairly short order, one has to imagine he can now gap Max Huber. The battle wasn't quite as dynamic as it was at the start of the year. Huber just drifted out wide there at the last corner, and Nil Montserrat didn't need to be asked twice. Montserrat then through into 8th overall, as well as the AM class lead. Linus Hahne is starting to lap a little bit quicker than his ME Motorsport adversary in the Pro-Am lead battle, only by a few hundredths, but Linus Hahne in the 33 car is closing fractionally. Meanwhile, Josh Smith of CV Performance, one of the mechanics, is down with Chris McCarthy. I believe we can go down there now.
Yep, thank you very much, Adam. Down with Josh Smith, who works with Emil Jerdrum. They were teammates in ADAC GT Masters last year. Everyone will know Josh from his racing more than, of course, working with Emil Jerdrum as well. Raced teammates with Emil last year, but I remember you racing from karting, very successful there, and in single-seaters as well. Raced in MSA Formula, wasn't it? And done some stuff in Formula Ford, I believe, as well. First of all, how does it feel to be back in the paddock? I know you're still trying to get plans sorted for this year, but how does it feel to be back in the paddock supporting Emil, having raced with him last year?
No, I mean, it's a good feeling back in the race paddock. I missed it, definitely. It's always, you know, being good involved in your teams, and especially helping Emil, you know, improve. And every race is improving massively. So, you know, it's been good so far. So.
How is he as a teammate, working with on track, off track?
Oh no, he's an amazing teammate, you know, a really nice kid. I enjoyed working with him all last year. We had some good times together, and I'm glad to, you know, keep going with that.
Going well so far this weekend as well. Tell us about the challenges of this Valencia circuit. I know you've been able to test these GT4 cars as well.
It's quite a technical track, especially the second sector. But no, Emil's got to grips with it quite quickly, which has been good. So, you know, just it's getting them fine-tuning them little bits now, finding the last couple of tenths. So that's what we're trying to work towards.
And I know you're working on your plans for this year, confident that we can hopefully reveal some stuff soon. I know it's something you can't reveal yet, but confident we can in the near future.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, hopefully all will come in due course. So yeah, no, I can't say a lot now.
It's a case of watch this space, I guess.
Basically, yeah. So
it's really great to see you again. I remember obviously seeing you around the karting paddocks and MSA Formula paddocks and stuff. It's really great to see you again. Great to see you in the paddock. And will we see you at Aragon and Barcelona?
Hopefully, that's the plan. We'll wait and see. Hopefully something different there. So we'll see.
Watch this space. Watch this space. Josh Smith down with CV Performance. Up to you, Adam Weller.
There were some hints there, I think. However, we do have a bit of an issue on the 85 CP Performance Group Mercedes at the moment. That looks remarkably like perhaps the exhaust of that car. Certainly something is loose on the 85, and if that problem worsens, that could affect Emil Yerdrum's grasp on third in class. Look at the Supra closing in behind. The gap between Yerdrum and Greensaw was about 10 seconds. It's now shrinking at a rate of knots. Exhaust and part of the splitter all seems to be coming loose. The entire rear of that car is looking a little bit worse for wear. And of course that comes back to the early stages of the race. Remember that the 33 car in the hands of Tommy Rackel, the ME Performance BMW, collided quite heavily with the rear of Charles Dawson going into turn 14 at one point. And now the 85 car is looking a lot worse for it. Seems that progressively the body has started to delaminate as the race has gone on. Greensaw was actually marginally slower on this lap, so while the gap is coming down, Greensaw a little bit slower this time by. We'll have to see whether there's any chance of Greensaw making it through before the end of the race. I think with 3.5 minutes to go, it seems quite unlikely. Yerdrum's pace doesn't seem to be too badly affected. 3.5 minutes, let's hope that problem doesn't get any worse for Emil at the wheel of the 85. Here is the very nicely turned out Team Barton Racing Supra then. Sounded like this is going to be the only GT4 Win Series appearance for this car, but we do hope to see more of the Supra in general. Very nice looking GT4 car. Nigel Greensaw remarked the car is very good indeed, and is rather surprised that it's not a more common sight than it is. There is the 66 car, sorry, of Excursion. This is our Pro-Am class leader, still managing that gap at around 2 seconds. Over Linus Hana behind him, of course, Excursion taking the car over from Marcus Eichler. A good showing in the Pro-Am class from them. Time limit, a track limit penalty for Arne Hofmeister, who has been trying to close in on Enrico Ferderer after the overtake we saw earlier on. That penalty is not going to help him try and finish anywhere but third in the in the Cayman Trophy class. In fact, he's received a few track limits penalties. He's pushing the envelope a little bit too far out there on the circuit. Is the third of the Cayman Trophy cars. And just behind him on the circuit is our lead battle. Jamie Day, who looked like he was closing in, is now, I think, probably going to have to settle for second in this one. This is, I think, going to be the penultimate lap of the race, but with 1 minute and 35 to go as the leading car turns in, and the fastest lap being a 1 minute 40. may see the checkered flag this time, but I think technically speaking we should have one more lap after this one. Nonetheless, we are in the final furlongs, and it is Zach Meakin more than ahead over the field behind. 111 car of Tim Neuser in the Cayman Trophy lead. Neuser and Sander very familiar with one another, very capable pairing, very consistent pairing across the board as well. There's no hand the car over and it either ascends or drops massively. It's a very consistent lineup there, and sometimes that's exactly what you need. And the same applies, of course, to Meakin and Leben, especially as Tom Leben has found his footing in GT machinery. He really has come on strong in the last couple of weeks. Has looked promising all season long, but it seems that both Elite, Leben, and the wider operation have really started to fine-tune this McLaren Artura, finding more and more success. Neil Montserrat in the number 15 car turns into the second corner to start what will be his final lap. Zach Meakin across the line. We do start the final lap this time, so we do have one last lap of racing. 2.9 seconds is the advantage for Meakin. Just a few corners between himself and a race win here. Once again with Tom Leben. It was a win in the endurance race, of course, at Jerez last time out as well, so they're starting to really figure out these endurance races down at the Elite Motorsport camp. Into turn 6 for the final time, just going past Arne Hofmeister there. Meakin will be grinning, I'm sure, from ear to ear at the prospect of another win. It's just a few corners away. The entire team have been working hard. There have been a few hiccups with the car over the first couple of weekends in GT4 Win Series, but they've steadily been troubleshooting, resolving, fine-tuning. Those efforts are paying off weekend by weekend. They may well be in contention for second in the championship with the dramas for Schnitzelbaum Racing and Joel Mesh. Perhaps Meakin and Leben can play a late interfering role. They win the GT4 Winter Series race number 3 at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Jamie Day takes second place for Fassetti Motorsports along with Mikey Porter. And Mikey Porter will also finish in third position, along with Matt George in the number 7 Fassetti Motorsport car. That does mean Mikey Porter is going to have to try and co-inhabit 2 podium places at once. That's going to be entertaining. Philip Viskirchen finishes 4th, Linus Hahner taking 5th place. Emil Jördrum should still be there in 6th place, even with the bodywork hanging loose on the 85 car. Jördrum does indeed come across the line now. Greensoul with a big sideways moment around the final corner. He will cross the line. I think he accidentally turned on his wipers while trying to save that. He crosses the line to take 7th overall and 4th in Pro-Am. Neil Montserrat will be next across the line, of course, in the... or he'll be the next one to come across the line and finish in 8th place to take the AM win. 3rd place now will go to Tim Peters, who crosses the line now. Tim Peters across the line to take 13th overall and 3rd in AM. Here comes Neil Montserrat, another good result for the NM Racing team. Flash of the headlights, and I'm sure we'll take a bow after that result. He seems pretty happy with that, suggesting by the weave. 9th place for Max Huber, 10th place for Tim Neuser, but more importantly, the Cayman Trophy win. Enrico Ferderer taking P11. Arne Hofmeister has already crossed the line at the back of the field. There is, though, the winning car, the McLaren Artura, heading back to the podium. A race win for Meekin and Tom Leben. The 78 Elite Motorsport McLaren then is your winner, just ahead of the two Forsetti Motorsport Aston Martins, both driven by Mikey Porter. The 19 also driven by Jamie Day. Matt George also in the 7. Philip Viskirchen winning in Pro-Am ahead of Linus Hahne. A good day for the ME Motorsport crews in their BMW M4 GT4s. Emil Yerdrum in P6 overall, and he will round out the Pro-Am podium along with Charles Dawson. Nigel Greensall and Harry Barton finished 7th. Neil Montserrat and Alberto Di Martine win in Am with 8th place overall ahead of Max Huber. Tim Neuser in the 111 along with Mikael Sander winning in Cayman Trophy. Federer and Hahne, Federer and Kuhne taking 2nd in the Cayman Trophy class. Franz Linden and Arne Hofmeister taking 12th overall. Tim Peters in 13th place with Christian Cohen in the Rennsport Surg Porsche. 14th place, and unfortunately a non-finish for Joel Mesh and the other co-driver there, Marcel Marshavix, who sadly didn't get a chance to start that race. It will be delight though for Meekin and Leben. Zach Meekin certainly looks like he's been through it at the cockpit of that car. A little bit sweaty, but it's worth it for a big trophy. Time to rehydrate before he takes to an interview with Chris McCarthy. Certainly a well-deserved win there for he and Tom Leben in the back of shot. They'll both be delighted. And again, I'm still very curious as to quite what solution Mikey Porter is going to have for the 2 podiums at once, or 2 podium positions at once situation. Mikey's quite the young character. I don't know quite how he's going to solve that. Zach Meekin and Tom Leben are with Chris McCarthy. Chris, over to you.
Thanks very much, Adam. Yes, down with our winners, Elite Motorsport, Zach Meekin, Tom Leben. 2nd win of the season, guys. Tom, I'll start with yourself as you were in the car at the start there. Must feel good to get that one in.
Yeah, it feels good. It was really tough out there. It was hot. Felt a bit sick, but I pushed on, did my best, and grew a bit of a gap. And Zach maintained it to the end, and yeah, mega job from everyone.
Zach was talking about a move as well. Talk us through it from your perspective.
Well, I knew we were going to be slow into turn 1, but I felt like I had a good start and maximised it, and I thought I've only got one chance and made the most of what I could, really.
Crucial as well to get it in, and then that was it from there, I guess.
Yeah, I just tried to pull a gap initially and then maintain it from there, try to save the tyre a bit for Zach's stint, but yeah, overall it was mega, really.
And Zach, of course, Tom mentioning about saving the tyre there, how did the car feel when you jumped in?
The car felt mega. It responded to everything I needed to. It felt great.
One of a tough race out there as well, I bet, as well, with the conditions as they are. We can tell that from how you are jumping out. Not an easy race for anyone out there.
No, definitely not. It's certainly warm, and I think it's going to be a warm-up for next 2, so it should be good.
And there was, even though you weren't run all the way to the last corner, there was constant pressure, wasn't there, all the way, I guess. Were you having to push all the way to the end?
Oh, yeah, I was, because Day was catching on one part, he was gaining on me, which I had to push harder, which ruined the tyres a little bit for later on, but still managed to prevail and got to where we are.
And how does this feel now to get a 2nd win in and push closer to those top 2 in this championship? It must feel great.
Feels good. We're going to be catching them soon, so it's all good.
Anyone you guys would like to thank? I know there's probably been a lot of hard work put in throughout this weekend. I'm sure you guys would like to put in some thank yous.
Yeah, everyone apart from Ed. Yeah, everyone else at Elite, but not Ed.
Yourself, Zach.
I'd like to thank everyone. Me and Ed have some good karaoke when race ended, and I got to thank Tom as well for putting the car where it was.
Good karaoke. Any songs you sing in particular?
Well, we were singing Radio Gaga, so it's all good.
We'll go and do some singing then. Off to the podium. Good stuff. Off to the podium to do some singing. I think we'll get ready to do that up there. Adam, back to you first.
All we hear is Meekin and Leben. Great result then for Elite Motorsport and the McLaren Artura. A great race for Elite Motorsport. Let's take a look at how it was won. It was a very intriguing run to the first corner for Mikey Porter on the inside of the front row, and the 78 of Tom Leben around the outside, just carried all the speed in the world, went off the track a little bit in the process, but he led into turn 2, and that was very, very important. Further back, a bit of a collision between Charles Dawson and the 33 of Tommy Rackle. Meanwhile, Matt George was making life very difficult for Joel Mesh, who was really frustrated. Bit of a tap there between George and Mesh, much to Mesh's chagrin. Meanwhile, some great scraps among the AM and Cayman Trophy classes, which became almost one mega group at the back of the order as the racing evolved. Alberto Di Martin was struggling, though. He was overtaken by Christian Cohen and Max Huber in short order. Also, in the Cayman Trophy class, we had a great scrap between Franz Linden and Willy Kuhne, but unfortunately Joel Mesh coming to a halt just 20 minutes into the race. No chance to race for Marcel Maršovics. Mikael Sander came under some pressure. In fact, I think by this time it was Tim Neuser at the wheel as Nil Montserrat worked his way through the pack. Great effort from Enrico Ferderer to get past Arne Hofmeister. Nil Montserrat would close in on the AM class leader Max Huber after the stops in the car he inherited from Alberto Di Martin. And with this moment for Max Huber, it was pretty clear what would happen next. Nil Montserrat through into the AM class lead. He and Alberto Di Martin do it again. They're well on their way to an AM championship. The net result of the contact between Dawson and Rackle was Emil Yerdrum driving around in a damaged car. He still took third place in Pro-Am, but it was victory for Elite Motorsport. Meakin and Leben secure it. Well, that will be another big trophy in the books then for Elite Motorsport. Already the Formula cars are heading out onto the circuit. But that means that hopefully they'll all be cleared off and not making too much noise for Lukas Gajewski and co when the podiums begin in the next few moments' time. A great race in the GT4 Winter Series as ever, and certainly the steam momentum building behind our race winners Meakin and Leben. They seem more competitive now that we've gone across the border from Portugal to Spain. Of course, they have 6 more races, 2 more locations, Aragon and Barcelona, to see where they can maybe weigh themselves into that championship contention. I think maybe a championship win will be difficult from where they are. However, they have been scoring very good points all weekend long. Certainly, the Schnitzelaum car, which has really struggled across February in the GT4 Winter Series, may well be under contest for second in the overall championship. We'll of course have 4 podiums to bring you across Pro-Am, AM and the Caymans. I know that Anna Stevens is working very hard to get everyone where they need to be for those podiums as we speak. And we will bring you those podium ceremonies in just a few moments. The Formula Winter Series cars out there, they'll probably do a couple of laps before they line up on the grid. Of course, practice starts at the end of pit lane. A key part of it for the FWS drivers. Their standing starts trialled, tested and run through to perfection, but you can still get it quite easily wrong, as we've seen before. Griffin Peebles, incidentally, just quickly, I'll say he's starting from pole in this race. I did previously say he was going to start from the back, but that was because of a transponder issue. He didn't have any laps registered in qualifying, but the times were salvaged, and it was a very good time. He will be on pole, after all, in FWS. Of course, Fassetti Motorsport running 2 cars this weekend in GT4s. It remains to be seen if that will be the case going forward for Fassetti Motorsport. But Mikey Porter certainly is going to relish the opportunity to basically be on 2 podiums at once. We'll see how he manages that now, because Lukas Gajewski is ready to go downstairs.
GT4 Winter Series Race 3 podium coming up for you. So let's clear the stage here in Valencia and welcome our top 3 finishers in Pro class. And in 3rd place for Fassetti Motorsport, it's Matt George and Mikey Porter. They're not turning up, I'm afraid. Third place drivers already being called to the podium. Guys, please find your way onto the third podium step. There we go. Thank you very much. Matt George, Mikey Porter, here they are. Of course, Mikey being part of the second place crew just as well. In second place for Facility Motorsport, Jamie Day and Mikey Porter. Now we're on fire. And your winners for Elite Motorsport, Tom Leben and Zach Meekin. Sergio Fonseca coming up onto the stage, as well as Markus Gietlich and Mario from Pirelli just as well. Here they are presenting the trophies to our winners on the podium in third, in second, and in first place. Well done to everybody. Fabulous racing action here in Valencia in the sunshine. Of course, pictures are going to be taken by Daniel, our photographer, and from our photography crews down there in the busy pit lane just as well. And then can we please have another big round of applause for our top three race three finishers. In third place, Matt George and Mikey Porter. Mikey Porter and Jamie Day in second. And your winners here in Valencia, Tom Leben and Zach Meekin. Well done, thank you very much. We are ready to call the second place, or the second set of podiums, which is the Pro-Am class, as soon as the champagne is going to be made ready, which is just a couple of moments away, and then we are good to go for the Pro-Am class podium. And in third place for CV Performance, Charles Dawson and Emil Gjerdrum. In second place for ME Motorsport, Tommy Rackel and Linus Hane. And your winners for ME Motorsport as well, Markus Eichele and Philipp Wiskirchen. Well done, guys. Sergio, Mario and Markus ready to present the trophies. There we are, 2 sets of trophies each for our top 3 finishers in Pro-Am class. Great racing with great battles there just as well. Trophies being handed out to the CV Performance team and to Markus Eichele's team, fielding the top 2 finishers in Pro-Am this afternoon, as we got our top 3 being lined up for the podium pictures with the champagne bottles just as well. And then can we please have another big round of applause. The Pro-Am top 3, Charles Dawson and Emil Gjerdrum in third, Tommy Rackel and Linus Hane in second, and your winners, Markus Eichele and Philipp Wiskirchen. Champagne spraying there on the podium. Well deserved. Markus Eichele's team, of course, very, very happy indeed with P2 and P1 in race number 3. So another set of carver being prepared for the next podium in line, which is going to be the AM class podium. Coming up to you in a couple of seconds, as soon as the champagne is ready, which I believe it is right now. So here we are, the top 3 finishers in AM class, and in third place for SRS Sorgrennsport, it's Christian Kohn and Tim Peters. In second place for NM Racing, Max Huber. And your AM class winners, Alberto De Martin and Neil Monserrat. These 2 racing for NM Racing, of course, just as well, as we welcome Sergio, Markus and Mario once again to the podium with the trophies for our top 3 finishers. Christian Kohn and Tim Peters in third place for the SRS Sorgrennsport team on the podium for the first time this weekend. And of course, the NM Racing team with their set of drivers being present in all 3 races so far here in Valencia, with Max Huber in second, and Alberto De Martin and Neil Monserrat, team owner, finishing together on the highest step of the podium. Some more pictures being taken downstairs in the pit lane. And then can we please have another massive round of applause for our top 3 in AM class, Christian Kohn and Tim Peters in third, Max Huber in second, and your winners, Alberto De Martin and Neil Monserrat. Thank you very much. Some more pictures being taken by the Sorg Rennsport crew, and one more set of champagne prepared for our last podium in line, which is going to be the Cayman Trophy, with another 3 driver pairs coming up onto the stage. And we are good to call the third place drivers for Speedworks Automotive, Franz Linden and Arne Hofmeister. In second place for SR Motorsport, Willi Kühne and Enrico Förderer. And your winners for SR Motorsport as well, Michael Sander and Tim Neuser. Sergio, Mario and Marcus onto the podium once again to deliver the trophies to our top 3 finishers. And I'm going to continue on the PA microphone for our crowds in the pits, and we'll hand you over in the live streaming coverage to Chris McCarthy, who is down there on the grid for race number 3 in Formula Winter Series.
Cool. We're diving on the grid with F3 driver Walk and Talk Nicola Solov. Nicola, how did you've just been coming from testing in Bahrain? How did it go? First of all, I know you're going to be racing with ART this year.
Yeah, it's been much better than last year for sure. We've done a lot of improvements on my side and the team. But yeah, just now here, as I live in Valencia, it's always good to come back and see where it all started, right? So
live in Valencia. How cool is it to see 38 cars out there?
Yeah, it's so many cars. I never expected actually to have so many, especially so early in the season, right? When you know, everyone's just still at home preparing the season. But I would really love to see that race.
Any teams you're here with in particular?
No, mostly with GRS, as I test and did a race with them last year, and then Campus, obviously. Good memories with them, and just watching.
I know you're with ART, of course, part of the Alpine lineup. Excited for the season ahead?
Yeah, so excited. I hope to fight for some champagne this year.
We'll hand it back up to you. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to go up to commentary.
Oh, no breaks right now because there's a 38-car grid to dive through. We have a massive field of Formula Winter Series cars circulating as we speak. Let's run you through the grid on this one. Griffin Peebles is the driver starting on pole position. In second place is Matthias Ferreira. Douwe de Decker with his best quali of the year by far. He starts from third place. It's then Juan Cota in fourth position. Fifth place for Akshay Bora and Kabir Anirag and All Us Racing, third row. Seventh place on the grid is Andres Cardenas. Now, he was put back. A few drivers were put back because of infringements during, I believe, the quali session. Seventh place out there on circuit. Maxime Reem in eighth place. Ninth place for Mikael Pedersen. 10th place for Jan Pesharovsky, another driver who was dropped down from his original position. Emanuele Olivieri in 11th. Pradel in 12th. We're going to have to pick up the pace now. Let's go through them as quick as we can. Rivera 13th, Kolnagi in 14th, René Lammers 15th, Nathan Ty in 16th, Maciej Guadish, a surprise 17th. He's going to have some work to do. Peter Bezinalos in 18th place, 19th for Pacon Wiesenberger, Thomas Strauven in 20th, Francisco Macedo in 21st, and Alexander Savinkov in 22nd, Tim Gerhardt in 23rd, and Adam Hideg in 24th. 25th place for Arthur Dorizon, Enya Frey in 26th position. Lucas Fluxa is next alongside Lorenzo Castillo. Barton Finn Harrison, not related, on row 15. 31st and 32nd on the grid is Filippo Fiorentino and Flavio Olivieri. Lenny Reed in 33rd, Edouard Bonia in 34th, Victor Dobzhansky in 35th, and Nathaniel Berraby in 36th. That will be the last row of the grid, as Bianca Bustamante and Liam Block will not take the start in this race. So Bianca and Leah are on a flight to Jeddah, I believe. That means we've got only, in inverted commas, 36 cars taking the start for this race. It is Griffin Peebles that lines up on pole position alongside Matthias Ferrier. So then Griffin Peebles on pole position alongside Matthias Ferreira. Side by side down towards the first corner, Douwe de Decker and Juan Cota on row 2. Half an hour plus 1 lap of racing begins then. We've got one non-starter further back. That's René Lammers, who hasn't gone off the line. His run of bad form continues. Bad fortune, more than form, I'd suggest. Juan Cota up the inside for 3rd place. Dawid Adeka, though, holds on to the position. Side by side between Cardenas and Akshay Bora behind. Bora around the outside. Everyone 2-3 wide. Oh, and Alexander Savinkov gets tipped into a spin, and Lorenzo Castillo is the unfortunate driver that collects him in the Technicar machine. 2 bent suspensions, 2 missing body panels across the cars. That is going to almost certainly bring out a safety car, unfortunately. Those cars are damaged and stranded. But at the front of the order, the race is still running. Well, it was. The safety car is now out. But I just wonder whether there's been any shuffling of the order at the front of the pack, because we were still racing until just about 10 seconds ago. We've got another car off circuit there. I can't quite see if that's the 33 or the 66. I think it is Mikael Pedersen's 33, and that means that something else happened further up the order, because he was up in the top 10. Maciej Guadiš has a front wing missing. Guadiš with his front wing missing, so clearly something else happened there while those 2 cars were off at turn 2 as well. A dramatic first few corners here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. We are under safety car conditions. We're going to have quite a few cars peeling into pit lane by the looks of it. Those that have still got all 4 wheels pointed in the right direction anyhow. At the front of the order, though, it is no longer Griffin Peebles at the front of the pack. Griffin Peebles was overtaken then by Matthias Ferreira. Matthias Ferreira, your race leader then. Didn't see how that one came to be. You now get a replay of an incident. I assume it's the one we caught in the live pictures. Yes, Alexander Savinkov getting tagged into a spin there by the 24, I think that was. It was Adam Hideg then that tagged Savinkov into a spin, and from there the number 5 car had nowhere to go. But a lot of other things happened in the subsequent corners, including, unfortunately, the end of the race for Mikael Pedersen by the looks of it. Mattia Kolnagi also missing at the end of the first lap, so Kolnagi has potentially had a moment as well. I wonder if he was involved with Mikael Pedersen. Kolnagi has come into the pit lane, so Kolnagi in the 87 car is into the pits. We now see the recovery crews working hard to remove these cars. Of course, they have to be craned away with that broken suspension. There's no pushing them, at least not particularly efficiently and without an amount of brute force. But it is Matthias Ferreira that leads the way from Griffin Peebles. Dawid Adeka in 3rd place, so he retained that position despite Juan Cota doing everything in his power to try and lunge up the inside at turn 2, or turns 1 and 2. Akshay Bora in 5th. Andres Cardenas in 6th, then it's Kabir Anurag, Jan Pusharovsky in 8th place, Maxime Riem and Emanuele Olivieri, your top 10. Now they have tried to push one of the cars with the broken suspension, or have they got it up on a trolley? They've got it up on a trolley, okay. I was going to say, I don't think that's quite going to move properly under its own steam. Oh, to me, to you, albeit with a Formula 4 car. Still got the Pedersen car to move as well, so this is going to take a lap, maybe 2, to rectify, I suspect. Look at all that gravel down at turn 12 and 13. I'm not sure that was there at the end of the GT4 race. Maciej Guadiš is still out there with the front wing missing. I just kind of assumed he would come into the pits, but no. He is still there and running in 13th place. I mean, track position is important, but so is front downforce. I think he's going to have to come into the pits, and of course the longer he waits, the more chance he's got of being behind, well behind the safety car queue at the end, or now he is coming in. I was just going to say, if they don't make that decision pretty soon, he might find himself well off the safety car queue when the race resumes. They've still got at least one more car to recover in the form of Pedersen in the 66. There doesn't look like there's any damage on that car, at least from the rear. I don't know if we can get a front end look at that car at all, but it doesn't look particularly damaged from where we're looking at it. Front could tell a different tale though. Safety car boards have been working overtime during the FWS races this weekend. Relatively tranquil and drama-free races that we had in Jerez, and we should have known better than to take comfort from that. Out goes Maciej Guadiš then with his new front wing. Savinkov in the, well, formerly in the 52 car. He'll be watching as his car is craned away. Craney racer. And is the 33 still there? I think it is. It's just a bit further into the corner than that static camera shows us, but it's there's Savinkov. His machine. It's a shame for AKM. They've had good form this weekend. Both cars have looked a little bit stronger. Of course, Emanuele Olivieri is right up there. And yes, there is damage on the 33 of the suspension variety. So quite a few cars struggling in that first lap. Quite a few cars carrying war wounds from that. Well, safety car has been getting its miles in. Matthias Ferreira leading them. I think, is this the first time an US racing car has led a race? No, I think Ferreira did lead in one of the races this season, but US Racing, who formed a majority of the grid in 2023 when Formula Wind Series was brand new, and they've got a lot of adversaries to contend with this time. And they'll be delighted to see one of their cars up at the sharp end, two of them up at the sharp end, with Akshay Bora there also in the top 5. Quite a few of their cars in the top 10. Maxime Riem and Kabir Anurag also running in the top 10 for US Racing. It's Ferreira from Peebles, from De Decker, from Kota, from Bora, your top 5. Drivex cars once again struggling with Pedersen out there. Where's Macedo on the circuit? He is in 16th place. So Francisco Macedo seemed to be somewhat buoyant about his chances from further back on the grid. We'll see if he can work his way into the top dozen there or thereabouts. Of course, it's the double-edged sword of the mid-pack Formula 4 driver, is that you need the race to stay green in order to progress through the field. Safety cars do not help you gain track position, but also you need to try just about everything you can to make up a place. So often we do see these safety cars originating from the mid-pack, and that's the unfortunate dynamics of the race. So Ferreira will lead them away. Griffin Peebles in second place, a known commodity at the sharp end. He would love to take his 3rd win of the season. Douwe de Decker, though, he has largely been in that mid-pack vortex, trying to find more often than not his defensive driving shoes. And this is his opportunity to maybe try and secure a podium. But Juan Kota, Akshay Bora, Andres Cardenas, some big names behind him. He's going to have to really get the elbows out to hold on. So then, safety car has cleared the way. Matthias Ferreira is now in charge of when and where the race resumes. Waits until he gets through the corner, or at least halfway through it. That's a very good start, actually. Very well done there by Matthias Ferreira. Managed that nicely. He has 1, 2, maybe even 3 car lengths as they run down the main straight. Everybody else in his slipstream, everybody following each other. They fan out now 2, 3 wide, heading into the first corner. Bit of a lockup from Juan Kota. 73 car getting pushed wide there by Gianmarco Pradel. Emanuele Olivieri there losing out then to Pradel. That's for 10th position. One of the Technicar cars up the inside there. Tim Gerhardt there in the teen positions, trying to get past one of the Rodin cars. Nathaniel Berraby in the scrap further back as well with René Lavers, Fiorentino and others. 71 car going through here alongside the number 8, so Pusharovsky and Maxime Riem side by side. Pusharovsky on the outside line. Is he going to be able to hold on? Not sure he's quite going to. Wheel-to-wheel contact. Thankfully, both of them are still there. The number 8 on the inside. Big lock up there. I think that was from Maxime Riem rather than the number 8 car. But very close quarters through 9, 10 and 11. The field goes shifting through. 19 minutes plus 1 lap to go, and I touch wood as I say it, but I think we've got through this first lap back under green without too much incident. Some overtaking though. Ferreira across the line in the race lead then by 0.4 of a second. Look at that 3 wide further back. That is once again Emanuele Olivieri in the midst of battle. Gianmarco Pradel having to defend up against both the Cram Motorsport and Campos cars of Olivieri and Pusharovsky. Bazinalos up the inside of Pusharovsky as well. Bazinalos on the outside line though for turn 4. He's surely not going to get through there. Tries to cut to the inside at turn 5. He's got to worry as well about Nathan Ty behind him in 13th place. Ty will be motivated for a top 10, and well, he's got 12th place for free. Bazinalos puts a wheel wrong there, gets up onto the gravel trap, and there was no way he was going to have the momentum down towards turn 6 after a trip into the gravel. Ernesto Rivera, he's had 2 very unlucky races so far this weekend. He is there in 14th place for now, and he now wants to try and find a way past Bazinalos as well. Another driver who's been somewhat anonymous this weekend, Pacon Wiesenberger, he's to the inside of Ernesto Rivera. And Pacon Wiesenberger gets by. Weissenberger, I should say. My apologies, he told me that himself. I did ask. Macedo gets past as well. So Rivera continues to struggle here, albeit all parts of his car are still attached. So it's an improvement from race 2. But that lockup while following Macedo doesn't help that particular statistic. I thought for a minute I really did jinx the poor guy, but Ernesto Rivera now running behind. A few drivers falling through the order then at this stage of the race. There's the 99 of Strauven. Strauven would ideally love to make up a few places this weekend. Such a successful karter, as so many of these drivers are. Some of them struggling with the transition over to cars more than others. René Lammers, of course, not getting the start he needed at all. He's running down there towards the back of the grid. There he is through shot in the orange, white, black and blue car from the MP Motorsport stable, as numerous as it is. Of course, we've also got that number 7 car to think about as well, the recovering Maciej Guadish. He currently sits in 29th place as Lucas Flusha goes past the 24 of Adam Hideg. That is for 20th position, I believe that is, and the 26th car also going through. Enia Frey gets ahead in the intra-Jenser battle. Unfortunately for Jenser, no cars currently in the top 20 there. I'll be hoping that Enia Frey can make up some more positions before the end of this race. Ferreira from Peebles, your top 2, they cross the line again. The gap has gone out slightly from 0.6 to 0.7 of a second, but critically both of them are pulling away from Douwe de Decker in 3rd. So de Decker is still there in the podium positions, but he's a little bit slower than the top 2, which I'm sure is a reprieve for both of those racers out front. Oh goodness me, Ernesto Rivera wide at turn 1. We've already seen that you can really catch some air if you clip that turn 1 outside curb wrong. Just asked Mikkel Pedersen. Incident involving cars 52, 5 and 33 will be investigated at the end of the race. So Pedersen, Savinkov and Castillo will be investigated after the race. So that's another thing to take note of. After the race we could see some postscript from them. The Campos 48 car there, just behind the number 8. So that's, again, just outside the top 10 between Pusharovsky and Nathan Ty. Then you've got the US Racing horde there in the middle of the top 10. Maxime Riem from, Kabir Anurag from Maxime Riem from Gianmarco Pradel, 7th, 8th and 9th. And look at that lunge from Riem. That was very ambitious. I think Kabir Anurag looked in his rearview mirror there and went, really? And had to give him a little bit more space than perhaps he intended. Oh, but Juan Cota is slowing. What's happened to Juan Cota's number 4 car? Oh, this is proving to be a weekend to forget by and large for DriveX. Juan Cota had so much confidence coming into this weekend, but it really hasn't materialised. Unfortunately, he's dropping through the order. Have to believe there's something wrong with the drivetrain on that car. Maxime Riem continues to investigate Kabir Anurag. Anurag in the number 19. Is now up to 6th place, of course, with Juan Cota's problem, but oh, he's getting tagged there. Maxime Riem into the rear of his own teammate. Gianmarco Pradel says, okay, fine, through I go. He's up to 6th position. Maxime Riem might get a little bit of a talking to in the truck after that one, because Kabir Anurag had to work very hard to stay on the circuit there, and certainly the last thing that US Racing want is paint trading between their own cars. And there's Juan Cota stopped at turn 9. So Juan Cota, not only was he slowing, but he has stopped completely. And if that car won't roll again, that could be another safety car. Safety car is out at contact there as Emanuele Olivieri ends up in the rear of Kabir Anurag. Thankfully, they both stayed on the circuit. That was a big, big save from Olivieri there as he got touched, or rather from Anurag there as he got touched by Olivieri. Both of them did well, though, to keep the cars in a straight line. The safety car is out. Juan Cota stopped down at turn 9. At least he can get himself an orange from those bushes on the exit of turn 9, I suppose. But a real shame that Juan Cota's race has ended early. Of course, he won in jubilant fashion at Jerez, his first ever car race win coming just a week ago. He's got time to regroup now, a fortnight before in Aragon, but that is not the end to his day that we wanted to see. Ferreira then will have his and Griffin Peebles' advantage over the rest of the field dissolved away by this safety car. Douwe de Decker has another opportunity to try and run interference here and move up the order. Juan Cota's running again, and he's got the car back into the pits. Okay, well that safety car's purpose has no longer been required. That's quite inconvenient, I suppose, but he got the car running at least, and hopefully that means it's a non-terminal problem for the number 4 car. Certainly DriveX's luck this weekend versus last weekend is quite the gulf. I mean, Garda Pedersen was so impressive in the Jerez races, not always qualifying that strongly. Races 1 and 2, he had to do a lot of work to make up positions. I really thought he was going to be on song this weekend, but has proven not to be the case. And now for their most competitive driver this weekend, Juan Cota. Unfortunately, the race paused at least, most likely ending in the pit lane long before it was supposed to. Well, with that car in the pits, one can only assume that the safety car is not too far away from saying adios. Lights still on the car at the moment. One selling point of the Giedlick Racing Winter Series is the track time. There's a lot of sessions on Thursday and Friday. Sometimes there's even test days or track days before the Winter Series weekend in order to get as much mileage as you possibly can. However, if you really want a life hack and some free track time, the answer is becoming a safety car driver. No one has got more free laps in than that Volkswagen Polo today. Thankfully for us, though, this is its last one. It's actually being ragged a little bit, isn't it? Did that thing just four-wheel drift through turn 10? I think it might have done. Nonetheless, the safety car is in this lap. Matías Ferreira can resume proceedings in earnest. Ferreira looking for a victory. His best result last time out was a third place in the third race. Once again, it seems to be that last race where he comes up trumps, and he will be leading the field away as we return to racing in front of packed grandstands here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. And he will more than likely pull the pin now. Yes, he does. Just before the corner is the optimum place to do it, as we've seen across the many, many safety car restarts this weekend. Let's hope that's the last one. Matías Ferreira leads us away then as we go back to racing. Andrés Cardenas having to defend there from Gianmarco Pradel after his podium earlier on. He seems to have come alive on this Sunday afternoon. He's trying to find his way through into fifth position, but it's Ferreira from Peebles, from De Decker. Cardenas still there in fifth place, but Pradel with a better run out of turn 2. Can't quite get there though. Gianmarco, of course, runner-up in last year's Formula Winter Series. He's going to have to get some more podiums and wins on that board in order to try and match or surpass that this year, but this has been a positive step this weekend for certain. There's the 73 car further back, Emanuele Olivieri in the AKM car. Curious to see the four rings of Audi on that thing, on the between the front wheel and the side pod. Be nice if the Sauber looked something like that livery in the future. Everyone running through turns 9, 10 and 11 somewhat cleanly, albeit some flat spotting their Hancooks as they go through. Number 8 from the number 46 there, that is still Przyrowski trying to keep Bazinalos at bay, all while attacking Nathan Ty, who sits in 10th place. Nathan Ty has worked his way up into the top 10 then over the course of this race, but he was one of the drivers that got dropped down the order for an infringement during quali, so he's probably be a little bit disappointed. He had more pace than his starting position portrayed. Could still make up some more positions though. Emanuele Olivieri up ahead of him, just went a little bit wide. Meanwhile, Kabir Anurag, he will remember that Maxime Riem was tapping him on the gearbox a few laps ago. And while I don't think Kabir will do the same thing, he may well be a little bit more compromising, a little more uncompromising in terms of overtaking though. Just hearing Juan Cota had a electrical failure in the number 4 car. That is perhaps makes a lot of sense because that car came to a stop. I'm sure Juan Cota hit the Control-Alt-Delete button, got the car back to the pit lane, but not how that day wanted to end for Juan Cota. No points on the board in this race for him. 5 minutes 35 plus 1 lap. Oh, and another, oh, it's Juan Cota again. Oh, they sent Juan Cota back out there. About 30 seconds ago, I was told electrical failure on that car, and yet it was driven back out onto the circuit, and now is coming to a halt again. Well, we've seen that the car seems to work after a reboot, so hopefully We just wait on that safety car a few seconds to see if he can reboot it, but that car has once again come out onto the circuit and once again come to a halt on the circuit. One of the Campos cars wide further back, I think that might have been Finn Harrison losing out there for René Lammers, who's moved back up into the top 20 after he did not get off the line earlier on. Douwe de Decker is once again proving to be the head of the train for third place. Juan Cota, I'm told, may have just been observing blue flags. Lukas Gajewski pointing out to me that maybe that was as simple as that, as Thomas Strauven gets into it with Lucas Fluscher. They must have made at least a little contact there, and the Jensa car, the number 26 of Enya Frey, uncompromising in going past Strauven. René Lammers now trying to pick off all the positions he can as he continues to fight with Finn Harrison. Adam Hideg getting involved with that as well. He gets past in the Jensa 24, and what a dive by Finn Harrison. Great move there. René Lammers may have the opportunity now, though, as Finn Harrison bounces across the gravel on the exit of turn 8. Lammers then gets through. This is all in aid of 20th position, and it is René Lammers who holds 20th for the time being, ahead of Harrison, ahead of Hideg. Arthur Dorizon just behind in 23rd place as well. Some great scrapping all through the order in this FWS race, as one would expect for such a large grid. Battles all over the place. And look at this for 5th place. Gianmarco Pradel still looking very racy there behind Andres Cardenas. Cardenas, who started in 7th place, has made up a couple of positions, but he might be a bit disappointed with how this third race is unfolding. Of course, he has won a race at each of our weekends so far, as has Griffin Peebles. Those two really setting themselves up as the primary championship protagonists here. Gianmarco Pradel, as we see Maciej Guadish into pit lane. I understand Juan Cota may have also pitted again. In fact, it is Maciej Guadish being pushed in there. So yeah, Guadish, unfortunately, not going any further. I guess after replacing that front wing earlier on, not making much progress, they've decided to withdraw him from the race. No points to be scored on this occasion. 2 minutes and 18 seconds left on the clock then before the clock hits 0. From that point, we have one more lap to go. Goodness me, some of those drivers really are testing the limits of the gravel trap on the outside of turn 12. Oh, and someone going way too far into the gravel. That's one of the Jensa cars. That is it Adam Hideg? I think it could be the 24 car. We'll see who drops through the order, but whether he fell or whether he was pushed, it's not Hideg, it's the 25 of Arthur Dorizon. So Dorizon, who was just behind Hideg, looks like the car is actually okay. I thought it had a bent suspension as it went flying through the gravel, but no. Still there, still somewhat okay. Looks like he was getting back up to speed. Meanwhile, Bart Harrison in the 77 is having a bit of a fraught race. He's down there in 26th place, fighting with Olivieri and Edouard Borgna. Nathaniel Berraby just behind them in 28th for the Maffei team, which I believe is the only team running one car across the weekend. Of course, DRS Racing have just one car in this race, since Leah Block and Bianca Bustamante are currently heading elsewhere. Juan Cota being pushed into the garage as we saw as well. So both Guadish and Cota have been sent back to their garages. Douwe de Decker, though, in 3rd place, has really done a sterling job of managing this. He's not allowed Akshay Bora any whiff of an opportunity to move up the order at his expense. Equally, Matias Ferreira is doing a very handy job at the sharp end of the order. Ferreira, I think, comes into this year with some points to prove. And an inaugural Formula One Series victory would certainly go some way to drawing some eyes back on him. There is a 66, there is Francisco Macedo under some pressure there from Ernesto Rivera. Looked like Rivera was about to try and sneak up the inside. That was a 14th position. Pradell still leading that train of us racing cars from 6th to 8th places. Olivieri and Ty rounding out the top 10 ahead of Prysharovsky. 26 car bouncing across the curves there. Jens's leading car, Enya Frey in 18th place. Tim Gerhard in the Monlau car, one of two on the grid there, currently running in 16th position, so I think one of his better showings so far this season as well for Tim. And just behind him is Lucas Fluscher, who hasn't had the best weekend from a qualifying perspective, as over the gravel goes Enya Frey. So any chance of moving further up the order won't be helped by those kind of manoeuvres. Meanwhile, at the sharp end of the pack, you see there, third place Douwe de Decker. Everyone shuffling through. This is the final lap of the race, so de Decker only has to manage this gap for third place for one more lap. A bit sideways there on the corner apex. The car looked a little bit unbalanced for him at Jerez last week. It looks a little bit more compliant this week. And certainly the Sunday morning qualifying performance that put him to the second row of the grid behooves that as well. But it has been these two at the sharp end, Ferreira and Peebles, that have really been the class of the field. Could the likes of Bora, Cardenas, Pradell made a bit more time and got involved in the podium scrap? I think maybe they could have done, but de Decker has been exemplary in that third position. Ferreira, though, still pressing on, bouncing across those curbs at turn 12. Griffin Peebles will watch on as Matias Ferreira comes out of the final corner for the final time. And the checkered flag waves for the Brazilian. Matias Ferreira takes the win for us racing. Griffin Peebles taking second place ahead of Douwe de Decker, a particularly well-earned podium for him. Akshay Bora and Andres Cardenas round out your top 5. The rest of the field comes streaming across the line now. René Lammers moved up to 19th on the final lap at the expense of Thomas Strauven. I think just about everybody else in the order in which they started the final lap. Some good battling all the way through the order. Daniel Berraby going defensive at the very end. Oh no, weaving at the very end, celebrating a solid result there for the Maffei Racing team. He finished ahead there of Dobzhansky. After Dorizon looked like he was retiring into the pits there at the end of the race, unfortunately. Everyone else, though, has come across the line and completed the race without issue. So then, the race goes in favour of Matias Ferreira. Ferreira takes the win. Second place for Griffin Peebles. Third place for Douwe de Decker. Akshay Bora fourth. Cardenas in fifth place ahead of Gianmarco Pradell. Maxime Ream in seventh position. Kabir Anurag in P8. Ninth place for Emanuele Olivieri and Nathan Ty rounding out the top 10. 11th place for Jan Prysharovsky. 12th place for Peter Buzinilos, Pacom Weissenberger in 13th, and Ernesto Rivera in 14th. 15th position going to Francisco Macedo. Lucas Fluscher rounding out the top 16 ahead of Tim Gerhard, or Tim Gerhard, I should say. I understand there's no S on that. Enya Frey in 18th, René Lammers in 19th, and Thomas Strauven in P20. Finn Harrison in 21st. Adam Hideg in 22nd, Lenny Reed in 23rd, and Filippo Fiorentino in 24th. Flavio Olivieri in 25th position ahead of Bart Harrison and Edouard Borgna. 28th place was Nathaniel Beraby for Maffei Racing, Victor Dobzhansky in 29th, Arthur Dorizon in 30th, Guadish not reaching the flag, nor did Juan Cota, nor did Mattia Colnaghi. And then we also lost a few drivers, of course, before the first lap was even over. Mikael Pedersen, Alexander Savinkov and Lorenzo Castillo not showing up there because they didn't complete a lap of the race, unfortunately. Douwe de Decker looks pretty charged up about his podium, so he should. Griffin Peebles getting himself out of the number 3 car. For a second place, he will strengthen his championship bid up against Andres Cardenas. Cardenas, on very provisional maths, will still be leading the championship, but with Griffin Peebles finishing second, bring him a little bit closer to Andres Cardenas in the championship. There were a few warnings over the course of that race, but I don't think there were any penalties over the course of that race for track limits. In fact, there was just the one, the number 7 car of Maciej Guadish, but of course he didn't reach the flag anyway. So all in all, a very clean weekend there. Great result then for Us Racing, their first win of the 2024 Formula Winter Series. To the scales goes the victorious Matias Ferreira. Just the one podium for Us Racing coming into this weekend after Jerez, and that was Matias Ferreira in race 3 at the Circuit Angel Nieto, and now Ferreira can celebrate a race win on top step here at Valencia. He's walking towards Chris McCarthy. Us Racing work away on the car, and it's a nice photograph as well to commemorate the win. He's a man of few words, but I'm sure they're going to be happy ones today. Chris McCarthy is there with Matias Ferreira, so I think I'll leave the airwaves open for Chris to swoop in with our winning driver.
Thank you very much, Adam Weller. Yes, I'm with our race winner, Matias Ferreira, his first win of the season in Formula Winter Series. I bet that feels very special to get the first one in.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really happy. My first win of the year. I did a really good start, went P1 in the first lap, so yeah, I was really fast. I just managed the gap to the guy behind me. I had confidence, so yeah, it was really good and I'm really happy.
We spoke to you earlier in pit lane about making that progress earlier and how consistent you've been this season. It must feel good to now take advantage of that consistency as well and get on the top step, because you've been on the podium. It's now being on the top step must feel good.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you need to do to win a championship. I'm just giving my best in all the races and it's going really well, so yeah, really happy.
And this championship, of course, all about getting ready for the season ahead. How do you feel now this is helping you get ready for the challenges to come?
Yeah, of course it's helping me to get ready for the season. Yeah, that's it.
And Matias Ferreira delighted to take the win then. A great result for the number 10 driver. Us Racing with a great result in this, the third and final race for Formula Winter Series. The penultimate race of our schedule in general, of course. We've still got racing to come here live in this afternoon's broadcast, but the FWS team's migrating their way down to the podium, where soon the drivers will be greeted by Lukas Gajewski. And again, Ferreira with a well-deserved victory. He will boost his chances in the championship as well. Still very much wide open. No one's really running away with it. Cardenas, the championship leader, but he is going to have to continue to have these great top 5 results in order to stave and continue that championship lead. Highlights of the race that was then FWS Race 3. It was a great start from Griffin Peebles, but it was a little bit better from Matias Ferreira. He led into the first corner, then Ferreira in the lead, then it was Peebles, third place for Douwe de Decker, and then it all went wrong a little bit further back as Savinkov got tagged there by Adam Hideg. And then I think also Pedersen might have been caught up in that as well. The Technicar number 5 of Lorenzo Castillo certainly was. I understand that Pedersen may have also been damaged in that crash. We went back to green flag racing after a safety car period, and immediately Maxime Riem started making overtakes. He got himself past Prusharovsky with a little bit of a wheel bang, but he did eventually get past the number 8 despite the defensive driving from the Campos youngster. The 46 car of Bazinalos with a bit of a moment, a big moment I would say. He did very well to hold that through the gravel at turn 5. Meanwhile, the number 66 of Macedo was doing some defensive back in the teen positions. Some Jenza on Jenza fighting as well, as Adam Hideg got into it with Enia Frey. Ernesto Rivera losing out to Macedo, and Maxime Riem going for the dive bombs on his own teammate there in the film of Kabir Anurag, who gave him all the space in the world and a little bit more. And further back behind them, Gianmarco Pradel was watching on saying this looks interesting, and eventually it got a bit too interesting. Maxime Riem into the rear of Kabir Anurag, Pradel making both places at once. Safety car out for Juan Cota, stopped on circuit, but not before Emanuele Olivieri also touched the rear of Kabir Anurag. I assume that gearbox is magnetic. Cota out there again. Coming to a halt. We understand that might have been actually just allowing the field through rather than a continuation of the electrical issue, but nonetheless, Cota would eventually be retired from the race. René Lammers was getting into it with Finn Harrison in a brilliant scrap further back for 19th, 20th positions. Adam Hideg also involved as Finn Harrison dove to the inside, but René Lammers would eventually get by both of them. An uncomfortable bounce through the gravel for Arthur Dorizon. He did continue on, but ultimately wouldn't take the flag. It was a win, though, for Matias Ferreira. Led it into the first corner, and from there was no return for Griffin Peebles and the rest of the field. Ferreira controlling that race from turn 1 onwards, and it's a win for the Brazilian youngster. Great result then for Matias Ferreira in race number 3 for the Formula Winter Series. Lukas Gajewski has our winning drivers nearby, and that means it's time for the podium.
For the last one, at least as far as Formula Winter Series is concerned this weekend here in Valencia, it's going to be great to welcome some new faces onto the podium, especially for our first one, which, as you know, this weekend is reserved for our rookie drivers. So let's please welcome onto the podium the top 3 in rookie classification. And in 3rd place for AKM, it's Emanuele Olivieri. In 2nd place for US Racing, Kabi Anurag. And your winner for US Racing as well is Maxime Riem. Great mood down there in the pits at US Racing with 2 drivers of their team on the podium as we welcome Andrés Mendres from the Spanish Formula 4 organization. Of course, there is a partnership in place with the Formula Winter Series and Gedlich Racing. Markus Gedlich himself up here on the podium. And of course, Jakob Prasek from our tire partner Hankook just as well to hand out the trophies. Daniel, our championship photographer, is up there as well. So can we please have, guys, stay there for a second. Can we please have a big round of applause for the top 3 finishers, Emanuele Olivieri, Kabi Anurag and Maxime Riem. Let's hear from our drivers. Congratulations, Maxime. There is your first rookie win.
Yeah.
Tell us about your race today in Valencia.
I mean, the second race today was really good as I recovered from P12 to P9, which saved me a P3 in the rookie class. And then obviously in the last race it was quite messy. We really didn't have the speed, but somehow I managed to get past some drivers, and despite we didn't have the speed, we still finished in a good place. Yeah, so that's very nice.
Congrats, Maxime. Of course, you have been on the podium much in comparison to Kabi. It's your first time on the podium. Welcome.
It was a good race.
Started P6, bit messy, but managed to come home with P2 rookie, I think P7 or P8 overall. Messy, but we'll take it.
And it's a nice team result for us racing as well.
Every single driver in the top 10 is really incredible from a team. I think we have a mega car, we have a mega team, and I'm really glad that I got the opportunity to race with them.
Kabe, well done. Thank you very much. And of course, let's speak to Emanuele as well. You heard him during a pit walk in our lunch break earlier on. Now it's your first time on the podium as well, Emanuele.
Yeah, first time on the podium. My second race in F4, first podium. I'm here to improve. But I have to say big thanks to WKM Motorsport because we improve a lot after Hertz. And yeah, it's very grateful to be here at the podium. Now we see after this race.
Enjoy the moment. Well done, guys. Thank you very much. Can we please have another round of applause for our top 3 finishers in rookie class, Emanuele Oliveri, Kabe Anorak and Maxim Rehm. So next up is our overall podium. And of course, we are very happy to welcome the winning team on the podium just as well. So congratulations to Us Racing and Corbinian Jetzelsberger. In third place, another newcomer to the podium for GRS, it's Douwe de Decker. In second place, for MP Motorsport, Griffin Peebles. And a new winner in Formula Winter Series for Us Racing, Mateusz Ferreira. Well done to Mateusz as we welcome Jakub Prasek, first of all, with the presentation of the team trophy to, oh, sorry, there we go, national anthem. The Brazilian national anthem for your winner, for Mateusz Ferreira, as we now present the trophies. We've got Andres Mendres once again from the Spanish Formula 4 Championship, Markus Giedlich and Robin Silbach from the Giedlich Racing Organization, and Jakub Prasek from Hankook, our tire partner, just as well. Big round of applause once again to our winning drivers and of course the team from Us Racing on the podium. Now let's wait a couple of seconds for the photos to be taken up here on the balcony. We can already hear the cars roaring onto the circuit, but let's take a moment to speak to our drivers, because obviously we've got a new face here on the podium with Douwe de Decker. Guys, give me a second, please. Get back to the podium. Yes, of course, because we need to speak to our newcomer on the overall podium, Douwe de Decker, for the first time on the Formula Winter Series podium. Happy with it?
Yeah, I'm really happy with it. We had a really difficult year last year, and yeah, this year just started really good after really hard work we did in the winter. Yeah, and so our first podium of the season, I'm just really happy with. Also for the team, they've been working really hard for it. So yeah, we're all just really proud of what I've just done.
Well done, Douwe. Enjoy the podium and the celebrations. Griffin, another podium for you, your 5th one, if I'm not mistaken, this season. A bit of a moment after qualifying early on because your transponder wasn't working.
Yeah, I had no time set for the qualifying, but luckily they were able to recover my laps and get my pole position for race 3. I had a bit of a bad initial start. Matthias got me off into turn 1, and after the first safety car, I tried to keep with him, and the pace was all right. We were about the same the whole race, but he just beat me at the end. So, but P2, I'm so happy with that. Good points. So on to the next round.
Great stuff. See you in Aragon then, Griffin Peebles. Thank you very much. Now, Mateusz, kindly state, there is your first trophy. Already an idea where to put it?
No.
You'll find a good space. Mateusz, enjoy the evening.
Yeah, thank you.
So there's your winner, Mateusz Ferreira, for the first time on the highest podium in Formula Winter Series. One race is still to come this afternoon, and it's the endurance race, including a pit stop and, of course, in most cases, a driver change as well for the GT Winter Series. A great bunch of cars and, of course, of drivers lining up in just a minute down on the grid. So let's head into a quick break, and then it's going to be Chris McCarthy with the latest updates from the GT Winter Series grid.
Welcome down to the grid, everyone, for the GT Winter Series final race. This race number 3 of round 4 and our final race of the weekend here in Valencia. Out in the background, you can see lights are flashing green at the end of the pit lane. Cars are making their way onto the circuit, and with that, teams are making their way out onto the grid. It's cooling down now in terms of temperature. Sun is setting slowly in the background, and our pole sitter with that is just pulling into position. So might come into play slightly, Adam, as I speak to our commentator. I think it could come into slightly. Will we see more aggressive tactics in the early stages? Possibly. We'll speak to the drivers a little bit about that. In the sprint races earlier, it was a lot more hot. The temperatures were a lot higher, and with that, I guess the drivers had to manage the tyres a lot more, but now it's a lot more cooler. So I wonder, now the drivers are out there, could that come into play a little bit more? We will find out. This the circuit, Ricardo Tormo, of course, this with it a long start-finish straight. We've got on the front row the 2 Haupt Racing Team cars. Let's go and speak to our drivers on the front row. Finn Wiebelhaus, we'll chat to him very quickly. Finn, perfect weekend so far. Think we can make it 3 out of 3?
Hopefully, let's see.
What do we think now that it's cooling down a little bit? Think we can take a bit more of an aggressive approach? I mean, it is an endurance race, but do you think that could come into play a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. It's a bit colder than before, but still, it's a long race. We need to care of the tires, not to push too much in the beginning of the race, but I guess we will manage that good. So I have a really good team too. They have experimented that, so I just keeping the plan, and then we see.
Good stuff. Of course, it is an endurance race, but with that 60-minute endurance race, so it goes by very quickly, and Adam Weller would be the first to tell you that they go by very quickly, and we will be in the pit lane bringing you the action. Let's speak to Kwanda Makawena. Got a podium yesterday. Didn't end so well for him earlier, but let's see if it can end better today. Kwanda, of course, a weekend of mixed fortune so far. Reckon we can end on a high now?
Yeah, that will be the goal. Started quite well yesterday. Race 2, I would say, went quite well until the last lap. Unfortunately, I had a bit of a mishap with the brakes, which put us into the wall. But you know, they say it's racing. Shit happens. Oh, am I allowed to?
No, maybe not. We'll apologise for that after. But how's the track feeling so far?
I think as the weekend's gone, we've just gotten more comfortable with the car. The pace has improved session by session, so I think fingers crossed for another podium.
Fingers crossed for that. Apologies for that, Kwanda Makawena. Okay, let's get down the grid a little further. Here we can see the number 1, Michael Kapfinger, who we spoke to earlier. Kenneth Heyer is there. Are you with me, Johnny? Yes, you are. Okay, cool. Let's walk down. GT Racing pair are here, 5 and 6. The number 24 here, the number 71 here. Let's have a spin round their cars. Don't they look absolutely beautiful? The GT Racing pair, really nice to see them on the grid this time. Fantastic to see them on the grid. 3-minute board is up. Let's try and speak to couple more drivers if we can. Thorhaugen is here. We got the PTT racing car of Mateusz Lizowski here. Let's speak to Tor from Pelin Racing. Tor, how's things going so far? We're feeling good ahead of this one?
Feeling very good. It's been a fantastic weekend, great series, and such a super track. You know, really demanding physically, very few straights to just take a breath. You're just always having to work.
How are conditions feeling out there?
The track has been fantastic, actually. You know, we had that little bit of a drizzle a couple days ago, I think, was a bit mixed, but today's been wonderful as well as yesterday.
Car looks absolutely fantastic as well. Thank you very much. Loving the positive vibes in the car as well. Mateusz Lizowski is there. We're going to have to be very, very quick now. We've got Leandro Martins next. Uwe Lauer is here. And then behind that, we have Kessel Racing, who come now in the Ferrari GT3. Great to have them with us. They had a disappointing entry to the championship, but just after an incident, but come with this beautiful Ferrari. It looks absolutely superb, doesn't it, when you get up close to it. Then come Plus Line Racing with Joachim Bolting. They are next on the grid. Marcel van Berlo is in the 83. I want to finish by having a chat to him. He's racing with his son, Glenn van Berlo, or at least due to. Marcel, great to have you with us. How's it been so far racing this weekend?
Yeah, it's perfect. I like it. A lot of driving time, so it's very nice to be here.
And racing with your son as well, I believe. How's that been so far?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
How's it been? I believe you're due to race with your son, Glenn van Berlo. How's it been so far?
With my son?
Yes. Oh.
He doesn't drive. He only coached me with free practice.
1 minute. Okay, let's get off the grid. Marcel van Berlo, good luck this weekend. We're going to clear the grid. 1 minute to go. Up to you, Adam Weller.
Yeah, Glenn van Berlo was on the entry list until quite recently. He was taken off on Friday. Shame that we don't get to see what Glenn could do alongside Marcel, but he's very capable in his own right, and I'm sure he will have a good race there in the Plus Line car, the number 83. So then, the 55-minute endurance race is due to get underway in short order. There will be a pit stop window with 25 minutes of the race complete, and it will close with 35 minutes of the race complete. With 30 minutes to go, you'll start to see some cars peeling into the pit lane. The cars are rolling. Let's run through the grid. Finn Wiebelhaus is your pole sitter. He is a solo driver, as is his adversary. Next to him, Kwanda Mokoena. In third place, Mikael Kapfinger. He will be sharing with Mikael Hughes in the number 1 Porsche 992. Kenneth Heyer will be sharing with Jamo Hartling, of course. The 24 car is next. That's Jonas Karklis. Runas Gachauskas will take the car over. Lucas Sundhal sharing with Yevgen Sokolovsky. In 6th place, the 2 Utah cars on row 3. Matthias Sazowski, solo driver, always comes in for the Enduros. The PTT driver coach. Let's see what he can do from 7th. Thorhaugen will hand over to Dario Capitiano later on. Uwe Lauer is next. He joins Francesco Lopez, of course, in the 72 De Biermacher car. Leandro Martin starts the 911, but he will be joined later on by Dieter Sveps. Joachim Bolting solo in the Plus Line number 38. Mikael Bochez and Alexandra Bochez sharing the number 12 Kessel car. Number 69 Kessel car, sorry, in position 12. Igor Klaya in the 741. He's joined for this race by the number 7. That is Hubert Darmetko's car as well, this time the 741. Marcel van Berlo in the 83 is next, alongside Yves Goddard in the 52, Team 52 car. Petros Makris is next in the number 16, the first of the 2 Ferrari Challenge cars. Kevin Marocca is 17th, and he is due to be our last starter. Nicky Team among those not competing in the endurance race. So then the grid is forming up around the circuit as we speak. No Nicky Team for this one, as we mentioned, but still a lot of GT3 cars up there at the sharp end. You've also missing, unfortunately, Kazmarski in the PTT Racing Mercedes. It's a shame that he's not taking the start for this one. But still a great quota of machinery for the GT Winter Series Endurance. Particularly intrigued to see whether Quanda Mokoena can try and challenge Wiebelhaus for the first time this weekend. He's not really had an opportunity to show what he can do against Finn Wiebelhaus. He's spent most of the weekend, frankly, defending from Mikael Kapfinger. So let's see if that proves to be the case again in this one. So then it is 3 Mercedes in the top 4, 3 manufacturers in the top 6, with the row of Audis from Utah Racing in 5th and 6th positions. It is a wonderful grid of GT3s, Porsche Cup cars and Ferrari challenge machinery as the 55-minute endurance race begins, and it is Finn Wiebelhaus who leads them down towards the first corner. Wiebelhaus from Mokoena from Kapfinger, or will Kapfinger lunge at the first corner? He dives to the inside of Mokoena, side by side through turn 1. Mikael Kapfinger still with the inside line as they approach turn 2. Mokoena trying to bully him out of this move, and he may well have succeeded. They'll still be side by side through 3 and 4. Let's see what's happening. It is Mokoena just about still there in 2nd place. Kapfinger 3rd. Kenneth Heyer 4th, 5th place for Jonas Karklis as everybody works their way through the first few corners of the lap. It is Finn Wiebelhaus well clear once again at the head of the pack. Everyone cleanly through the first few corners then. And it is Kevin Marocca now at the wheel of the JVO Ferrari, the blue, black and white car. We can expect that to be a lot quicker in Kevin Marocca's hands in this race. So keep an eye on that JVO car, Jörg van Ommen Racing car in the Cup 1 order. But up at the sharp end, the GT3s, we ride on board with the 24. Jonas Karklis in P5. Bouncing over the curbs. Kenneth Heyer is his company. Karklis would love the opportunity to try and get past, but he's going to have to work hard to get past Kenneth Heyer around this circuit. It's a circuit where Kenneth has done a lot of laps. He was telling me about the early days of the Mercedes GT3 program in 2010, where they were religiously testing the SLS before it formally debuted in racing towards the end of 2010 into 2011 in the hands of customer teams. Karklis and Sundal then in 5th and 6th positions. Of course, we referred to Lucas Sundal earlier on. He is a 5-time Porsche Carrera Cup Scandinavia champion from 2018 to 2022. He had a stronghold on that series. Getting his opportunity here to showcase himself in GT Winter Series. It's Utah versus Utah as Karklis and Sundal are practically side by side through T7. It's a nose to the inside then for Sundal. Karklis trying to just gently encourage squeezing him out, but he can't quite do it. Sundal is through then into P5. Switch of positions between the Utah cars. And Sundal says, I'll tell you what, I'll get past Kenneth Heyer for you. Jonas, let's see if I can do it in the battle for 4th and 5th place. Meanwhile, Matthias Lizowski there just going through shot with Uwe Lauer just behind him, so battles all through the order. Matthias Lizowski going for a 4th consecutive endurance race win in Cup 2. He's won Cup 2 at every opportunity so far in the 2024 GT Winter Series endurance races. He only competes in the endurance events. It's Wiebelhaus from Mokoena, from Kapfinger, your top 3. Then it's Kenneth Heyer, then it's Sundal, then it's Karklis. There is Lizowski in 7th in the PTT Porsche. PTT Racing, great supporters of the GT Winter Series, always bringing a flock of cars. Bit of a slow run through turn 2 there for Uwe Lauer. You just saw, I think, the traction control of the ABS kind of folding his momentum out of the turn a little bit. Joachim Bolting on board in picture-in-picture. Great scrap going on for 2nd in Cup 2. We'll hold to have a look at that. It's Leandro Martins and Igor Klaya just ahead of Joachim Bolting. So 2nd in class under contest. Of course, Igor Klaya handing over to Hubert Darmetko later on. Leandro Martins to his driver coach Dieter Sveps. Meanwhile, Joachim Bolting is driving solo. The start procedure is under investigation, and that is as detailed as the bulletin is, so I can't tell you much more than that, but I can tell you that the procedure is being looked into. We'll wait to hear more about that. A couple of Ferraris of differing specifications there further back in the pack. Mikhail Bosche ahead of Kevin Marocca. Kevin in the JVO Ferrari. Lucas Sundal has caught up massively to Kenneth Haya. So Haya is under a lot of pressure now from the 71 car. Sundal would love to try and challenge for a podium in this race. Certainly it's a strong driver pairing, Sundal and Sokolovsky, but Sundal is the faster of the two, so he needs to make up some headway here in the early going. Kenneth Haya will hand over to Jamo Hartling later on, of course, and he wants to hand the car over to Jamo in as good of a position as he possibly can. Looking to the inside and the outside goes Sundal in the Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2. Looks likely to be the last Audi GT3 car. Fabulous, sonorous 5.2 litre V10. Great to see teams still running them as the Audi Sport Customer Programme winds down. Yuta Racing with a pair of them in this race. We'll see a lot of them in GT Masters across the summer. Hopefully we'll see some more of them as well before the end of the GT Win Series season. Kenneth Haya wishes he could see far less of them in the rear view mirrors of that Mercedes as he runs down towards turn 1. Lucas Sundal really is making life a bit difficult right now for Haya, and look at that battle for second place in Cup 2. It is very, very close. Igor Klyer has got past Leandro Martins in the picture-in-picture, so Joachim Bolting watching on. Of course, all of them are being closed in on as well by the flying Ferrari of Kevin Marocca. Marocca, who went through the single-seater ladder in his younger years through Formula BMW, Formula 3, Formula Renault, even GP2 and MSV's interpretation of Formula 2 in the early 2010s. These days is a very capable driver coach, but also a very capable driver. And since his coaching client, Frank Kivitz, is not able to race, I think he's gone home early. Marocca is getting to do the full race distance. That means he's going to be a force to be reckoned with over the course of this distance in terms of overall positions. And Petros Makris will have his work cut out before handing over to Marco Bononomi in an effort to see what Bononomi could do potentially about Marocca. Joachim Bolting then continuing to follow. It's very close, about a lap ago as they went onto the main straight. Let's see what Bolting can do as they come through 13 and 14. Haya and Sundal have come past very close together as well. I'm conscious the battle for fourth place may change hands. Yes, Kenneth Haya has gotten through, or rather he's been overtaken, I should say. They were about a tenth apart as they crossed the line, and sure enough, Lucas Sundal has gotten past for fourth position. So Kenneth Haya demoted down to fifth place. Jonas Karklees now says, okay, I've seen how it's done, let me see if I can try too. The Lithuanian racer who rallies a Lada with his dad in his spare time, Jonas Karklees. Kenneth Haya, a very, very experienced GT racer indeed, 44 years of age. Successes in just about every major GT category. Acknowledges that he's winding down his time in the hot seat focusing a lot more on car and driver development these days, but still a very solid pair of hands. Juan de Mocoena has once again found himself in what seems to be his default position, and that is just ahead of Mikael Kapfinger. And of course, both of these Haupt Racing Team youngsters, as well as Mikael and Johannes Kapfinger, are going to be in GT Masters this coming year. And something tells me that this battle is going to go across the GT Winter Series into Germany's GT Championship going into the summer. Number one car definitely making it hard for Mocoena. You saw there, Juanda just dipping a wheel into the gravel, so clearly he's feeling the pressure as the headlights flash on Mikael Kapfinger. Kapfinger trigger happy with the button there. He will hand over to his own team boss, Mikael Jus, of course, for the second half of this race as well. So no small amount of pressure to get the job done and hand the car over in a good position. Looks to the inside, that Porsche are always stronger on the apex of turn 11. Of course, mid-rear engine car, as opposed to the front-engine Mercedes, a bit more nose-heavy, struggles with some of those technical sections relative to the Porsche. Start procedure still under investigation. We haven't had any update to that just yet. We'll update you on that in due course. Mocoena from Kapfinger in second and third place. Kevin Marocca has come into the pit lane, just spotted him in the pits in the back of shot. So the JVO racing car has unfortunately come into the pits, and that's a shame because Marocca was getting in amongst it with some of the Porsche Cup cars, but it looks as though the JVO car may be out of the race, or at least struggling with some sort of problem. Finn Wiebelhaus 5.1 seconds clear of this fight for second place as we dive on board with Mikael Kapfinger. I'd love to be on board with them on the main straight again, actually, in about half a lap's time, because I noted yesterday that this car didn't seem to be shifting into sixth by the end of the pit straight. We'll have to have a look at that again at some point. It's rather unusual not to be using all of the gears available to you in a race car. Longer gears does benefit traction and things of that nature, but I'd be most surprised if the 992 wasn't using all 6 of its gears this afternoon. I'd even argue this evening. It's been a long day. Kevin Marocca, Juan de Mocoena holding off Mikael Kapfinger as they go onto the main straight. There you see Finn Wiebelhaus. The unfortunate side effect of Wiebelhaus being so quick is that he doesn't get that much camera time. You see again, bouncing really aggressively to the very top of the rev range in 5th gear is Kapfinger. You could hear just how high up the rev range the 992 was by the end, but yes, 5th gear again. Very interesting. Juan de Mocoena watching through the mirrors as he continues to stave off Kapfinger. Lucas Sundal in 4th place is actually lapping a little bit quicker than both of these guys, so he'll be a bit disappointed that it took him so long to get past Kenneth Heyer, because now that he's done so, he's actually matching the pace of 2nd and 3rd position. Meanwhile, the battle for second in class in Cup 2 continues. You've got Leandro Martins and Joachim Bolting now both past Igor Klyer. Now Klyer was ahead in second in class a couple of laps ago. Leandro Martins had been overtaken, but now Martins and Bolting have both gotten through. So I think that maybe there's been a little bit of a moment there for Igor Klyer. Uwe Lauer gets past Matthias Lizowski. Meanwhile, he leads the Cup 2 class, of course. But Igor Klyer has certainly had something of a moment out there on circuit. Looks like he may give Hubert Darmetko a bit more to do than Hubert perhaps expected. He was set to take over a car that was running in second place a few minutes ago, but now it's down to 4th in the class. Joachim Bolting, ride on board with him and see the 38 car in pictures as well. Bolting, who had that spin earlier today, will be looking for a clean run to the flag in this race. Still very much in the process of getting used to the 992 Cup car after his first weekend at the wheel of the machine at Estoril in January. Approaching 15 minutes of the race in the books. In 10 minutes time the pit window will open. We'll see who peels off and who stays out there for the duration. I expect some of the gentleman drivers, the likes of the Uwe Lauers, Thor Haugens, may decide to swap early. Leandro Martins will maybe do the same thing with Dieter Svets, but to be fair, Leandro and Dieter not that far separated. The mark of a good coach is when your client is nearly as quick as you. Bolting out of turn 6. And the sun coming down. Those who don't have tinted visors may start to struggle to sight the apex of turn 8 as the race wears on. Bolting really pressuring. Leandro Martins here for second in class, and of course Bolting has to be conscious of Klyer behind him as well. Power down on the trio of Porsches. Bounce across the curb. A drive-through penalty, though, has just come up on the screen, and it's for the 741 car. So as Igor Klyer chases the battle for second place, he unfortunately will have to serve a drive-through penalty, and that's for starting in the wrong position. Igor Klyer is judged to have started in the wrong position. And that will take him out of that second place fight, unfortunately. That will be why the start was under investigation earlier on then. Igor Klyer with that slap on the wrist. Quite a major slap on the wrist. Driving through the pit lane, idling along at, I believe, 80 kilometers an hour. That will be deeply frustrating for the driver of the 741. Darmetko will have even more work to do than he anticipated. Finn Wiebelhaus 6.7 seconds clear at the front of the pack now of Quanda Mokoena as this battle continues in Cup 2 for second in the category. Of course, the leader, Matthias Lizowski, is not a factor really in championship contention. He only ever does the endurance races. Oh, and Michael Bosche there getting a little bit too wide in the Kessel 69 car. Leandro Martins, meanwhile, always looks so controlled at the wheel of the car. Of course, that is the ex-Kapfinger Porsche. Funny enough, the car that Dieter Svets was driving last year in the GT Winter Series for most of the season, alongside Johannes Kapfinger, who went on to be the champion. And you see the drive-through 741 being displayed, and he has come into the pits to serve that drive-through. So Igor Klyer has come into the pit lane. Finn Wiebelhaus, meanwhile, is already coming across the line to complete lap 12 of the race, so he's already almost a lap clear of some of these battles up among the sharp end of Cup 2. There goes our race leader as Igor Klyer comes back out onto the circuit, just alongside Yves Goddard. But we often see these really interesting GT3 versus Cup car battles, but when someone the likes of Wiebelhaus comes along, you do see the true difference between a Cup spec car and a GT3 spec car. And the Mercedes AMG from Haupt Racing Team in the hands of Finn Wiebelhaus really is performing immensely well. Juan de Mocoena and Mikael Kapfinger still with their guns drawn in this battle, and Kapfinger has gained a little bit of time in the lap traffic here. He may have a lunge down into turn 8. He tries to get the late braking done. Mocoena cut the inside away from him. Oh, onto the gravel, onto the gravel. Please save that car, Mikael. He just about does it. But that was a heart-in-the-mouth moment there for Mikael Kapfinger. He did very well to not find the barriers there. Tried to carry a momentum through the corner that he simply couldn't. And that was nearly extremely costly. Kapfinger will continue to fight another day then. And in fact, he might have to do some fighting, not just in another day, but in another minute or so, because Lucas Sundal, who was lapping quicker than Mocoena and Kapfinger, is now right there behind the #1 Porsche. So Utah Racing could be on the cusp of a podium here. Lucas Sundal is going to do everything he can to make it happen. Igor Klaya on camera there, but look at Kapfinger flashing those headlights away. Petros Makris stays well out of the way of the GT3 hierarchy. Kapfinger having a really good race to that point we saw there. Heart was firmly in the mouth for him, I'm sure. Car 69 has gained a track limits penalty meanwhile, so Michael Bosche getting a bit of a telling off. 71 Audi Team Utah's Lucas Sundal not quite latching onto the back of Mikael Kapfinger in the manner that I expected. He was lapping quicker than the Porsche prior to the Porsche's moment, but perhaps Kapfinger was only struggling for pace because the Juan de Mocoena car was maybe a little bit slower than Kapfinger's true potential. Pit window is coming thick and fast. Again, opens with 25 minutes of the race completed. Therefore, at 30 minutes to go, so 3 minutes and 15 from now, the pit window will open. So 3 minutes and 10 seconds before the window is open now. And again, I think that Leandro Martins may be tempted to pit early, as we see him on screen. Maybe not even because he wants to hand the car to Dieter Sveps, but just because he wants to have Joachim bolting somewhere other than his rearview mirror. These two have been line astern all throughout the race to this point. Bolting, see there, flicking through the gears. Flappy paddle gearbox these days, pretty much universal in all of the GT cars. I'm not an old man at heart, but I would prefer it if we had sequentials, I'll just be honest. Those were the days. Big lever at the side of the driver. These days, flappy paddles are the norm, of course, as they are on the road car equivalent, so it only makes sense. Across the line come our battle for second once again in the Cup 2 class. Another 2 laps until the window opens effectively then, as Finn Wiebelhaus comes past the comms position. Of course, for the solo drivers, it doesn't really matter where in the window they pit. Sometimes the solo drivers opt more for when they think the pit lane will be the least busy, more so than when it would suit them strategically. If they hear the pit lane's empty, they'll pit. Matthias Lizowski has gotten back past Uwe Lauer in the battle for 7th overall, so Lizowski has dropped back by, or rather, Uwe Lauer has dropped back behind Matthias Lizowski. Lizowski's streak of Cup 1 wins, or Cup 2 wins, is something that I have mentioned. However, his current worst finish of the season in these endurance races is 5th. He's currently 7th. I think with the GT3 machinery up ahead of him, he's going to be hard-pressed to improve any further than that. The former Scirocco R-Cup champion, back in 2011 when that was on the DTM support bill. At one time, the Scirocco R Cup was meant to feature both Nicholas Hamilton and his father, as well as Damon Hill, at one particular DTM weekend. It was 2010. Never came to pass, though, for Nicholas and Anthony Hamilton. They didn't have their international licenses in time. There's a fun fact. Matthias Lazowski, though, moved into GTs after his spell in the Volkswagens and has been a very potent driver and coach ever since. Does a great job whenever he's inserted into the car in race conditions, and Uwe Lauer maybe picking up a tip or two just by driving around behind him. Albeit wildly different cars, the 992 Cup and the Ferrari. Igor Klaya is into the pits just as the window opens. So the window is open. I think it had probably been open for about 10 seconds, maybe less, when he pitted. Kenneth Hyatt is also into pit lane. So Hyatt will hand over to Jamo Hartling. He's in the process of doing so, and you saw there as well Uwe Lauer and Matthias Lazowski both into pit lane. Leandro Martins will also more than likely peel in just a few moments. There's Kwanda Mokoena through shot as well. We'll see when he comes in. Thor Haugen has pitted just behind Matthias Lazowski, so he will hand over to Dario Capitanio. Dario Capitanio, a former Italian GT star. I don't think he's raced in the last couple of seasons in Italian GT, but he is a very impressive driver. Most recent experience, I believe, was Lamborghini Super Trofeo before coming into GTWS. Just 28 years of old, 28 years of age, I should say. He's already been racing for north of 10 years. Jamo Hartling back out there onto the circuit. Rather glorious sounding Mercedes AMG GT3. Jamo, the 21-year-old racer, will be doing 2 years at least of GT3 racing, courtesy of a scholarship won through the German GTC Race Championship, getting his first taste of GT3 here in GT Winter Series, a series where we've seen him really flourish into an incredible young silver driver. Francesco Lopez out on the circuit in the number 72 De Beermacher Racing Ferrari. Uwe Lauer has handed over then. We'll see how that car performs now. Race leader back out onto the circuit then, or unofficial race leader Finn Wiebelhaus, the driver who we know will most likely have the lead at the conclusion of the pit stops, heads out onto the circuit. He's followed by Dieter Sveps in the number 911 car. Here is Wiebelhaus then. Jonas Karklis also into the pit lane from 5th position. Joachim Bolting is in too. Looks like everyone's getting these stops out of the way pretty early in the window. Kwanda Mokoena also into the pit lane. Kwanda, a solo driver just like this man, Finn Wiebelhaus. We'll see where Mokoena comes out relative to Wiebelhaus. That was Finn's pit stop. It was a 73-second stop. I believe the delta here is 69 seconds at Valencia. No one seems to be getting that close to it. But we will see where Mokoena comes out in relation to his Haupt Racing Team colleague. Through the final corner now comes the AMG GT3. Finn Wiebelhaus has already taken 4 race victories in GT Wind Series this year. Here comes Kwanda Mokoena. He will rejoin somewhere, I think, in the region of 6 or 7 seconds back from Finn Wiebelhaus, who continues on his way. Mikael Kapfinger then the last, well, Mikael Kapfinger and Lucas Sundal, the last of the front runners to not pit, as we see Yves Goddard also in there in the Team 52 entry. Marco comes out just ahead of a lap down on the GT3 car. Sveps has come out pretty well clear of Joachim Bulting after Leandro Martins couldn't shake the German in the first half of the race. So Sveps will now pull away. Or actually, to borrow the correct pronunciation from my colleague Lukas Gajewski, of course, it's Swepes. So Dieter Swepes doing a good job at the wheel of the 911, as he always does. Michael Boschez will hand over to Alexandre Boschet, his teammate and brother. That's the 69 Ferrari we saw there in the pit lane. Mokoena really testing the outer limits there. Inches away from the gravel, but that's what you need to do to optimize your speed. Lucas Sundal was very slow on the previous lap, a 1:34.3, some 3 seconds off his own pace. Currently running in second place in the black and white Lamborghini. So Kapfinger maybe having a little bit easier now with his closest competition not nearby. Kapfinger, officially speaking, is your race leader, but of course neither Kapfinger nor Sundal have pitted just yet. Through turn 5 comes Finn Wiebelhaus. The Merbag-backed out racing team car, the Mercedes-AMG Team HRT outfit, as they are sometimes known. One of the top teams for Mercedes GT3 cars out there. Of course, Mercedes as keen as anybody to foster that next generation of GT3 talent. They've got Raffaele Marciello, of course, now at BMW, so arguably their biggest superstar of all, alongside the likes of Gunon Ukadea and Maro Engel. One of their real big hitters has moved on to pastures new. And if someone like Finn Wiebelhaus continues to show the promise he is, he could be one of those frontline drivers in a couple of years. There's Mikael Kapfinger. He will push on probably till the limits of his stint before handing over to Mikael Jus, the eponymous team owner here, the big man in charge over at the Team Use by Twinbush operation. Jus has plenty of experience racing GT cars, particularly in Germany, but also in recent years has done a lot of racing in the GT Winter Series in numerous different GT3 Porsches. Brilliant scrap at the season finale of the 2023 GT Winter Series at Barcelona last year with Manuel Laut. I understand that Manuel Laut will be back with that car again next time out, or at the season finale at Barcelona. Look forward to welcoming him there. Lucas Sundal popping out of the 71 car, and in comes Yevgen Sokolovsky. Tire pressure checks ongoing as well. It's the Pirelli Shod number 71 car. Gets prepared to leave. Sokolovsky getting into the zone. Ukrainian racer will head back out there. Most likely down in 4th place, although he might come out fairly close to Jamo Hartling, actually. It'd be interesting to see where Jamo is relative to the 71 car, actually, because obviously we saw that Lucas Sundal lost some time towards the end of the stint. I think actually Jamo is a little way further back than I thought, unfortunately. There goes the 71 out of pit lane, and Jamo Hartling hasn't even crossed the line yet. So yes, Sokolovsky will have a fairly comfortable advantage for the time being in 4th place, but I expect Jamo to go hunting before too long. Into the pits then comes Mikael Kapfinger. Lovely shot there from Johnny, bravely standing in front of the car. Mikael Jus gets behind the wheel. He, of course, winner in ADAC GT Masters last year in the older 991.2 chassis that he drove, funnily enough, in the GT Winter Series. He then went on to win in GT Masters with the same car during the 2023 season. So if ever there was an advert for the usefulness of keeping yourself sharp and racing in something like the GT Winter Series, well, there's your evidence. Kapfinger has removed himself from the scene. Jus heads out back onto the circuit, but already past him and past pit entry has gone the race leader, Finn Wiebelhaus. Now, where will Mokoena come out relative to Kapfinger? Will he be ahead? Oh, sorry, relative to Jus. I think he will come out ahead of Mikael Jus. There's Kevin Marocca leading in the Cup 1 class. So that's your continued leader in the Cup 1 category, the JVO car. The only other Cup 1 car currently has another hot shoe in it. It's Kevin Marocca versus Marco Bononomi in the Cup 1 order right now, but there's some 15 seconds between them, so it's going to take a bit of a pull from Marco Bononomi, to say the least, for Bononomi to be anywhere near this car from JVO. Just looking at the sector times from Mikael Jus to see where he is relative to Juan de Mokoena. We'll see it through this shot in about 10 seconds, actually. Finn Wiebelhaus goes through, continuing on as the leader. Juan de Mokoena in second and Mikael Jus third. I'm not sure quite how distant of a third he is. Brake discs glowing on the 88 car. As Marocca continues to hustle at the wheel of that car. We'll see if he can close down any of the Cup 2 machines before the end of the race, but of course he did lose a lap in the pits earlier on. Gap between Mokoena and Mikael Jus is about 5 seconds, so that answers the question regarding our second place battle. Hubert Metco now, of course, at the wheel of the 741 car. And there is Francesco Lopez pushing on in the 72. Now he's going to try and go and play some games with some of the other GT cars before this race is over. So the Biermacher Racing Ferrari has overtaken the Cup 1 leader on track, but of course that is not for position. Great to see these 488 Challenge cars will soon be, unfortunately, largely put out to pasture as the 296 comes in, but we'll still see some 488s out there for a couple of years, I'm sure. Just scoping that GT3 order at the top. Obviously Lopez and Capitanio, both pro drivers there at the back of the order. In 7th and 8th place among the overall standings, and I reckon someone like Gachowska may come under pressure before too long. Gachowska, to be fair, has quite an amount of experience behind the wheel himself. I would expect him to be a little bit off the pace of a Dario Capitanio, for instance. Joachim Balting, we ride on board with him as well. He runs third in the Cup 2 class right now. How far behind? He's 20 seconds behind Dieter Sveps. There is the 13 car of Matthias Lizowski, still comfortably leading the Cup 2 category, about 35 seconds, if not a bit more, clear of Dieter Sveps. Lizowski, as always, putting in a faultless drive in the Endurance Racing Cup 2. However, with this many GT3 cars entered and this many top drivers in them, a flawless drive in the Cup car isn't quite yielding the overall positions it usually does. There's Finn Wiebelhaus coming up behind him, and while this race evolves on, I understand that Michael Kapfinger, fresh out of the #1 car, is down with Chris.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, I'm down with Michael Kapfinger in pit lane, fresh out of the car. They're now in 3rd place after a really hard-fought first stint. I know, in particular, the first few laps you were having to push really, really hard there. Happy? Now you're back out in 3rd place?
Yeah, I mean, I tried to overtake the Mercedes and then just drive my pace. At the end, I drove my pace and was like Wiebelhaus's pace. I think I could have done a pace like this, but it was really difficult with cold tires at the start of the race, and I did my best. But also with the dirty air of the Mercedes, is not possible. And yeah, I mean, I had a close call in turn 7. He braked really early and I thought, oh, what the hell is going on? And then I moved to the right and there was a pickup and all the dirt. The car was understeering. And then I did a little trip into the gravel bed, but yeah, I catch the car, and now let's see, maybe we have luck, something happens and we can get on P2 or P1. Let's see.
It's about coming back through the field now, as you mentioned. How about the cooler temperatures as well? You mentioned about cold tyres. Do you think that's come into play a bit at all? The temperatures dropped down?
Yeah, I think that's also one problem in the second sprint days today. It was around lunchtime. It was a lot of warmer. Like now it's getting cold, and that was also a point that caused the cold tire to heat up really, really late.
Do you reckon now that you can close that gap down? You mentioned it's trying to try and catch the Mercedes. Do you think you can close the gap down at all?
Yeah, maybe now Jos is driving, my teammate, and let's see, maybe he can close the gap. But I think it will be hard. And yeah, 3rd place, I would also be happy for 3rd place. And yeah, for me, my favorite race was today, the sprint race too. It was good for me, and yeah.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Adam.
Just coming up towards turn 2, and we've had a change for 4th place. Yevgen Sokolovsky has fallen back behind Jamo Hartling. So Jamo Hartling has gotten past Yevgen out there on the circuit. They were side by side coming down the main straight, and fairly easy done. Yevgen about 5 seconds lap off the pace of Jamo out there. Is Jamo the quickest driver out there right now? He's certainly one of them. Well, the quickest out there is actually Finn Wiebelhaus in the 31s. Everybody else in that top 5 outside of Yevgen is in the mid 32s. Sokolovsky may come under some pressure then before the end of the race as well from his fellow Uta Racing Audi, Arūnas Gečauskas in the number 24. So we might see some intra-Audi scrapping before too long. You see Gečauskas there on the picture-in-picture as well. And that battle will probably be won for the last few minutes if it happens at all. This is actually an overall position under contest here then. Alexandre Boche has been closed in by Kevin Marocca. GT3 versus Challenge Car. Challenge Car's a bit slipperier when it comes to the straight line, and Kevin Marocca makes it look pretty simple there. The gap between himself and Marco Bononomi in the Cup 1 class has not really decreased. It's remained about 12 seconds since both drivers were in their respective cars, so I think Kevin is pretty safe in the Cup 1 lead for now. But Boche, I should say, continuing on. Great to see that beautiful red and white Kessel Ferrari out there on circuit. Chris McCarthy admiring that one on the grid walk a little earlier on. Wiebelhaus and Mokoena still your leaders, 1-2. We see Mokoena there in the white, slightly more black than it was car, with some new carbon fibre on the front. He's steadily building his advantage over Mikael Jus out there on the circuit. Team Jus by Twinbush running in third place then, and it looks like that's the best they're going to be able to do, unless there is a moment out there on circuit for one of the others up ahead. Vander Mokoena laser focused on getting to the flag this time after his error on the final lap in the previous race. We just want to get some more miles and points on the board at the conclusion of this one. He is hunting down Matthias Zizowski to put him a lap down. Continuing to watch the gaps between Gutierrez and Francesco Lopez, and actually there's not as much in it as I thought. Francesco Lopez is closing in on Gutierrez for 5th and 6th place, but or rather 6th and 7th place, but not by the margin that I suspected. Lopez maybe just struggling a bit for balance. Finn Wiebelhaus just flashing the headlights actually on Dario Capitanio. So Capitanio, of course, the pro driver in the Pelin Racing 488, is going to be not that used to getting lapped in the GT Winter Series, but here comes Finn Wiebelhaus. Again, I just think there's something special afoot with this young man in the number 4 car. A lot of pace being displayed. He's just 8 minutes and 40 seconds away from taking a sweep this weekend. Capitanio, though, not really leaving the door open and saying after you. It's not an on-track battle. Dario is, I'm sure, very aware of that. But nonetheless, Capitanio in his GT3 car, pushing on, pressing on, and not lying down for our race leader, Finn Wiebelhaus. Now he acknowledges the blue flags and steps away from the racing line. 5-second penalty for car number 1. Mikael Jus has been found to be a little bit excessive on the track limit. He's had a few track limit warnings come through, and Mikael Jus has now got a 5-second penalty. That shouldn't affect the position for the number 1 car, Jamo Hartling in 4th place. Yevgen Sokolovsky in 5th position has fallen about 10 seconds back from Jamo Hartling. Francesco Lopez putting a lap. That was close. I thought he might be struggling for balance, and that might further suggest that. That was a little bit hairy from Francesco Lopez in the 488. Out of turn 6 he goes. The De Beer racing car. Such a competitive GT3 field this weekend. Our regulars joined by some fabulous teams from the likes of the ADAC GT Masters, although I'd say the likes of Haupt Racing Team semi-regulars this year. I believe we're seeing them at least once more this season. And the calibre of the GT Winter Series only growing as the series builds a character and a reputation of its own. There is Sokolovsky as he presses on through turn 2. He's actually starting to even out his times a little bit, now down into the 36s, the mid-36s. I still wonder if Arūnas Gečauskas might get his opportunity. He's still 3 seconds a lap quicker than this Yuta racing car, so the 2 Yuta Audis are much of a muchness. far from much of a muchness, I should say. I do suspect they might be in the same frame before too long, certainly before the checkered flag comes out. Wiebelhaus, some 54 minutes into the race, has just set his fastest lap of the race. So he was talking about tyre preservation with Chris McCarthy on the grid earlier on. And well, he's clearly succeeded at doing it, because after almost an hour of racing, he's now setting purple sectors and purple lap times. That is most unusual. Hartling, you see the flames out of the side of the 6.2 litre V8 Mercedes going into turn 1. A little bit of trail braking there from J-Mo as well. J-Mo, who has been a race winner already this year, of course, along with Kenneth Haya. He's also won some of the solo races as well, the 30-minute sprints, and miss out on a podium on this occasion, but I'm sure they'll come back stronger in the following rounds to come. The overall championship across the 6 events, this car is certainly a factor, of course. It's a car that we're expecting to see all season long. Consistency is key, so we do expect that car to be right up there. There is Kwanda Mokoena. He's actually lost a bit of time to Mikael Yus over the last few laps. His last lap was a 1:33.4, so he is slowing. However, we have already seen that Mikael Yus has a drive-through penalty attributed, not drive-through penalty, sorry, a time penalty, 5 seconds attributed to him. Bounce across the curbs there from Kwanda. There is Mikael Yus, so he is closing, but again, the penalty is waiting. So even if he gets by, he'd have to build a 5-second gap, and in 3 minutes and 25 seconds, that is almost certainly not going to happen. Out of turn 11 for the 33rd time in the race. Making easy work of some of these cup cars. That's the 83 of Marcel Van Berlo, who has quite graciously got out of the way there. Of course, Glenn Van Berlo coaching his father this weekend. Maybe we can encourage Glenn to the seat for the endurance race at some point. He was at one stage entered in the car. Two minutes and 30 left on the clock. So I would say it's probably the penultimate lap of the race then, because Wiebelhaus is around halfway through the lap right now. Touch and go whether we've got 1 or 2 laps left next time across the line for our race leader. Just get 2 more out of it in the number 4. Lazowski still a long way clear of Dieter Sveps. The gap is out to 36 seconds. So Lazowski well in control of Cup 2. There's we just briefly panned over there to Hubert Darmetko, who's 4th in the class. He hasn't been able to close in on Joachim Bolting sufficiently to challenge, even though he's lapping quicker. 10 seconds between Bolting and Darmetko. Of course, Igor Klaya earlier in the race received a drive-through penalty for starting in the wrong position. So Darmetko has been trying to recover that. So there you see Darmetko in the back of shot as Kwanda Mokoena turns into the first corner. Could well be on the final lap of the race. I didn't see the exact moment Finn crossed the line at the sharp end, so he could well be on the last lap here. There is Hubert Darmetko. Just about to get lapped there by the number 1 car of Michael Jus. Putting in a really solid stint. He is, I believe he is bronze categorized, but he is a very quick driver, is Michael Jus. As we've seen in GT Win Series so many times. He will bring the car home to an overall podium, even with the track limits penalty. He's not going to get moved down behind Jamo Hartling. Here is the battle for 5th place that I rather thought we might get before the end. Sokolovsky getting past there fairly quickly, fairly easily by Arūnas Kačauskas. So Kačauskas through into 5th position there, 5th position there. The Team Yuta cars swapping right at the end of the race. While that's going on, just behind them on the circuit, Wiebelhaus has begun his final lap now, so just about crossed the line before the clock hit 0. Joachim Bolting just making way there for Quanda Mokoena. Fairly controlled run to 2nd place for him. There is Finn Wiebelhaus. Powers out of T6. Racing team going to have to make some extra room in the back of that truck for the trophies at the conclusion of this event between this man, Mr. Wiebelhaus, and Quanda Mokoena. 2 very strong showings from their 2 young chargers. With Finn Wiebelhaus, the move from F4 to GT3 seems to be an inspired one. The ADAC junior driver moving into GT3 for this season, and for the 5th time in 6 races that he's competed in, Finn Wiebelhaus is a GT Winter Series race winner. Great result for Finn Wiebelhaus. He will be elated with how that weekend has gone. It doesn't get much better than that. Quanda Mokoena will come around the final corner to finish 2nd place. Great result for Mokoena, and 3rd place will go to Michael Jus. He will receive a penalty for his track limits digressions, but he will still finish 3rd place as Jamo Hartling is a long way further back. There is your Cup 2 winner coming across the line now. Matthias Lizowski and Kevin Marocca in the back of shot as well will win Cup 1 and finish 13th overall, despite spending an extra lap in the pit lane in the early stages of the race. Marco Bononomi was closing by the end of the race. He crosses the line just ahead of 4th place finisher Jamo Hartling. And then there'll be formation flying among the Yuta Audis for 5th and 6th place. They will be across the line next. Kačauskas and Yevgen Sokolovsky rounding out the top half dozen. Then it will be only Francesco Lopez and Dieter Sveps to cross the line. Sveps does cross the line now to finish 2nd in Cup 2. Oh, and Lopez at the very last moment has caught Yevgen Sokolovsky. I don't know that he's quite going to beat him to the line. Yevgen Sokolovsky has a nose ahead, has a car ahead. Does he? Yes. Yevgen Sokolovsky just by less than 1/10 of a second managed to get Francesco Lopez just about. Thought for a minute there Lopez was going to sweep in at the very last moment, but Yevgen Sokolovsky holds on to take 6th overall. Dario Capitano withdraws to the pits, as does the rest of the field. Everyone has crossed the line. So we are complete at the end of our final GT Win Series race. It's Finn Wiebelhaus who crosses the line 23 seconds clear of Quanda Mokoena. Michael Jus takes 3rd place along with Mikael Kapfinger. Hartling and Haier finish 4th in this race. Arūnas Kačauskas comes 5th place for Yuta Racing ahead of Yevgen Sokolovsky. Despite the best efforts of Francesco Lopez to finish in the top 6, he didn't quite get there. Capitano and Thor Haugen take 8th place. Matthias Lizowski in 9th. Dieter Sveps takes 10th place along with Leandro Martins. Of course, Lizowski also winning in Cup 2. Joachim Bolting is 11th place. Hubert Darmetko in 12th position. Marocca in 13th. And winning Cup 1. Marcel Van Berlo 14th, Bononomi in 15th, Bosches and Guillaume Giorza rounding out our finishers in that race. Everyone that started finished. That was a good, consistent race from all parties then. The odd moment here or there, but overall, everyone keeping their nose clean, doing a good job, but no one was quite on the level of Finn Wiebelhaus in that race. Another extremely solid performance from him. And he will celebrate with the team this evening, I'm sure. As his team wishing him well. Already moving the fuel cans, look at the back. Already starting the pack-up process. The race has only been over about 3 minutes, and that's the way of the racing world. See Emil Yerdrum in the back of shot as well. Is that Emil? No, it's not. Sorry, that's Mr. Smith. Drivers all over the place by the end of the weekend. There's Finn Wiebelhaus's dad, just sneaking into the back of shot. Got to give your son a hug. Chris McCarthy is down there though, so before Finn's dad gets him, let's get Chris.
Let's dive in and have a word with Finn Wiebelhaus. Finn, let's take you around to the car so the fans can see you with the winning car, because this is the car that's taken, give it a clean, because this is the car that's been quite literally unbeatable this weekend. I mean, what do you say about that? A perfect weekend.
Yeah, my best weekend so far in the GT3 class so far. Yeah, the car was amazing. The setup felt really good. I could push every lap, go on the limit. And of course the Mercedes was brilliant. So yeah, nice car, makes a lot of fun to drive, and yeah, overall super weekend.
And looking back at I mean, not just your GT3 career, but looking back throughout your racing career when you stepped up into cars, this must be a real highlight for you, having a weekend where you've just dominated like you have.
Yeah, I only know that from karting, to be honest. In the 4 it was quite hard, but now it feels good to be like a dominant driver in the car, at least here.
The competition, it wasn't easy out there either, was it? I mean, these guys pushed you hard, lots of good competition. You had new manufacturers in this weekend. You, of course, were one of the new returning faces we had coming back in this weekend. I mean, I'm sure you never expected to come back in and do what you did.
To be honest, I expected a really hard weekend because I knew the drivers here are very strong. So I expected like hard fights and a lot of let's say hard fights and go like on the limits, and that's what we did, and we achieved what we wanted, so it's perfect.
And you picked a good weekend to do it, because we've had a lot of fans here this weekend. It must feel nice to have put on a good show for them this weekend and got the 3 wins in front of what's been our biggest crowd so far this season.
Yeah, it's a big crowd here, of course. I was really excited. I knew that here in Spain they are coming more friends, but I wasn't expecting that many people here. So thank you very much that you are joining us, and I hope you enjoyed the day. Yeah.
They really have. 5 wins and a 2nd place is now your record in GT Winter Series. I really hope we see you back again. Are we gonna see you back at Aragon and Barcelona, or yet to be confirmed?
Only in Barcelona.
Good stuff. Because we look forward to seeing you there. Anyone else you'd like to thank, Finn?
Yeah, the whole Hoped Racing team, and the Unicorns of Love who prepared me in the simulator as well. Especially big thanks. I hope you hear Bastian Richter. I drove a 3-hour race in the simulator before to practice the track, and it was a good experience and good training.
Certainly was. Congratulations. Well done. We'll let you get off. Finn Wiebelhaus goes off to celebrate on the podium and get ready to do that. There we can see the winning car in the background. Get in, Johnny. Have a look at it up close. Finn Wiebelhaus took the time to give it a clean. It has been quite literally unbeatable so far this weekend. Finn Wiebelhaus, the winning driver. The familiar sight of him being on the top step of the podium is coming up shortly. But first, the familiar voice of Adam Weller. We'll go back to him for some reflection.
Don't worry, I'll shut up soon, I promise. We are going to look at the highlights of Winter Series, GT Winter Series Race 3 in just a few seconds. What a day it's been. thanks to our marshals walking back to the pit lane. Let's take a look at the final race highlights. So the two Haupt Racing Team Mercedes-AMG GT3s were on the front row of the grid, and as has been the case all weekend long, Finn Wiebelhaus had an absolutely mega start, and Michael Kapfinger was really making things difficult for Quanda Mokoena in the early going. The Utah Audis were having a very good scrap as well. That was Arundel just past his teammate there, or Jonas Karklis getting overtaken there, I should say, by the 71 car of Lucas Sundal. Arundel is a place in Sussex, not the name of a Swedish racing driver. Sundal also soon got past Kenneth Hyatt. Hyatt would soon be under pressure as well from Jonas Karklis. Quanda Mokoena was once again being pursued by Mikael Kapfinger, as he had been all race long. Uwe Lauer was having a good scrap as well further back with Matthias Lizowski, as Kapfinger once again proved to be an adversary to Mokoena, but this is the point where it all went a bit sideways, tried to carry too much pace around the outside of the corner after braking late, and very nearly found a tyre wall. Did a good job of keeping the car in something of a straight line. Glowing brake discs ahoy on the 88 car of Kevin Morocca. That thing being pushed to its limit by the driver, coach and pro racer. He made up a few places on some of the GT3s as well as he continued on towards a Cup 1 win. Francesco Lopez was working his way along because he knew he had half a chance of moving up to 6th place. Up into 5th place went Arinas Gachauskas, and Yevgen Sokolovsky almost got overtaken by Lopez as well. It was a win for Finn Wiebelhaus though. 5 from 6, as Chris McCarthy said a few moments ago. An absolutely immaculate record, and while we didn't see it there, we had a brilliant drag race to the line as well between Yevgen Sokolovsky and Francesco Lopez. Action right down to the final moments, and huge result once again for Finn Wiebelhaus, who sweeps the weekend in the GT Winter Series. Quite the display of cars then down in Parc Fermé. The fans know the place to be. Look, getting some pictures of the supercars before they head back to the garages and then back to the trailers at the end of a brilliant weekend of racing in the Giedelic Racing Winter Series. Of course, it's not long before we're back out in Spain with Aragon in a couple of weeks' time. A wonderful circuit that I must say I've never visited before. I'm very excited to go there. I've spoken to quite a few of the drivers who are also new to the circuit, and they are all equally eager to try out that particular facility. It's one that we haven't visited before in the GT Winter Series, taking the slot of Navarra this year, and we're all very excited to see how that one pans out across the numerous classes. It will be the return of the prototype Winter Series as well when we go there to Aragon. So lots to look forward to in just 2 weeks' time. Sure that a circuit of that renown among GT3 teams, among racing teams in general, will mean we have a lot of very strong entry lists, and well, the Formula Winter Series speaks for itself with the number of cars we've got on that grid this season. A lot of drivers vying to chase down Andres Cardenas in that championship too. It would take a lot for anyone to catch Finn Wiebelhaus though. We heard that from him a few moments ago. He will be back in Barcelona at the season finale, and we'll see if anyone can catch him next time he appears in our paddock. Let's go to the podium though, where Lukas Gajewski waits for the final time this weekend.
Thank you very much, Adam Weller. As you say, for the last podium of the weekend, it's going to be a busy one due to the majority being 2 driver crews in race number 3 for GT Winter Series. So I'm going to clear the stage and then we can kick off ceremonies. And as usual, we start with our GT3 podium after race number 3. And in 3rd place for Team Jos, it's Michael Kapfinger and Michael Jos. The number 1 car back on the podium for the 2nd time this weekend. In 2nd place for Haupt Racing Team, it's Quanda Mokoena. And your winner for the third time this weekend for Haupt Racing Team as well, Finn Wiebelhaus. Well done to Finn after a clean sweep this weekend. 3 races and 3 victories as we welcome Jan Jürge, Markus Gedlich and Robin Seelbach, the Gedlich Racing organization team, with the presentation of the trophies to our top 3 GT3 podium finishers, Michael Kapfinger and Michael Jost, together in the number 1 Porsche. Of course, we are going to see the 2 Kapfinger brothers back in the car for the season finale in Barcelona. Very good to have them on the podium, Michael and Michael, together in race number 3. Quanda Mokoena and Finn Wiebelhaus, our HRT duo as well. And then, of course, with a big round of applause from the pit lane when all the photos on the podium are collected. We are ready, if you are, guys, for the champagne. Well done, guys. Thank you very much. That's the champagne for GT3 class, our top 3 overall, of course, as well, in race number 3. Coming up next is our Cup 1 podium for the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo cars. Let's welcome in second place of the podium. Hang on, we still need champagne. Oh, yes. We'll wait a second. Still need another set of champagne bottles for our victorious Ferrari drivers. And here they come. In second place for Kessel Racing, it's Petros Makris and Marco Bononomi. Petros and Marco onto the second spot of the podium. And your winner in Cup 1 class for JVO Racing is Kevin Mirocha. Well done to Kevin, stepping in for Frank Kevitz, who finished on the podium twice this weekend earlier on. Jan Jürge and Markus Gedlich presenting the trophies to our winning Cup 1 drivers on the podium. Petros Makris joined for the 3rd race of the weekend by Marco Bononomi, and Kevin Mirocha taking the driving duties in the Jorg van Ommen JVO racing machine, victorious in Cup 1. And I think that's going to be a good chance to grab a word with our winners in a couple of seconds. First of all, however, when all the photos are being taken, the champagne for the Cup 1 finishers just as well. Oh, they're not spraying them. Hang on, guys, I need you back on the podium, not for the champagne, but for a quick word. Let's get back on the podium, please. Thank you very much. And let me start with Kevin, who I think a bit unexpectedly did the full driving duty there for the last race of the weekend.
Yes, it was quite a tough race, but I have to say thank you to the team, to the opportunity I got. JVO Racing made a super car, and I have to say GT Winter Series is always a pleasure. I'm always somehow around the series, and it's a perfect condition to make some training and testing and prepare for the season. I love the tracks in Spain, and yeah, just awesome.
And look, there's the sun setting. It's just glorious, isn't it? What a way to round off the day. As is for Petros with another podium this weekend. Petros.
Fantastic. Excellent, the organization, the weather. Again, a big thanks to Marco, my coach, and to the team, Kessel Racing, who had a lovely time. It was fantastic here in Jerez. We're looking forward to come back to it. Thank you.
Guys, could we make a step to the left, please, to make sure we're still in picture when we speak to Marco? You left the two earlier races this weekend to Petros. Stepping into round of the weekend, always good, isn't it, to get some laps in on Sunday evening?
Yeah, of course, it's always a nice feeling, especially in the sunset. Also, Valencia is a nice track. I like it, but I'm really proud of Petros because he did an amazing 2 weekends. First time in a race car, so the learning process is getting really high, and we are super proud. Me and all the Kessel Racing team, we are very happy about him, and we hope it's just the beginning.
Well done, guys. Enjoy the evening and the rest of the celebrations. Your Cup 1 class podium up here on the balcony with Petros Makris and Marco Bononomi in second place and Kevin Mirocha winning in Cup 1 class. 1 class, of course, is left, and that's going to be our Cup 2 procedures. So please welcome in third place of the podium for Plusline Racing Team, Joachim Bölting. In second place for Raka Motorsports, Dieter Sweppes and Leandro Martins. And your winner in race number 3 for PTT Racing is Mateusz Lizowski. And as always, big cheer down there at PTT Racing for Mateusz as Jan, Marcus and Robin make their way onto the podium one last time this weekend, just as well to hand out some more trophies to our Cup 2 finishers. The highly contested Porsche Carrera Cup class, always with a bit of a shake-up, by the way, due to the different driver combinations for the last race of the weekend. They've all done well. On the top step of the podium is Mateusz Lizowski, as usual, in race number 3, alongside Dieter Sweppes and Leandro Martins in second, and Joachim Bölting in third. And there we go. That was a very quick start indeed for the champagne shower. Well deserved, well done, and thank you very much. Great show there by our Cup 2 winners. Fabulous atmosphere. That's what we like to see. Guys, please stay for a second. Very happy to see them celebrating. Joachim, well done. Thanks for celebrating up here. We hope it's been a good weekend for you.
Yeah, it was totally a good weekend. The second sprint race was not that fine because I spun, but 2 times third in class, it's really a good thing to do in this weekend.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Joachim. The rest has gone. Mateusz, thankfully still here. Thank you very much. Always a very nice crowd down there at PTT Racing. And they brought the air horn once again. Well done, guys. Well done. What a great team.
Yeah, great team, great family. Again, I just talk about this race by race, but they are amazing. They prepare amazing cars. So I am proud that I can be one of them. And thank you for the organizer. The weather was amazing. The pace was good as well. The car prepared perfect, so I am happy about it.
Let's hear the air horn once again down there. Your Cup 2 winner, Mateusz Lizowski. So that's our last podium for GT Winter Series done and dusted. Let's head down into the pits to Chris McCarthy and Adam Weller.
Thank you to Lucas. Welcome back down into pit lane. I've been joined by our commentator, Adam Weller. Lots of fans down here in the pit lane who adding all the atmosphere, all the noise here to help the drivers celebrate that final GT Winter Series race. You can see many of them, Johnny, just making their way down now back to the garages because that brings an end to round 4. We had 6,000 fans here today. I'm being told in total, yes, 6,000 fans. The atmosphere around the circuit was absolutely fantastic. The support for not just the local drivers, but I think all the drivers as well. And the atmosphere when we had the pit walk as well was really, really special. Adam, I know you didn't quite get to experience that part of it, locked away in the commentary box, but how was it for you watching all the racing? Because you get to view all of it up there. You get to talk us through all the action. How is it for you?
Well, firstly, I'll add some context to that 6,000 figure, and that's that some of the top summer four-wheeled events here will just eke into the teens if they're very lucky. So that is really good for February, you know, very impressive statistics. I mean, yeah, in general, this weekend has been very good stuff. The GT Winter Series with an all-timer GT3 lineup in the series history. Seeing the likes of Nicky Team and Mikael Kapfinger coming back, it's been a really good weekend there. And all the classes have just been fabulous.
I think we've both been fortunate enough, I'm sure you'll agree with this, we've both been fortunate enough to been to some big championships throughout the summer, haven't we, in the GT world. And when I walked down that paddock earlier to get lunch, it felt like being in one of those paddocks. Was it the same for you?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's been the objective of the organisers, been the objective of marketing and everyone, to just make it feel, you know, as equivalent to these summer championships as possible and to get it to stand on its own. And we're seeing that more and more with each passing season.
We're only, what, 4 years into this now. Lucas, come in, because you were up there providing all of the voices up there to the celebrations, and what celebrations we had here at the end.
Yes, absolutely. In the end, anyway, after race 3, all these drivers happy after a long weekend. And I think Adam touched on track time in GT Winter Series package as well earlier on in commentary. We shouldn't forget there are quite many drivers who are not doing this each and every weekend. And it's impressive. Racing these cars is quite hard, even in sort of low temperatures, and it's tough to some of them, so they're always happy when the champagne can finally flow in the end of the weekend.
It didn't feel like a winter series though today, did it? I think that's why I called it a European series at one point in one of the grid walks. Okay, gentlemen, we know what's coming up next. Let's start with GT Winter Series. Of course, we used this to give our general feedback on what we thought of the weekend, but a driver of the weekend / general feedback. Adam, to you first.
I think for this, I might go for Mikael Kapfinger. I wasn't too sure where he'd stack up relative to a Nicky Team, relative to a Finn Wiebelhaus. We've seen him drive very well, very competitively here in GT Win Series and in Porsche Championships during the summer. Wasn't sure how he'd fend with the GT3 hierarchy, but he's right up there. Really impressed with him.
Yeah, I think it was nice to see the new manufacturers come in. It was absolutely fantastic. The racing incredibly close all the way throughout, and the runs, the races we had down towards turn 1 were always fantastic. Yourself, Lucas?
Difficult one to pick as always. I think Mikael Kapfinger is a very good one. It's the obvious choice, isn't it, for me to just pick Finn Wiebelhaus, our 3-time winner this weekend. However, I think we just need to remind ourselves about the competition he faced this weekend. Quander Mokoena, the guy he's going to be racing with in ADAC GT Masters, they'll be sharing a car. Nicky Team, who is already in a championship where he actually wants to be in a couple of years. Himself, Finn Wiebelhaus, very impressive performance, I think.
Quander Mokoena did a really superb job. Nicky Team, how about it? Fantastic to have him here as well, wasn't it? Okay, GT4, there it is, will be next. Always fantastic racing in GT4. That certainly didn't change today. It went to the final corner, almost to the final straight, didn't it? It was, they always keep you on your toes, don't they, Adam?
They do, consistently on my toes. I would say, for this one, as much as I try and do exactly what Lucas alludes to about picking up people outside the front, I mean, Mikey Porter doing 2 cars in one race and winning his first solo race this weekend, I think it would be rude not to acknowledge Mikey, especially since we played football on Friday.
And he's got, and his manager now has to get the word safe on his leg. It's already been drawn out.
Ooh, I promised them this. The Fassetti boys are safe. There you go, I did it.
And it's going to have Mikey's signature underneath. It's already been drawn out, and I think it happens as soon as next week. So it's going to, by Aragon, James Smith is going to have this tattoo.
It might happen tonight somewhere in Valencia. I'm sure there is an opportunity to get a tattoo on a Sunday night, but don't get any bad ideas. I'm going to go for Mikey Porter as well. I know it's boring and obvious, but you mentioned performance, and I think the tattoo thing is another very good argument in his favor, because of course motorsport is always about competition and results, but it's also about stories, and I think that is a very funny one. We always like this, so I'm going to go for him as well.
He's done a superb job. Great to have them here. Great to have Elite. I think did a fantastic job to get back on the top step once again, and we're seeing a superb championship fight there as well. And we learned they did karaoke as well. How about that? Oh yeah, that was good. And nice throw that you did after that as well. I love that when you picked up on that.
Yeah, you know, parodies are kind of my thing. Yeah, in the GT4s, we had some absolutely fabulous battling, didn't we, in general?
Yeah, okay, let's talk TCR Spain very quickly. Great to have them here. Nacho Montenegro doing a fantastic job, didn't he? What do we think of TCR Spain overall?
Yeah, I mean, it's really impressive to see the growth between the two events as well. It's only year 2 for Rivatsa, the new promoters of TCR Spain. The momentum's clearly building there. They had 22 cars at their season finale for the summer last year. And by the time they get to Jarama in May, I think they're going to have a really serious set of people behind them in terms of entries. In terms of driver, I would have to go for young Mr. Genet, I think, which I think I actually did last time as well. But there we go. I mean, seeing him win a race here where his father won 19 years prior in the World Championship, I mean, that's just really cool.
Yourself, Lucas?
It is very cool, and because he has already been picked, I'm just going to go for Nacho Montenegro, our new champion, which is also very obvious, isn't it? But very impressive performance. And he is also a very, very likable young lad. He's always funny, always communicative, which I think is also part of being a champion, isn't it? So well done to him. Great weekend. And I think in general it's a good thing to have TCR Spain on the support bill. It's the first sort of external support championship on the Winter Series platform, and I think these 2 weekends, and especially this one with a bigger grid, has really shown that it's a nice benefit for both parties, I'd say.
Let's end with Formula Winter Series then. Although a lot of familiar faces to the podium, a new face on the top step in Matías Ferreira. That's how we ended it. 38 drivers out there again, 2 more karting stars joining as well. Nathan Tai and Jan Piszejowski. Enzo Tonbinichko was here as well in pit lane. Spoke to him, very excited to see him. Of course, Nicolas Solov was out there on the grid as well. What did we think of Formula Winter Series this time?
Yeah, it's always the tough one, isn't it? There's just so many of them. I might have to steal what you said there for Nathan Tai. I was really impressed that in each and every race he was fringing on the top 10, if not there. Even when he wasn't towards the top 10, he was always in the battles, very efficiently working his way up the order. I think given a slightly less dramatic circumstance in qualifying, we might see him fighting for some good positions.
Yourself, Lucas, I mean, yeah, great new entries, but then we're seeing really consistent performance as well up front, aren't we?
Absolutely, many new faces on the podium, not only in rookies but in general, which is always very nice to see. I was very happy today for Douwe de Decker. He always stands out just because of the livery, doesn't he, as Adam has explained in commentary, which is nice on a grid with 38 cars. However, today he also stood out in terms of sporting performance. First podium, well done to him.
Well, that, I think, concludes everything. Aragon is next. Excited for Aragon?
Yeah, I'm going to miss you, though, mate. You're off, aren't you?
Well, I was going to say, I won't bring... I won't
your postcard.
I won't spoil the surprise of who's going to be there in my place. This just bring an end. Bring an end to my journey here. I know. I can hear the cheers in my ear. You don't have to cheer that loud, guys. I won't spoil the surprise of who's going to be there in my place, but I promise you, you will not be disappointed. But are we excited for Aragon?
Oh, of course. I mean, the timetable on Saturday means we're going to go into the night with some of our headlamped competitors. We're not crazy enough to put the FWS out in the dark, but in general, Aragon, one of the best circuits in the world, I think mightily underutilised on the four-wheel side. Looking forward to it.
And you, Lucas, excited for it?
Yeah, definitely. It's the first time for me. Obviously, a well-known circuit in terms of MotoGP, as well as is Valencia. As Adam says, not that much car racing usually going on. I'm very excited. I'm told it's very, very pretty, and yeah, let's bring it on.
I will certainly miss you guys. I look forward to tuning in. Be sure to tune in as well. 2 more rounds still to go. Champions still to be decided. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. For now, though, from all of us here at Valencia, it's goodbye.